Good morning. I would like to welcome you to the MD of Tabor, February 24, 2026 regular meeting of council. I'd like to call it to order. You have an agenda in front of you. Currently, there are two proposals to change the agenda. The first is to do an addition of the Tabor and District Housing Committee appointment. If council is so willing, we would add that to 11.8. 14.2, closed session related to HR matters. And then a little bit of reordering, if council is so obliging, that we would go declaration of conflict next, moving the RCMP report following immediately after that. And if there are any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
I can accept the agenda with the changes.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That is carried. So right now, declaration of conflict, pecuniary interest, or conflict of interest.
I have a cultivated lease with the MD.
Okay, thank you.
I have a pecuniary interest in grazing land, so I'll be stepping out on grazing talks.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we're going to go directly now to the RCMP report. Sergeant Stu Gemmell, thank you for your attendance.
No, thank you for having me. I'm here to present the January 2026 stats for my attachment. Last month, we responded to 85 calls for service and 73 were within the MD of Tabor. We got 3 impaired drivers off the road last month. We had 16 criminal code violations reported to us and 10 were within the MD of Tabor. We had 1 911 hang-up call. We did 30 fingerprints, 30 criminal records checks and 4 fingerprints for the general public. We did 11 patrols of Enchant, 24 of Grassy Lake, and 8 of Hayes for 43 Hamlet patrols. We did no campground patrols. We did 101 patrols of the MD of Tabor. We wrote 11 violation tickets last month and traffic services wrote none. Those patrols and violation tickets will increase this month. We've had 2 positions filled, so we'll see those climb. Going down to the provincial crime gauge, this is January last year to compare to January this year. We saw 3 fewer persons crimes, 3 fewer property crimes, 3 other criminal code are up by 3, sorry. Break and enter saw 2 more instances. Theft of motor vehicles saw 3 fewer, and theft under 5,000 saw 1 fewer instance. Going down to my my comments here. We laid charges in 3 criminal investigations during the month of January. Property crime was as follows: 5 complaints of break and enter. Charges are pending in 2, while 1 remains under investigation. 3 frauds were reported, and those investigations are continuing. 2 vehicles, 1 in Enchant, the other in Varnwell, were reported to be damaged while parked overnight. Going on to our priorities, because it's that time of year again where our year is going to roll over and we need to start thinking about priorities. The Alberta RCMP, I've sent out correspondence of how we're going to redo. They want us to do our annual priorities this year. The biggest change I see with that process is that we can be more fluid with it. So if you guys decide on 3 priorities that you want, but something comes up in the middle of the year, we are able to change that now. With that in mind, I'd like you guys to start thinking about what you'd like my detachment's priorities to be for this upcoming fiscal year. And as a reminder, last year's priorities were traffic safety through enforcement and education, community relations through participation in community events and visibility within the community, and crime reduction of property crime. So that's kind of what those 3 are all good, but if there's more, I want you guys to be thinking of them. Just let me know. Maybe we could firm that up next meeting. All right. Are there any questions or concerns?
John?
I just have one. It's a little bit alarming to see 3 impaired driving charges in 1 month. That's quite unusual.
Yeah, but it means our guys are out there doing what we can. So.
Any other comments or questions? We will prioritize getting the priorities onto we'll discuss it at our next committee of the whole so that we would be ready for you by the last meeting of March. Is that adequate time?
Absolutely, that works. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, again, we appreciate the work of your detachment. I just want to give a shout out. We had a user of the trail system and the MD of Tabor Park. They had some concerns of some vandalism and some things that were going on down there. With the work of your detachment and the Tabor Police, the Community Service Standards Officer, things were improved, and that person causing the damage was held accountable. And I think that's very important to show the lines of command and the importance of keeping public infrastructure safe and for the safety of all our residents. So thank you.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, a motion to receive the RCMP report.
I can give you a motion to receive the RCMP report.
Thank you. Have a good day, Sergeant Gemmell. Next, we'll move on to protocol items. Oh, pardon me? Oh, I'm so excited about the next things. All right. Any questions or comments on the RCMP report? Those in favor? Thank you. It's carried. Okay, next we have our announcements or recognition. Council, at this time, do you have any announcements that you would like to make? Just a reminder, Saturday is the coldest night of the year walk for a food bank fundraiser. And then at the end of March, March 28th, the town of Tabor is hosting a 4-on-4 hockey that will help raise money for the arena. So if you would like to put in a team or like to come out and cheer on the teams, that would be a great opportunity to do that. And I also want to give a shout out to the Vauxhall Arena. They hosted on Sunday the Green Shirt Day. The Golden Suns played 3 games of very good hockey, and the Vauxhall Arena hosted the event that normally was held in Tabor, and it was a great turnout, and it was for the purpose of Green Shirt Day and organ donation. So thank you very much to the town of Vauxhall for their support. All right, next we are going into our recognitions, and this is always a great privilege for council. So we have an employee, Mr. Doug Jensen, if you want to come to the front. Yeah, that would be great, just to have a seat there. So Mr. Jensen has served the MD of Tabor residents for 23 years. He has made an incredible impact on our Ag Service Board and ensuring that the look of our municipality, the safety with trees and so many other factors, and been a leader amongst his colleagues. It has made a true impact on the MD of Tabor, so thank you. And at this time, I would give council, if anyone wants to make a comment to Mr. Jensen, this is your opportunity. Go ahead.
Just wondering, during that period of time, what kind of changes stand out most for you as far as the delivery of service and pressures on the ag industry?
Well, the way we cut trees now as compared to what we did when I first came is a whole lot different now. So when John Hood was here, he had us getting training every winter with a fellow that was in charge of he got us so we had licenses basically. But we are so much more efficient than we ever used to be at it. But a lot of things have changed. I mean, besides that the equipment's changed, everything's changed. I mean, the tractors used to be 90 horsepower tractors, so most of them are about 150. So, but their fuel economy actually is less to run a big tractor and doing a hard job than it is on the little ones, because we still had some little ones and we kept track of the fuel, and the little ones use more fuel than the big ones did. So
Has there been pretty good reception from the public that we're serving as far as the services that the ag department is providing?
yes, we get comments regularly that our ditches, the mowing on our ditches is looks better than most of the other municipalities, counties around us, because we do deeper cut. And that's one thing. And then the trees, we get quite a few comments on our trees about appreciation for that, for clearing out intersections and then coming into people's places and clearing out trees for firewood for the parks. But we get quite a few people that come back on that and are quite happy with us, so.
Excellent.
I'll just definitely say thank you. For anybody to stay in one place that long is a little bit unusual in our world now, so thanks for sticking with us for so many years.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, thanks Doug for 23 years of service and happy retirement. Hope to see you down the road.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Doug. In a previous life, I ran into you in a different part of the industry in the municipality, and seen you working in our region for a very long time, and your work ethic and your attention to detail is much appreciated. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna say thank you. And I also like to thank you for serving the MD.
Well, thank you.
Doug, at this time, if you have anything else you'd like to share with the MD, you have that honor, or else we will take the time to take your photo and acknowledge you on our social media and website, if you're okay with that, to recognize 23 years of service to the MD of Taber residents. But you have the mic if you like.
Well, it's been a good long run, so thanks.
You're most welcome. Okay, Council, we will come to the front and acknowledge Mr. Jensen. So our next recognition is quite unique. You know, in our MD of Taber, we have lots of volunteers, and many of them go unrecognized. They quietly serve our community, looking for no accolades, looking for no fanfare, and they just get down and do the work. They've made sure that our hamlets keep operating well, that they look beautiful, their sporting activities, the libraries are available as well, come together whenever there's something in need in our municipality. We are thankful that we have our firefighters. We definitely acknowledge them, but it is the quiet unsung heroes that have made sure the municipality looks the way it does today. And today we would like to take that time to acknowledge Mrs. Diane Wickenheiser. We invite you to come to the front, Diane. So Mrs. Wickenheiser and her husband Jim have raised their family in the Hayes region. We have been very fortunate to have their service. Between the two of them, they spend thousands of hours a year serving their communities. Diane, most notable though, is that she has served on the MD of Taber Library Board. I have a letter that was provided by her friend and colleague, Mrs. Sharon Hagan, that was from the MD of Taber, dated the 15th of December, 1980. It says, Dear Madam, this is to advise you that the council at the regular meeting on the 8th of December 1980 appointed you a member of the Municipal Library Board for the Municipal District of Taber number 14 under the provision of bylaw number 1364 establishing the said library board. Yours truly, Municipal Administrator Douglas Francis. So the incredible thing is that Diane never left the MD Library Board and has continued to serve and seen a major evolution of how libraries have functioned in our community. You know what? They've always been a gathering place, always been a place of knowledge, but they've become so much more. They're the place where the internet is. They're the place where people who don't have a printer can come and get help. They become a place where friendships are made, where counseling happens, even though that was never the intention. It's where guidance for young mothers or supports for seniors, and Diane has been the leader in many of those aspects. She is a leader amongst librarians in Southern Alberta, and in our community, she's a stalwart in recognizing what a volunteer does to make our community a better place. And it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge her husband, Jim, as well, because he also serves in many capacities, but we know any volunteer needs the support of their family. And their family, who they've raised, are also servants to the MD and do a fantastic job. So we're very grateful, Diane, for your incredible years of service. 45. If you notice, there's no out clause on this letter or now. So we will be able to continue to have Diane serving as the chair of the MD Library Board. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with the MD. Always pretty good. Sometimes a few little ruffles, but it's been good. And yeah, libraries are important. It's been my privilege, I think, to be able to work in our community. A community is important. So thank you.
Yes. So at this time, Council, if you have any words to share.
So 45 years is a long time. Is there still some of the original collection that's on the shelves in those libraries?
A few, not a heck of a lot. There's a few that we won't part with, like some of the classics and whatnot, but it's always a big decision trying to weed out and make room. So
Have you found that the usage of the library has remained fairly steady over the years, or has it gone up, down with the change
It
in
just-
technology and access from home? Has that had an impact on the usage?
it's interesting because we thought maybe that would go down, but actually the reading it keeps going up. There's just something about having something in your hands, I guess. But like Tamara mentioned, there's lots of other services too that are provided, so it does keep going up. So, yeah.
45 years. Thank you for your service. It's always interesting to meet people that make such an impact on our community and continue to do so. And thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, 45 years. I don't know, there's not too many people that can have that ribbon on their shirt, but thank you very much for your service.
Well, you're quite welcome.
Yes, a big thank you. First time I've seen you, you just seem very sweet and kind, and I'm sure it's just been a pleasure for all those that have associated with you all these years. And so thanks for being a wonderful face for our community.
Well, thank you. Thank you to the council. It's always been good. You've been supportive.
Thank you, Diane.
You're quite welcome.
And I don't see you in the library very often because I'm not there very often, but maybe I'll drop in a few times.
Okay, that's great. Would be good to see you.
I'd like to say thank you to Diane, yeah. Yeah, 45 years, but I know you from past from before and you've done a lot more than this, so you volunteer in a lot of things, so. It's just one thing you volunteer in, so thanks for everything.
You're quite welcome. It's our community and we have to try to do our bit.
So, yes,
What piece of advice would you give to the youth that maybe not making use of services like the library system to round themselves out in their knowledge?
Well, to be fair, it's a really big challenge now. Because it is easier to go on your phone. And it is a big challenge. And I'm sure you all know that we are having trouble getting volunteers now. And our community is just like everybody. So I honestly, our school is way down, so it's a struggle to try to inspire young people.
You said it, it's easier to go on the phone, but they miss the social interaction and the social experience, and that's so important.
It is. It certainly is.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, our school is suffering right now. And those children miss. Now, a lot of those children do come into the library, but they're not being. It's not quite the same. So, yeah, it's a struggle.
so, and as Councillor Condor alluded to, this is far from the full acknowledgement of what you've done. It's been a lifetime of service from you. The Chip and Putt wouldn't look the same. And on my first road tour 8 years ago, we came and you and your daughter were on your hands and knees in the arena putting up puckboard. And I thought, wow, like this is a level of volunteerism that doesn't happen everywhere. But when I asked, do you get help? And she said, I want this puckboard up. I want it available for the kids when the ice goes in. And so I'm getting it done. And that get it done attitude goes a long way. It doesn't exist everywhere. And so perhaps what we could do as a council is look at how we can assist with recruitment of volunteers to raise awareness of the jobs that have been done by volunteers and seeing if there's gaps. And recreation was one of our strategic priorities for this upcoming council. So we could work alongside you with that and use your knowledge to help us figure out how to tap those folks.
That's super. Super. It's always great to have help.
Yes. All right. Any final words from you, Diane?
No, I just want to thank the councils have always been very good to work with. And yeah, Chinook Arch has been great too. So we just keep on trucking, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to give you a chance to give a plug for the anniversary that's coming up.
Yes, our 75th anniversary, which I'm sure our councilor has talked about. It's coming up in 27. And yes, so we are hoping to do some improvements on some of the things in our town, particularly in the arena there, library. So
Yeah.
just keep that in mind.
Yeah, so 2027 will be a 75th celebration for Hayes. So
Right.
we'll keep that in mind and see what we need to work on to support the current volunteers. Ernie?
I'm just going to mention it's an August long weekend, so
Okay,
keep
thank
that
you.
in mind.
Yeah. All right. Thank you again. And at this time, council, I invite you to join Diana and I in the center for a photo. Just give Lisa a minute.
You can carry on if you like. I
You're
can keep
okay? All right. So council, any other further announcements or recognitions at this time? So we will continue on to the confirmation of minutes. February 10th, 2026, regular meeting of council minutes. Martin.
I just got a question on. It'll just take a minute, I guess. So on February 10th, we brought the minutes to February 10th from a legal matter from the prior meeting, and it was recorded in quite detail. So on February 10th, we had another legal matter on the minutes of this one. I assume we voted to do the same thing. And in this minutes, it's just acknowledged that we accept it as and nothing's presented. I don't know what the difference is.
a question for administration.
Yes, right.
Sure, yeah.
The minutes reflect whatever resolution was made, I guess, so. In terms of making the resolutions, I guess your question would be towards council. Or am I missing
Yeah.
what he's asking completely?
So Martin, are you feeling like something's missed in these minutes?
Well, we discussed the closed session legal matter in quite detail on the February 10th minutes that were recorded. And then on this minutes, we just didn't record anything that was discussed. It was just, we took it and nothing was noted.
The motion is here. Let me just pull it up.
It was my understanding it was what we couldn't discuss, what was discussed in legal then. So I'm wondering what the difference between if it was legal matter or what the difference between the two was.
I don't have the other ones up in front of me, so I'll just have to take a minute if you're feeling that. Thank you very much, Diane. Take a minute to pull up the other ones so I can compare. Bye, Jim.
It was more than just the motion was made on the February 10th minutes. It was in detail. It wasn't just the motion, it was in detail of what was discussed. This one, just the motion was presented. The last one, there was detail about it.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a minute to pull up those other.
So the minutes before council are the February 10th.
Yeah.
Are you referring to different minutes?
The February 10th meeting where the meetings were recorded from the prior meeting. It was recorded in detail what was discussed, not just the motion.
So you're referencing a meeting in January then, not February 10th?
The February 10th meeting, but the meeting from the January meeting. So the minutes that were recorded on February 10th.
Oh, the minutes that were adopted? On
Adopted,
February 10th?
yeah.
Okay.
The motion wasn't just recorded, everything was recorded.
Okay, just let. So you're looking at the January 27th minutes.
The February 10th meeting where the January 27th minutes were recording on February 10th. Accepted and recorded.
Right, I'm just trying to see what the difference is. Well, I'm looking now at the past agenda minutes that are from January 27th meeting. And the difference between the two is there was a motion made and it was voted on. And there was a second motion made and it was voted on. And so in the minutes that are before us from February 10th, the motion is there and it's voted on. So it's just, the only difference I see is that January 27th included a different motion that was made. There was only one motion made in the February 10th meeting, whereas in January 27 it was two. So that there wasn't two motions made in February 10th. So that to me, when I'm comparing these side by side, there actually is no anecdotal information, which never is unless it's like part of a presentation, but this just demonstrates the motions. So I'm just trying to see what you feel is maybe missing from this.
I'm just thinking, if it's a legal matter, we come up and we mention one person's name, and the other legal matter, we don't mention anybody's name.
If a motion is made on the floor, then the motion is made. And that's the motion that we deal with. So I'm not seeing a error in these minutes. I'm seeing them reflect what the meeting was. And that is what we're dealing with right now, is the February 10th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes.
I will note one error if I could,
Yep,
on resolution number 7.3.1.
on February 10th.
On February 10th. It's just Ackroy should have a D on it. That's about it. So we can make that correction.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't have cross-referenced that. So we can continue having discussion on these minutes, but if there is a motion to move them forward, or if there is a motion to not accept them because they're not correct, but I don't see an error in these minutes. But others may.
I'll move the minutes for the February 10th meeting be approved as amended, correcting the spelling on the name of the law firm.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussions? And I am not rushing this. If you feel there's an error. David.
I agree with what you're saying about the corrections in it. I definitely want to acknowledge Martin as a fellow counselor that it did feel pretty intense on the day that some of those things were discussed. And anyway, I would hope that we could move forward in a less hostile manner. And so I appreciate having Councillor Condor working with us. And anyway, I just acknowledging that it was probably a bit painful, and I feel bad about that.
Okay, any other comments? I will read in the motion. The motion is to approve the February 10th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes, noting the correction for the correct spelling of Ackroyd. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Moving on to the February 10th, 2026 public hearing meeting minutes, bylaw number 2028.
I can give you a motion to approve the public hearing meeting minutes, bylaw number 2028.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Next item is February 10th, 2026 public hearing meeting minutes, bylaw number 2029.
I can move the February 10th public hearing meeting minutes, bylaw 2029.
Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, moving on to public engagement process. 6.1, call for people to speak. At this time, do we have anyone in the gallery who would like to address council? So we will have you come to the mic. I saw Henry's hand go up first, so we'll have him go first, and then you guys can come, or if you're coming as a group, then just... Oh, if that's what if the plan is to be together, then that's fine. And then once you come, if you just state your names for the record and if you're representing anyone other than yourself.
Yes, Henry Dalsima with the Old Man Leaseholders Association and with Vauxhall Stock Raising.
Daryl Johnson with Old Man Leaseholders Association.
And Kimberly Davis, the Old Man Leaseholders Association, and I'll also have a statement on behalf of myself.
We would just like to speak briefly on the last submission. We've added an item that hasn't been talked before. It was on the submission that we would like to see that the MD require all community grazing associations to provide a copy of their bylaws to ensure that grazing association applicants who meet the eligibility criteria for membership as found in the bylaws of the association are being provided memberships. Additionally, to verify that the association's bylaws comply with the Public Lands Act. So we're really trying in this, if this is in the agreements that people sign, that the MD can kind of oversee what they call the old boys club or whatever. If things aren't going right, that the MD can step in and deal with some of these problems or whatever, because there's lots of them out there. So if these people are nonprofit organizations and they are on MD land, that the MD should have some say in, should be able to see the bylaws and make sure that this is a community pasture for everybody that's in the community, as long as he's, just to make sure that everybody is following their bylaws and that their bylaws do meet the Public Lands Act. And moving on, we'd like to see the rental rate terms from the policy to the lease agreement for clarity. And in section 3.2, just watching the replaying the video on December 16th when you guys came to made a lot of decisions there. Here it says currently the renewal clause statement that the terms on the lease will be the same upon renewal except with respect to the calculation of rent. And just reviewing the tape there, we just feel that that's not what council had decided. So we're proposing that the 3.2 of the lease agreement should remain consistent in the previous 10-year term. And in 2.5, the tenant acknowledges and agrees that the tenant has been given the opportunity to read, review, and understand. The tenant further acknowledges, agrees, and accepts the amendments to the policy may impact the tenant's rights under the lease. That's something else I don't think that the council voted on. We just want to ensure that the lease contract is fully respected as a governing document. There is a concern that the current wording allows for backdoor policy shifts that would bypass the agreed upon terms. And the terms regarding surface lease compensation are not in the actual contract. And we'd like to move these terms in a policy directed into the lease agreement. And another concern we've heard lots that people wanted all the oil revenue to go to the municipality. And we just have so many things that we have to deal with out there. And one of them being that a few years back, We couldn't prove which oil company did it, but they left a gate open. We had the cattle get out and get into a potato field. The end cost on that to us was $32,000. Is that something that if the MD takes all of the revenue, is that something we turn over to them if that happens again? Like, who's responsible for that? There's just, we had another one. We've got pipelines going through there. We had a calf here last year, went into a sinkhole. Our lease riders are covering just about every square inch of that land. We got lucky. He heard it crying down there. He got it out and saved it. If something dies in one of them, is that a bill we hand to the MD? Like, what we're asking for on that $300 an acre just covers a lot of the different things that we have to deal with. They come to us if anything's going on, they always seem to come to the occupant first. So we have to deal with a lot of oil field activity. And the occupant signature and seal is required on many documents. So there's a lot of things we deal with. You guys seen the list before that Daryl spoke to a year or so ago of all the different things that we have to deal with. So we would like that 300 to remain in there just to cover our costs. And same with if a gate was left open and a cow stepped out in the road and killed somebody, like who deals with that? Like, is that turned over to the MD to deal with on insurance? Or like, so far we've been dealing with every incident, but anyways, it's just cost to us all the time. And another on timelines for termination, the MD can currently end a lease for alternative use in 30 days. We'd like to see a 1-year notice, change the notice period from 30 days to 1 year. This matches the rules already in place for land sales. And a preferred would be off-season only. Any termination may happen between November 1st and April 1st. And for lease improvements, if ranches build a dugout or corral, the MD may pay them back, but only after the MD collects the money from the next person. Proposed change there is the MD pay the rancher the value of the improvement within 60 days of the lease ending. The MD handles collecting money from the next tenant. Beyond fencing, change the definition of improvements to include water systems, dugouts, and corrals, not just fences. And on the traditional grazing, 10+10 term, farmers and ranchers are asking for more runway to build equity and create a financial plan to purchase. Even though some say tenants had enough time, all previous attempts to buy this land were rejected by the municipality in the past. So the proposed policy change is that all leases could start within a 10-year guarantee instead of 5. If the tenant follows the rules and in good standing, they should have the opportunity to renew for 10 years. The longer window, 20-year total, gives ranchers the time to require and save the purchase of the land. And transitional would also like to see the ability to purchase the land under the Nature Conservancy of Canada. The current policy blocks that. And the Nature Conservancy of Canada, they're dealing with about 20 million hectares in Canada that they help to protect these grasses. So they would like to have a meeting with leaseholders and the MD if possible in the near future to kind of review the possibilities. They do, if they are able to get an easement on these grasses that we're going to keep grass, they pay up to 15% to the MD to be able to put that easement on there. And then that would protect them as grasses, and that would be another revenue source for the MD. So they're non-political, non-combative. They like to see both sides together, and not every deal's the same. They just like to come up with something where they have a way of preserving their grass, and I think that would be another way of getting more cash flow out of these lands too. That as soon as a deal could be made, they would go out and fundraise and they would pay up to 15% of the value of the land just to be able to have an easement on it. So I think it's maybe something that should be looked at. Even if it never goes through, they would like to be able to speak and see if that's a possibility. And the assignment value, the current rules say the MD must maximize financial benefit. It sounds good, but it creates a trap. If anyone offers a huge price to plow the land, the MD might be legally forced to take the deal over a rancher who wants to maintain the native grass. And that also blocks the NCC from being able to do anything there. So the proposed change that to go from just economic advantage to long-term public interest. This lets the MD weigh environmental value alongside the dollar amount. This is also in keeping with promises made to the Alberta government upon the transfer. Best value over market value gives council legal permission to accept the lower price if the buyer signs a caveat to not break the grass. Allow for the best deal for the community's future, not just the highest paycheck today. And local ownership, the current policy says the MD can restrict sales to local residents only where appropriate. This is too vague. It leaves the door wide open for wealthy outside investors or global corporations to outbid local families and drive up the price. And watching the December 16th video, I do not believe that this is something either that the council voted on. Proposed policy change the wording from where appropriate to the MD shall require all agricultural land sales should be restricted to residents of the MD of Taber or adjacent neighbors by default. Ensure that if companies buy land, the people who own and control that company are local residents. If a local leaseholder can buy the land themselves, they should have at least only have to compete against their neighbors in a tender, not global investment firms. And fair path to purchase versus public tenders. The current plan forces all leases expiring in 2027 into a public auction, a tender. This ignores the fact that many local families have farmed this land for decades, made improvements, and took out loans against it. A public auction would allow wealthy outside investors to outbid local farmers. The proposed changes provide current tenants in good standing the first chance to review their leases, just like grazing leases. Instead of a bidding war, the MD should set a fair market price for the next 5 years. This gives the MD steady income and the farmers predictable cost. And the day notice for alternative use. The MD can currently end a lease for alternative use within 30-day notice. If a farmer has already spent thousands on seed, fertilizer, and chemicals, a 30-day notice in the middle of the season is a financial disaster.
Henry, I'm going to interrupt you. So when it is the presentations for people to speak, usually it's 10 to 15 minutes, and we all have these documents that you gave us. So we have read them. I'm going to let you finish, but I just wanted to reiterate that because...
Well, if we each had 10, it'd be 30 minutes.
Okay, so then you're summarizing. I heard Kim say she had a statement of her own and of the Old Man Lease Association.
I'll just jump to one other item then.
Okay.
So the discussion in Vauxhall on the rate. We're thinking that we were looking at that 2610 or whatever at a multiple. If we kept the multiple to 2, we would even be interested in going to 30. The problem with 30 as a floor, because the problem with too high a multiple, I think a person would have to have a cap on there also, because if they decide to raise it 20 or 30% for the next 4 or 5 years, it could put us in a position where we can't even afford to be on there anymore. So I think if we kept the multiple to 2, we'd be very interested in going to like 30. And I think for the first years, you'd be ahead of the game anyways, and have that as a base price where no matter what happens, cattle, it can never go below that. But I feel if the multiple gets too high, then we would somehow need to fit a cap in there also. But I think at a multiple of 2, we wouldn't need a cap. We would just, whatever happens, happens.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you to council for your time invested in all this, and going forward, we just appreciate your work as councilors and how you represent our individual districts.
I'll also be quite brief. So my statement as the OLHA is, last time we came before you and we filled these chambers, we absolutely filled these chambers. And I think the work we've done together over the last while is a testament to showing that there's been some back and forth, some compromise, and people are feeling more comfortable with the state they're in, and that's represented here in the chambers today. So thank you very much for the time that you've put into this. It's been, I don't know how many hours on our side and your side. So we really appreciate the process and that you've taken time to review this again. And then from a personal standpoint, I just want to double click on something that was said by Henry about conservation. This started for me in conservation. I didn't want to see grass that has been grass since eternity turn into plowed land. So I do want you to really consider your land sale policy. Right now, it solely focuses on economic benefit, has zero consideration to any other kind of benefit. And you really need to consider what that will do, especially to the individual leases, because it gives very little room for us to give you any kind of proposal outside of an economic one. So please consider how we could have alternative uses such as conservation easements, etc., so that we can move forward together that way. And that is my statement. Thank you.
If anybody doesn't have a copy of the submissions, I've got extra copies here. We had a submission a year or so ago, and Daryl Dunn sat here with Ryan and brought up the oil field inputs and expenses. I've got a copy of that if anybody wants one.
Yeah, and thank you. And all of those passed, like for the last 2 years of submissions, not just from OHLA, but anyone who has submitted anything are included in our website. And it's been public and open and available for anyone to review, especially for council. All right, not seeing any other public in the gallery. I was wondering if council would be open to moving to the 8.2, which is scheduled for 9:30. And that way we can be respectful of Chief Abella's time. So just by a head nod, council, are you okay to move to that? All right, so thank you. We will move to 8.2, Regional Community Standards Annual Review, and Chief Graham Abella.
Morning, Reeve.
Good morning. Chief Abella, we have a new council, and so I'll just take a moment to allow everyone to introduce themselves. You may full well know them, but then you know what area they represent as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ernie.
Peters, Division 5.
Good morning.
David Torrey, Division 3, it's Grassy Lake area.
Good morning.
Martin Connor, Division 7, Oswald area.
Good morning.
Tamara Mianega, Division 4, which is Tabor, north to the Old Man River.
Good morning, Chief. John Trucado, Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, Lane Johnson, Division 1, west of Tabor.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Murray Reynolds, Division 6, in Chen area.
Good morning.
I'll turn it to Arliss, who will introduce, and then the floor will be yours.
Yeah, so annually, the Regional Community Standards Shared Services Partnership does a review of the program. This delegation is part of that, and typically it's done in partner or in concert with our Director of Community Services, and Tabor Police Services, Chief of Police, Graham Bella. So I'll pass the microphones to them.
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. And I certainly won't take all the time because this is an opportunity for council to have some time with Chief Abella as in our partnership and that we can field any questions related to the delivery of regional community standard services at MD of Tabor. I did want to make note that in the review that we provide it's an annual review, so it is intended to be 2025 summary. That we emphasize the importance of focusing on the three areas that have been highlighted in our report, which is what have we done, what have we learned, and what works well. And so it's intended to be an opportunity for us to learn as we go forward and for the service to adapt to the needs of the municipality and for us to have some time to discuss some of those priorities. There is a key list of items that was also identified in the memo with respect to just, I guess, some of the more fundamental pieces with regards to our services, how we report, again, through the CAO report and through in alignment with the Tabor Police Commission. And so Chief Abella reports to the commission and as well reports that same report to us. So it's in alignment with that, with the program. And that we do, from a program delivery perspective, we do focus on the education first approach to bylaw enforcement and officer safety, of course. Infrastructure protection has been discussed by council, by the MDA Tabor committee as well, with regards to what's commercial vehicle weight inspection, and or also referred to as weights and measures. And that has been determined or has been delivered through the sheriffs in cooperation with Tabor Police Services ongoing. And so we will continue to investigate that option as we move forward. And I will also just note as a final note that we've had to reprioritize some of our reviews of our bylaws. We had scheduled last year, but we will be prioritizing that for 2026, just to ensure that we're working closely with Tabor Police Services for enforceability on our bylaws, and that will be something we'll be prioritizing this year. So that's just from administration's perspective, become a priority for us. So, and I'll turn the mic over to Chief Abella, and then of course any questions for council.
Thanks, Bryce. I don't think anyone could say it any better. Bryce and our office, the Office of the Chief of Police, as well as our operational officers, I think the reason why this program is so successful is because of the communication and the relationships that we've been able to form over the last several years, not only as the dispatch provider for the different fire departments that exist within the MD of Tabor, but within this partnership. And I can tell you that other communities have actually observed and witnessed this program, have actually trying to duplicate it now. So we have the city of Grand Prairie is actually operating now a community standards unit off of our model. And as first adopters, as the MD of Tabor, we share in that success with you, where others are trying to emulate. I think for me, the best, sometimes as a police chief, we hear a lot of concerns and complaints from citizens. And I think sometimes one of the best indicators of success is silence. We have not received any complaints from any of your residents of the MD of Tabor in relation to service delivery or officer conduct associated with this program. And for that, I think it's a mark of success. Also, I want to thank council for their input into our priorities. As you can see from the stats that we deliver, that input and that governance allows our officers to make decisions every day around discretion and how they apply the law in the MD of Tabor in a way that is in keeping with the thoughts of council. With that said, we always like to talk about what we've learned, and there's much that we've learned as a police agency. The MD of Tabor is huge. It has many roads, gravel roads, and I hope that my officers have seen every one of them now. I know in my own driving out there in the MD, twice a year I go out myself. I usually take one of your ratepayers with me, and we go out and we do some patrol and let them see what the regional community standards unit is like. It's vast, and there's actually quite a bit of high speed and traffic issues that are occurring on your secondary and gravel roads. So it definitely serves a purpose.
And with that said, I'm here to answer any questions or to provide any. I'd like to hear your thoughts about the program, and yeah, anything you'd like to see change or adapt or. And I just also want to apologize. I thought the meeting started at 9:30 this morning, so when I came in, I may have barged in here too quickly. I apologize for that. I didn't realize you were in session already.
That's no problem, Chief. All right, Council, at this time, I'll give you an opportunity to ask questions or make comments.
Well, Chief, I think you touched on one of the things that I think is successful in a program like this, and that's visibility. If your officers in their vehicles are seen on the far reaches of the municipality, I think it allows for a real buy-in by those residents that see them. They might not see anyone, but others see them, and that's important. It is just to understand that, you know, that at any time there could be law enforcement even on the far reaches of the municipality. To me, that's important, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, because that is important to me.
Thank you.
I can attest that you guys get everywhere. So being in the oil patch, when you're in the oil patch, you're everywhere in the MD. Like, we got stuff everywhere. And when you come over a hill and you see a police car, we got GPS, so we're not allowed to speed. So that's one good thing about our company, you're not allowed to speed. But you're sure shocked when you come over a hill and you're thinking, what's going on here? There's got to be something going on. But just doing routine patrols, which is good to see. And then stopped one of my fellow coworkers who doesn't drive a company truck, but he drives his personal truck, and stopped him and asked what he was doing there. So it was good to see. He said, well, I work with Oil Patch, work with a company, and he had a reason to be there. So you're not just out and about. If something looks suspicious, you stop and question, which is nice to see.
Thanks for the feedback.
And I know that your officers are not just engaging, they're educating. At our farm, we had some of our staff who were involved in some dog issues, and the care and kindness that was in place was very important, right? Could have been an aggressive, uncomfortable meeting, but it was education, and it was very needed at that time. And we greatly appreciate seeing that and having our staff report to us that it wasn't a bad experience. They were nervous and scared, but it turned out to be an educational meeting. So I think that demonstrates the quality of your officers as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm just going to say that I manage to hit coffee quite often in Hayes. I enjoy it. And the guys always mention when they see you guys driving through, and it's appreciated.
Thank you very much. Nice little bakery there. I like it. What can I say?
Do I say this? They even have donuts.
Sorry.
You know, copying is often the best form of flattery. And I think, you know, with Grand Prairie, it demonstrates what the MD of Taber, the town of Taber, and Taber Police have with the MOU. Our relationship started long before the Community Standards Office or position came into place. And I think with mapping, with fire dispatch, demonstrates that relationships are important, and we definitely operate in a regional. We have had compliments. This morning I paid a compliment to Sergeant Gemmel from the Taber Vauxhall Detachment on the work with community standards on some vandalism and some traffic infractions in our park. Seeing those relationships, seeing the camaraderie, that is important to us, and that was always the reason why we felt we could move forward with it, and why we will continue to keep this relationship strong and open.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The RCMP definitely have been supportive of the program, and we work very closely with them as your police of jurisdiction. And I just wanted to thank Councillor Reynolds and Bryce for attending all of our commission meetings. That's important. There's pieces of the agenda. It's only a piece of the agenda, but I think hearing about what we're all about also provides some value to validity associated to the program and to our police service.
Thank you. Administration, is there anything else?
just gather some feedback and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I be dismissed then?
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for taking your time, Chief
Appreciate it.
Abella. Okay, so at this time, a motion. Let's see. Motion to receive the annual regional community standards.
Standards annual review report for information.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Arliss, I saw an admission to our online. Is that for 9.1?
No, that's specific to 9.2.
9.2.
I would
Okay.
suggest we follow agenda and just get things done in order.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to double check with you. We'll take your guidance. Okay, so we are returning to our agenda. You'll note 6.22 is at 1 o'clock. So moving on to the consent agenda, 7.1, the CAO report.
And that is presented. It's presented as it is before you. Any questions, we'll do our best to answer.
Thank you. So it is part of the consent agenda, but we have always had a practice of allowing any questions or comments that you may have. So at this time, any questions for the CAO? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thanks as I went through all of that early this morning. Anyway, we just have a lot going on in the MD, and so anyway, so I appreciate all the work and effort in anyway, just so many different areas. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Heavy lifting is done by the staff, so.
Yeah, the thoroughness of the report sometimes leads to no questions because they're answered there. And I think we're all aware of that we have a big agenda in front of us. If you have a question as we go through the council reports for the CAO, you certainly feel free to ask that at any time during the consent agenda. Okay, we will move on to council reports. My report is first on the list. January has been busy. Had the opportunity to go to the 2026 Alberta Irrigation District Association Conference. It was definitely a worthwhile opportunity and had to understand and experience where we're at with our water levels and drought and all the aspects of technology improving where we're at. I would take any other questions, but otherwise there's notes on each of my meetings I attended during this last 30 days. So with that, we'll move on to Deputy Reeve Johnson.
The organizations that I'm involved with, it's the Chamber, the Museum, and Joint Economic Development. I know that both the Chamber and the Museum have been displaced from their location, and they're also experiencing challenges within the board itself and on a staffing level basis as well. So we continue to work through those. Really not much new in the way of information, as they're just working through those issues, and hopefully we'll be able to have some progress made here in the next couple months on some of the issues that both organizations are dealing with.
Thank you. Councillor Turcado.
I have a brief report attached. I did attend the AIDA as well, the Irrigation Districts Association meeting. Also attended the PEP, which is the Palliser Economic Partnership in Brooks, that had an endowment fund for doctors of veterinary medicine. They'll be working in rural Alberta. That was a very good event as well. And then unrelated, I did attend also the Premier's, the UCP Leaders Dinner. Not on behalf of the municipality, but I did attend it. It was very, very well done. Over 500 people in attendance. It was an amazing evening. Continuing to work on the regional water, wastewater assessment initiative. We'll be having another meeting, I think it's on Thursday. We've had a number of Teams meetings. And then I believe Arliss and I will be attending in March. I think it's on the 12th, in-person meeting I think it's in Edmonton. So any other questions on my report or my committees, feel free to ask.
Councillor Murray Reynolds.
Yes, thank you. I attended the Palliser Economic Fundraising Dinner in Brooks as well. Other meetings with Tabor Police Commission, attended the Green Shirt Day in Vauxhall on Sunday for the afternoon game, which was very well attended. But just got an email this morning, got a TFS meeting tomorrow night, which I already have a prior commitment, and not sure if we have an alternate for that committee or not, but that's all I have unless there's some questions.
Thank you. All right, and maybe at our lunch break, we can double check on alternate or if someone's available to attend. Councillor David Torrey.
It's interesting being a counselor for the first time, just got an email to get to speak at school graduations and things like that, which is kind of fun. These invitations that come, I'm supposed to be performing a Jensen wedding that same day, but I think I might be able to squeeze them both in. Anyway, so it's been a fun process. This last 30 days has mostly been council meetings and MPC meetings and stuff. So that's all for now.
Councillor Martin Condor.
I attended the AGM for the Ag Society and was well turned out. We had to set up a bunch more tables and a bunch more chairs, so it was well attended by the community. And attended Coffee with Council, which was well attended by communities, I think, and also attended the Vauxhall Business Chamber meeting, and then we set a AGM, and I couldn't make that, but I think Ernie made that, so he can maybe talk on that one. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Ernie Peters.
Oh, I went to the public consultation. That's the first one I'd been to. And it was interesting. Had some interesting conversations there. And my thoughts was, all in all, the evening went fairly well. But I don't think everybody agrees with my assessment, but that's fine. Also, the 2 days later, there was I went to the Vauxhall District and Chamber of Commerce meeting. Not much to report there, but afterwards managed to make coffee with council, which again I enjoyed. I wished I'd have been there for the whole thing, and I should have maybe arranged my day differently. We'll keep that in mind for the next time. And on the 18th, I went to the Handy Bus meeting and found out there's some friends of mine on the board, so it was a good time. They have ordered, I don't know if you guys realize this, but they have ordered a new bus. They've made a down payment on it, and they have money in the bank to pay for it when it comes. So it's not supposed to come till 2027 sometime, I think. 12 to 15 months is the lead time for that. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for any councillors or the CEO report? Okay, we will continue on to correspondence. The Alberta Irrigation Districts Association, AIS prevention efforts.
Yeah, it says.
Yeah.
As the information is shared.
So this letter is from Richard Phillips, who is the chair of the AIDA, and it's speaking about the ongoing efforts for the prevention of introduction of mussels. And it has been quite an effort for AIDA, and then with support of municipalities throughout. So a letter to our Minister of Environment and Protected Areas, who we are also fortunate to have as our MLA, Mr. Grant Hunter. And then the next one is from the National Police Federation. They send out information regarding the statement of the National Police Federation, and we usually get this kind of information twice a year. So if you want to delve in deeper, they provide all the links, and it's quite interesting to see the work that they're doing and their association with the police. Yes.
I just followed the one link and read anyway, it's just interesting how, anyway, as we go forward, thinking about what we're going to do in the MD, just their tie locally all the way up to federal. Anyway, there's definitely some interesting points that they make in their document that, anyway, I certainly appreciate all the RCMP has done for Canada in the past, but it's going to be a tricky decision going forward. But anyway, it was very informative.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. They're another source of information that's valuable as we are going to be faced with that decision. Okay, so that gets us to the end of our consent agenda. Yes.
Is there something needed to be done with the AIDA letter? I know there was something sent out that there was a call to action for this, so I'm not certain that we need to make a motion to agree with the statement made in the letter. I'm not sure. Just a question.
So I guess what the call to action is the first statement would be the same statement that the MD of Taber could make. And that would be the MD of Taber's writing to confirm its strong support for enhanced efforts to prevent the introduction of aquatic invasive species. So if you'd like, we can take that item out of the consent agenda and prepare a reconfirmation letter, if council's so willing. We can have the discussion.
I would like to do that because I think it would be helpful to our local MLA and minister to have the support of the MD on an initiative that he's been pushing for a while, but I think it would be helpful.
Okay, so with that, then is there anything else from the consent agenda that you want moved out? Seeing none, then I would look for a motion to receive the consent agenda and have AIDA letter moved out.
I can give you that motion.
Okay. So John makes a motion to accept the consent agenda and request the Alberta Irrigation District Association AIS prevention efforts be moved to the exemption. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to memos. And so what I'll do, just so that we can have a plan, we'll deal with the upcoming meetings and events, then we'll take a 5-minute recess before we move into the next item. So upcoming meetings and events.
Yeah, again, it's as is, and if anybody needs to see something that doesn't look right with them, please correct us and let us know what your plans are.
Yes.
The spillway tour, is that like, we'll actually drive out there and see the site and just,
Yeah, we'll start off probably with a small explanation in the Reeves room and then go out.
Yeah, I should check my schedule. I'd love to be on that.
Yeah, so during that 9th to the 13th, because we have the 11th to the 13th, that Stock Talk, I'm in training with ORSC for 3 days. So I really hope that we'll have people who can attend those meetings, and I'll try and maybe do my training here to see if there's a break I can attend, but those are 3 full days.
And I'm sure it won't be the only opportunity you'll get to go check out the Horsefly Spillway project, but we can accommodate future opportunities as well.
John.
March 27th, I received an additional invitation. Was it the 27th or the 26th? Just wait here. The 26th, I believe, is also a Halo. I received it in my inbox from Halo, an invitation to their AGM. I just think that's something missing on the calendar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just came yesterday.
Yeah, it just came yesterday, and I have asked for it to be on the next meeting. We will add that for sure. David?
Question on that. I just don't understand the correlation between STARS and Halo and I mean, not that we need to go in it, but we do both in the MD of Taber? Okay.
Yes, and we have a standing motion that obviously could be changed to allocate funds equally $2 per capita, we split that, one to Halo and one to Stars.
Okay.
We made that commitment. And so they both would like $2 per, but we do $1 per, so.
And they both fly into our hospital here, both
Yes,
services?
they could.
Okay,
Yeah,
I thought it was just Stars.
no, we have the benefit of both. And they work very strongly with our regional fire service with training and extraction from the site. So we're very fortunate.
I'm just gonna ask, would I be out of line saying I'd rather go to Halo than to the Southern Alberta Economic Summit?
No,
Mind you, the Halo thing is in the evening, isn't it? Yes.
yeah, so no, you just, those are extra things that
Mhm.
are important, that we have someone in attendance, so just worthwhile.
Well, my sister's on the board
Oh, very nice.
and I'd just like to go,
There you go.
you know?
So that'll end up in our calendars probably tomorrow, and then you'll be able to
Sure.
make that decision. Okay? All right. With that, I would ask for a motion to receive the upcoming meetings and events memo.
I can make that motion.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried, so I propose we take a 5-minute recess and then we will come back. Thank you. We will resume our February 24th MD of Tabor Council meeting. Moving on to Municipal Access Agreement, ExploreNet Inc., UBF Fiber Project.
So I'll have Bryce speak to the, some detail here shortly, but this most recently came to council in early fall, September of 2025. Council had given us the direction to work through or develop an agreement, municipal access agreement with Explore Incorporated, who have been approved for the Universal Broadband Fund to deploy a fiber project within the MD of Tabor, as outlined in the agenda package materials. So with that, I'll have Bryce speak to perhaps a summarized detail of the agreement that's before you.
Thanks, Arliss. Under the economic development portfolio, we've continued to support the development of the agreement, municipal access agreement, municipal access agreement, and working with closely with operations, trying to take into consideration some of the feedback we received in September from council. And the agreement, the draft agreement that's presented, we did summarize in the RFD some of the more significant concerns that were related to the agreement, specifically the cost of relocating fiber in the municipal right-of-way. That was one that was addressed as part of the negotiations. As part of that process, we did make it very clear that administration was working towards the development of an agreement, and that a final decision would be required from council. So as it stands right now, the draft agreement in front of council is been negotiated by administration with Explore Inc. And we are open to feedback, questions from council, and we did address some other items with regards to insurance. That's worth noting as well. Some questions around the insurance aspect of the municipal right-of-way was reviewed by our insurance provider as well. So it did provide some additional assurances for the municipality in entering into it, as well as working through with legal counsel the actual agreement drafting and negotiations. So we hope we're providing an opportunity here for council to provide questions, feedback, and or amendments to the agreement. And it's an opportunity for us to support this Universal Broadband Fund project, which is fiber installation in municipal right-of-ways, primarily south of the Old Man River, primarily around Tabor, as the presentation outlines, and out towards Grassy Lake. So there's been some identified opportunities with regards to next steps of the project for both residents and for the commercial and industrial sector of the municipality, specific to Highway 3 more specifically. And so that was also addressed in previous presentations to past council with regards to just those opportunities that are also in the spirit of economic development for the MD of Tabor.
One additional thing that I failed to add at the beginning of the introduction of the item is, generally speaking, administration thinks it's a good thing. Like, the outcome of this would be a good thing for the residents that it impacts. It would provide fiber potentially to their home, up to, if they're willing to pay for it, up to speed, I think, of a gigabyte download. So, that being said, it's at the discretion of council whether they want to see the project here in the MD or not.
So I see it mentioned here, but is that cost of crossing identified here as our responsibility, or whose responsibility of capturing those costs is it? So if we choose we need to cross a line, do we have to expose it, or is it up to ExploreNet to expose it?
I will ask our municipal operations director to comment on this, but I believe that based on the discussions we had, it would be our responsibility.
So with that, I find that to be quite onerous, since we're giving up supremacy to our right of way. I know we have pipelines that cross our lands, on the farm. And we put in there that it's their responsibility if we need to cross it. They're there to expose it because we're allowing them to go through our land. So this idea that we would then face costs as a result of that, because this is a right of way that we're giving supremacy to away, and there shouldn't be a cost to us for doing that.
Yeah, John, you're correct. If we were to cross that fiber line in the future, we would be responsible to pay some fees.
Lane.
Providing access to internet and broadband is vital. It's going to be a core service that people require just to function anymore. So I see that this is certainly required on our part. The one question I have is, does this arrangement mirror what we have in place with TELUS for the installation of their infrastructure as well? Or is there a formal agreement that we have in place with TELUS for their infrastructure?
So with TELUS right now, I haven't seen the original agreement, but anytime we cross their line, it's their responsibility to move.
And I'm not so much speaking to the crossing matter. I know that there's a Schedule C, is it, that speaks to how much we end up having to pay if we require them to relocate their facilities for road work that we're going to do. And I'm wondering if that schedule and that obligation that's passed on to the municipality is similar to the arrangement that we have in place with TELUS, or is this above and beyond? Maybe that information isn't even available right now. I don't know.
Like I said, I don't have that original TELUS agreement, so I can't speak with certainty to that.
My understanding is that TELUS has to replace the line if it needs to be replaced. It's not on the MD to replace it. And there's also another utility to look at that is also very important to all residences, and that's gas lines. Gas lines are on private lands, so they aren't given supremacy over the right-of-way. It's important to recognize that. They're choosing to go through municipal right-of-way because it's easier, but then the ratepayers of the MD of Taylor are going to bear the cost for any replacement or crossing. That doesn't take place with traditional phone lines or fiber lines. I believe TELUS also has to do the same thing where they're responsible for doing that. And most of the fiber lines, I believe, a lot of them run on private lands as well for traditional fiber.
Arliss through Bryce.
I would mention that the cost share structure that you're referring to in the schedule, that was an item that we did work closely trying to develop a cost share that supported both a reasonable amount of time for the municipality to plan for projects, but also to take into consideration that changes do occur over time and that there are things that come about within the municipality that we need to adapt to. And so it was a negotiated matter. There has also been some recommendations that are provided by Industry Canada with regards to possible or guidance, I guess it would be a better word is guidance with regards to cost share structures that have been utilized in previous arrangements. And so those were some of the guiding documents that we used in part of developing the negotiations.
Coming back to a comment that Councillor Turcato raised here about the fact that gas lines are on private lands, or gas lines are on private land, and this is worked within the right-of-way. It was my understanding that most of the lines are in fact required to be installed on private land, and this agreement simply deals with times when they're crossing the roads. Is that not the case? Because there was, I'll just find the actual statement here, it says that it's to be 15 meters within, or from the right of way.
My understanding for this project is the entirety of the fiber network will be in municipal right of way.
With exception of the service side of things, that would go on private property.
One thing I'd like to mention is, I know the Bull River Gas Co-op, we've put some of our lines down MD right of ways, especially in the case of a hostile landowner. The MD has graciously allowed us to do that. And another contentious point is railways. They're terrible hard to get an easement. So, but they don't own from one side of the ditch to the other, but the MD does. So the MD has allowed us to go underneath the railway tracks there. And another thing I'd like to mention too is our the gas co-op bylaws state that when you expose a gas line, one of our workers needs to be there. And I think that would be a good amendment to make to the agreement, that if somebody exposes that fiber optic line, that one of their people is there to supervise that. And we also ask that one of our guys is there to supervise when we're closing it back up again.
So I'm coming back to my previous comment here. So in paragraph 2.10, this is conditions of consent. Paragraph O, in relation to any work in or adjacent to rights of way that are developed roads or highways under the control of the municipality, the company shall ensure that any equipment being buried adjacent to a municipal road will be a minimum of 15 meters from the legal boundary of the said municipal road. To me, that sounds like if it's a buried cable, it's 15 meters from the road on private property. Am I not understanding that correctly?
Then say it.
Yeah, Corey, you don't understand it differently, do you? Unless Corey has something to add to that, it would be a follow-up item.
Because yeah, it's my understanding from the wording that this deals with crossings of the infrastructure, and it has to cross the infrastructure, the MD's infrastructure at some point. But if we have allowed it to go across the infrastructure and then there's a road improvement project that's required, that's when Schedule C kicks in, and the municipality would have financial commitments to ExploreNet for the relocation of their infrastructure. I'm just curious as to whether or not this is what has been proposed here for approval by MD Council is consistent with what some other rural municipalities may also have in place in their negotiations with ExploreNet, or if we're kind of being held hostage here.
Administration would need to seek clarity on that, and we would need to bring that back to council.
With respect to section O, my understanding, based on what I read, is that it references crossing municipal roads and rights of way, but we can follow up and clarify.
So with that, I do hear two things. One, to get clarification on the, and I thought it was to be built in our right of way, and then that was the stress of trying to figure out who would bear the cost. But I think Ernie's comment is also valid. With these, I also would like to make sure, I don't want to put a big barrier in front of them we shouldn't be much more difficult to work with than other municipalities, but I also don't want our municipal residents to bear cost that shouldn't be ours to bear. But, so would someone like to make a motion to receive more information? There is an alternative, and it gives a spot to include those additional information. On alternative 1 on the main sheet.
Just a quick question, maybe an unfair question, but there's definitely some things that we can follow up on and clarify with respect to some of the questions that were had. But just from a perspective of putting resources and time into this, is it even an initiative that council wants to see residents benefit from? Because if it's not, then let's not continue to waste time.
If residents' access to broadband internet is going to be contingent upon this, then we definitely want this and it needs to be a priority for us. We have to be able to provide them with access. It's just a matter of finding an appropriate balance between what the obligations of the company are versus what the obligations of the municipality. I'm okay with approving an agreement. I just want to make sure that it's consistent with what other municipalities have entered into. But in my mind, access to internet is vital, and we need to accommodate however we can do that.
John?
I agree with that point that access to internet is crucial, as is access to gas and power. Both of those, there's no responsibility upon the municipality for crossing and replacing. And that's where my problem lies, is that gas, if they don't meet a hostile landowner, prefers to go on private lands because they're providing that service to that landowner. And so that's why it's acceptable. This is not providing service to the municipality itself. It's providing it to the landowner. So I don't understand why it's just easier for them and less work to just go to the municipality. That's the only reason it's in front of us. They should be going to private landowners and doing this. And if they have problems with that, then if they have a reluctant landowner that doesn't want to hook up to fiber, then we can fill in the gaps. But as far as I'm concerned, they haven't done their work.
So we have seen this numerous times. So to Arliss's point, he's trying to gauge, is this council still in favor of pursuing this? Explore Inc. has a grant from the federal government that is involved in this process of trying to get fiber out. And there will be still residents with bear costs to get it brought to their home. So Arliss is trying to get a gauge. Are people interested in pursuing this just based on a resource? Because we've been dealing with it probably for 7 or 8 months at least.
More and more in principle, overarching perspective, and I think some have shared their perspectives. We'll do this clarification and bring it back, and then maybe we can just make a decision and move on after that.
Okay, I'm going to go David, then Martin.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, do we know what the rates are going to be to our residents? Like, we don't have any idea of if it's going to be expensive, because they kind of get a monopoly if we let them in. I mean, obviously there's wireless things that I have to use satellite and different things out where I'm at. But if we're allowing them in and it ends up being a very expensive service, and in the end, it just seems like if they're going to make a bunch of money off of this, can't we push some of these costs back to them? Like, would they just outright reject it if we said, no, we're not paying for, like, I don't know, is the negotiation already happened to a point where we can't ask, just basically say we're not really interested in putting that kind of a liability against the future resident, the future of our MD.
Yeah, we've shared that we don't want any, and this is their response.
Yeah, that's their response.
I would add too that they did mention during the presentation earlier, when they presented the municipality, is that they do plan to remain competitive with their current plans. So whatever delivery they provide would remain consistent as Explorer does for all their customers.
I agree with John. You need power, you need gas to run your house, but there is multiple ways to get internet. Maybe it's not the best possible way, but you can get it. So if you want a specialty thing, I don't think you need to pay for a specialty. You can get power, you can get gas. You don't have options. You want specialty internet, you can pay to get it, I guess. But should the MD paying for? I'm happy with my internet I got in my house and it's wireless. I don't really need anything else.
John?
There's something else important to understand here. So we're going to give up supremacy over right away to a for-profit business that's now going to be competing with companies that have been working in a municipality for multiple years providing services. And we're going to virtually subsidize the installation of this fiber and continually subsidize when we have to cross it, and that it's our responsibility to do so. And so I think this is the wrong thing to do in my mind with these parameters.
All right, so a motion one way or the other. Either we're gathering more information or we're done pursuing this project. Lane?
Okay, just, I guess, make a motion then that we request clarification on the points that have been raised, with specifically how much is being charged for similar initiatives in other municipalities. That, in my mind, is the biggest question, and maybe how it compares to what we would have in place with TELUS for the use of our right-of-ways, because TELUS is also a communications company.
Okay, so I'm going to give Lace a moment, but we request clarification on the initiatives that are happening in the other municipalities to determine if it's similar. So we'll just give you a minute to.
Just as discussion, it might be an interesting topic to bring up in the AGM, we call it, in Grassy Lake when we have our general meeting? Because that's the hamlet that's going to get the most bet. Like, do they even care? You know, just see if there's any demand for it. If they're like, no, we'd rather not. If there is huge interest in it, then maybe we look at it harder. But if it isn't even in people's radar, I mean, and I agree with Lane, down the road, people may not even realize how important this could be, but to give a preference to one particular company over others is kind of tricky.
I think the only reason they're even knocking on the door is because they got grant funding. So TELUS has got grant funding in other areas, projects. This is
Okay, I guess a question for administration then. Do you think there's a big risk in these, like, there's some big numbers there, but based on how deep it is and where you think, you know, we'll be going in the future, do you think we're going to have very many of these relocations and repair points, or is it really, really low risk?
I think Corey or operations will be your best resource to give you a kind of off the cuff answer. I can hunch that they'll say, of course, there's a big risk. Right? It's either all or nothing from an operations perspective. When you start getting busier rights of way, then it's just part of, I don't want to use the word inappropriately, it's just part of progress. Sometimes in the urban fringe, right of ways get a little busier, but it's neither here nor there. Something to add, Corey?
we don't have any plans to rebuild any of those roads. So from a road infrastructure aspect, I can't see any foreseeable problems in the immediate future. But plans change year from year. If we ever decide to put a water line in our right of ways, that's just another thing that another utility will have to deal with, or somebody, whoever's taking on that water line, will have to deal with at that point in time. Lines like this usually require hydrovac when you're doing any sort of project. So if we're going to install a culvert for an approach, we'll usually have to hydrovac that, locate that line. Fortis, if they want to put a new power pole in, they'll have to hydrovac that line. It doesn't just only affect us.
Is there a sense as to what the company's position is? If they don't get this, are they gonna walk away from the project? Has that indication been given or discussion taken place at all?
I think they would just take whatever the natural next steps are to make the project happen. I'm sure there's provincial or federal levers they would consider. But I don't know for certain. So my answer is not gospel.
On the memo, the fourth bullet point says the company has shared that without municipal support for trenching within the MD roads right away, the project would likely not be feasible because they're just using their grant dollars. So Lena, at this time, I'll let you review your motion.
No, that looks good. I'm okay with that.
Okay, I'll
Whether
read it.
council is or not.
I'll read that motion in, that the MD of Tabor receive the request for project access to road utility right-of-way for the installation of buried broadband fiber optics as proposed by ExploreNet Inc. Universal Broadband Fund UBF Fiber Project Proposal Attachment A as information, and direct administration to gather information regarding MDT and Explore Inc. obligations, including available comparisons with other municipalities offering similar access for broadband infrastructure and an outline of the associated costs for those comparable services. So council, at this time, do you have any more questions or comments on the motion on the floor?
I'll be voting in opposition only because this doesn't address the cost to the municipality for crossing. I think it should be zero cost. That's the only way I'd be willing to give up the supremacy of the right-of-way, is if there was zero cost to the municipality for having to locate for anything we do in our right-of-way. It is our right-of-way.
The motion as presented isn't approving the agreement. It's, okay.
Okay. Any further comments on the motion? Those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the airport feasibility review.
So we do have a guest in terms of this particular agenda item. The recommendations and suggestions are coming from the airport committee, the Tabor Regional Airport Committee. So I will have Bryce introduce our guest and work with him to review the RFD.
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. And in addition, before I introduce Ben, just a recognition to our team, our lands team, manager of lands planning and development, Brian Piers, as well as our coordinator, Jaslyn Peterson, in working towards the completion of this project. And I'll introduce, and that'll lead me into introducing Ben Crooks. He is with the H&M Aero. So they were hired as a consultant through our processes that we follow in order to acquire a consultant to do this project. They have been hired to complete this project, which is considered to be an expansion feasibility study, which also transitioned into a master plan for the Tabor Airport and some other master plan related deliverables. I've asked Ben to do just a 5-minute summary here, a high level executive summary of the project. And then I plan to follow up with going through the recommendations that were made by the committee and also the recommendations that administration is planning to provide or is providing to council here for decision making today or in recommendation. And so I'll turn it over to certainly council or to Ben for his summary.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Bryce, and good morning to council, to administration, and members of the community. I appreciate the introduction there, Bryce. And just before I go through my very high-level remarks on the expansion feasibility study, the airport master plan, just to express our team's appreciation at HMRO. As Bryce indicated, there were several parties that helped this project come to fruition. We're grateful for the work we had with the MD administration team. They were very helpful and effective throughout the project. Also the airport committee, but also stakeholders and members of the community that participated through the various engagement processes that we went through back in the fall there. It was very pleasant to have conversations with the community, with stakeholders on the airport there, and really to understand what this asset is to not just Tabor, but to the surrounding region as well. So to give a very high-level overview, and as council can appreciate with the size of the document, not to cover all the points off here, but just the general overview of what the expansion feasibility study, what the master plan is, and what it intends to do. First and foremost, this document is a bit of a profile for what the airport is to the region today. So as we go through in the early sections there, understanding who uses the airport today, the tenants and leaseholders, non-local aircraft operators, and also the economic and the social value that they provide. So really answering some of the questions of right now in 2026, why is the MD of Tabor the owner and the operator of the airport, and what value does it confer to the region? And also understanding too what the airport means to community members, to stakeholders, and other municipalities in the region. So as we move through the master plan, we go through online surveying we did with community members, we review the feedback from open houses that we did, and also detailed meetings we had with stakeholders from an economic development perspective, medical system perspective, aviation operations, to get a sense for what their priorities are for the airport, and again, that regional scale, understand the alignment of the airport with past strategic priorities of the MD Council, also the town of Tabor, the nearby villages as well. So to see that alignment of the airport in the regional context. As we move through our planning process there, that now informs a prioritized role that our team recommends for the airport that, again, responds to the regional context, it responds to those stakeholder and community priorities, and to kind of highlight the two primary elements of that role. The major social role of the airport is in sustaining air ambulance access, air medical access by the Alberta EHS program. That's the fixed wing air ambulance, so different from Halo and STARS that occurs in Tabor at the local hospital there. But again, sustaining operations by the fixed wing program to bring patients to Calgary and Edmonton to higher levels of medical care. And from an economic standpoint, the primary economic role of the airport today is to support agricultural aerial application there. Of course, that direct benefit experienced by primary producers, mainly in the MD in the rural area, but also supporting through an indirect economic tie-in suppliers, businesses that are engaged in that broader agricultural economy that is so prevalent in this part of Alberta, this part of Tabor. So those two roles then form the basis for our team's planning work, the analysis of competing options and the development of recommendations subsequent in the master plan. From an infrastructure and service perspective, the master plan essentially considers two buckets of projects. The first being, how does the MD maintain the assets that are out at the airport today and the future? So the timing for the next airfield pavement rehabilitation projects, requirements for the airfield lighting system, the maintenance of the terminal building, and other assets that are out there today. So essentially taking an asset management lens to the airport. The other category of projects are what we refer to as level of service improvement. So those are targeted initiatives that are structured to deliver some form of incremental benefit in terms of aviation safety, in terms of the operational usability of the airport, or on its sort of its economic development standpoint and readiness for further development and further use over time. And I'll give a couple of examples there. And again, the main one that comes out is, again, the topic of the primary runway. So the target length for it in the future to, again, support the air ambulance program, aerial applicators, and other categories of users as well. But moving through other examples, and then a couple are on the screen in front of you here, even down to things like aviation weather services, improved instrument flight procedures at the airport. So a full range of initiatives that can be selectively implemented by the MD to better position the airport as an economic and social asset. The tail end of the master plan goes beyond just infrastructure and services, though, and goes into what we deem strategic actions or strategic recommendations. So, significant focus is the capital assets of the airport, but we recognize that to move initiatives related to the airport forward in the future, there are those broader strategic actions that are required. Primarily, those come into three categories. First being collaboration. So one of the main themes through the airport master plan is, and as I've said this several times, the airport is a regional asset. It doesn't just benefit the MD of Taber, it benefits the town of Taber, it benefits other municipalities in the region. So it is a intermunicipal asset, it's a regional asset. Consideration may be given to, as the airport committee is currently the foundation of today with intermunicipal participation, potentially broadening that level of participation into financial support for the airport. I'm sure it's not lost in council there that the scale of capital recommendations made through the master plan likely will challenge or exceed the ability of the MD to go that alone in the future there. And again, equitably recognizing the regional value of the airport. The second category of strategic actions is actually on public awareness and community tie-in to the airport. So again, the airport is a tax-supported municipal service there. It's accountable to the members of the community there. One of the themes we learned through our work, especially with the air ambulance piece there, high levels of local awareness for things like Halo, STARS, they're in the town, they're very active with fundraising, they're very in the community. But as larger initiatives related to the airport with higher financial outlays are considered by council, we do anticipate that there may need to be greater communications and messaging on, again, what the airport is today, the value of these various projects for services of regional value from an economic and social standpoint, and areas that resonate with residents. So education on the aerial application role of the airport, on the air ambulance role and its other functions, and how projects tie back to those roles. And finally, too, just the theme of, yes, the airport master plan is focused on capital, it's focused on major projects and advancing the asset. Equally important, though, and the MD has been quite proactive on this in our team's experience, is adequately resourcing the operation of the airport on a day-to-day basis. So that means that staff are trained, they're equipped, they're empowered to know how to operate the airport effectively. The crews, the resources are available there to cut grass, to do winter maintenance. Again, winter operations being arguably the higher level of effort time for airports in rural contexts. So again, there's the assets themselves, but they're how they're maintained, and again, having the resources available to do that in the future. And the final comment that I'll make here before I hand it back to administration is, while the master plan lays out a vision for the airport, it lays out suggested timelines, target years for implementation of various projects. It's a flexible document that's meant to be a guidance resource for use by the MD. So it does not binding on the MD. As evidence here, the airport committee, MD council will sort of influence how the airport rolls forward in the future under that overarching guidance of the airport master plan. And certainly circumstances will change in the future that might change how projects are approached, or examples would be the level of funding available, new grant streams. So all external circumstances that might influence the manner in which the airport is advanced in the future. But just simply to say at the end here, again, it's been our team's pleasure to work with the MD on its project relating to the airport there. We're quite encouraged with the vision that's been shown by the MD in studying the airport, and we hope to certainly see improvements out there. It's a great facility today, and I think it only stands to improve in the future. So with that, I think I'll hand it back to administration here.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And Ben is going to stick around, provide some very technical support related to some of these specific requests or certain recommendations that are being put forward today. I do plan to run through the recommendations that are in the summary of key points in the RFD today, as well, tie them back to those final decisions, those recommendations for council. One thing I would like to make mention prior to doing that is just that some of the work that was done this last year with regards to the Taber Airports Committee was to provide that committee a platform to look at both airports, both Vauxhall and Taber, also to have representation from it, like I mentioned earlier, the intermunicipal component. So to really make sure that those municipalities are at the table. We've received good feedback from the committee, and we hope to continue to develop that platform and provide them the opportunity to make these types of recommendations to the respective councils. So as we go forward. The summary of key points, the first one was essentially receiving the report that's attached today. The second recommendation that came from our committee.
Bryce, I'm just going to interrupt you. Arliss, as we have these recommendations, rather than backtrack perhaps as they're spoke to, we should address them? Just to keep the flow?
Addressing them one at a time, yeah, that works.
Yeah, so I think we can just, and then that way we stay where you're speaking. So then at this point, council will have read the master plan. So are you prepared at this time, council, to adopt the first one? Yeah.
I just have a follow-up question. The 4,000-foot runway, does that accommodate everything we'd need at the municipal airport at this time, which would be fixed wing air ambulance, egg spray aircraft, and private and corporate aircraft? Does that accommodate all of that? Just a question.
Ben, I will look to you to add, but I will mention that the recommendation that's in front of us today is the continued investigation of these elements, these recommendations put forward to council, only because there's still some more information that we do believe we need to look into as far as coming back to council for a final decision. And so I'll just make a note of that, but I'll let Ben speak to the 4,000 foot.
Thank you, Bryce, and to council there. The 4,000-foot length contemplated in the airport master plan would certainly resolve performance barriers that are incurred by mainly aerial applicators and the air ambulance program. Just to emphasize, of course, both aerial applicators and the provincial air ambulance currently operate at the airport today on the 3,000-foot runway there. So the intent with lengthening out the runway is to provide additional margins for safety, margins for operations on very hot weather days or contaminated runway conditions there. So again, to optimize that level of service in the long term.
Is that good, John? Okay. So I think we could receive the first one then. So if someone would like to make a motion.
Yeah, I can make a motion that the municipal district of Taber receive the Taber Regional Airport Expansion Feasibility Study Master Plan Final Report, including the consultant's short, medium, and long-term project recommendations as information.
Okay, any questions on that? Those in favor? Okay, if you want to move on to speak to the next item.
Okay, so this is a very technical one, and it is actually in the key points would be the fourth item down. Ben, maybe I'll just let you field or go through this one particularly with the further investigation with CanWest and the AWOS and LPV procedures.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bryce. So the two concepts that are being referred to here, an AWOS stands for an Automated Weather Observation System, and an LPV stands for Localizer Performance with Vertical Guidance. An AWOS, put simply, is an aviation category weather station. So pilots, when they're completing pre-flight planning, they'll seek out aviation weather sources there to inform whether ceilings, visibility, wind conditions, other factors are suitable for their intended operation. An aviation weather station was something that was raised by our team as a recommendation to accomplish two primary objectives. The first being to give aircraft operators coming to Taber a source of that pre-flight weather information for flying purposes there to aid in aviation safety, their understanding of the suitability of conditions in Taber before they take off and before they begin their approach into the airport, or before they depart the airport as well. The nearest aviation weather station is in Lethbridge. Obviously, conditions can certainly change over that distance between Lethbridge and Taber. But the second objective of the AWOS I'm going to come back to in just a moment because it ties into the LPV, the improvement of the instrument approaches at the airport. Taber currently is served by GPS-based instrument approach procedures. So unlike other airports, it doesn't require a ground station. It's all based on GPS. Currently, that GPS procedure will get aircraft operators down to about 500 feet above ground level before they have to make visual contact with the airfield, with the ground environment there, and continue their approach. So they have to break out of cloud around 500 feet before continuing further. There's the ability to publish improved instrument approaches that would get aircraft down to about 250 feet above ground level. It's referred to as non-precision limits. And obviously with that, aircraft can arrive in increasingly poor weather conditions compared to where things are at today. A 250-foot approach would be comparable to what's available in Medicine Hat, similar to what's available in Lethbridge for most of the runways. They've got a slightly better system out there. And the crux of the recommendation there really is to minimize the days when the airport would be unavailable in poor weather for the air ambulance program, and also for other aircraft operators, private aircraft, corporate aircraft. So again, by securing that LPV status, that 250-foot approach, basically the operational capabilities of the airport would be maxed out in terms of the weather that aircraft can operate in. To get down to that 250-foot mark, a requirement is the availability of a local altimeter setting source that helps aircraft tell their altitude when they're on approach there, which comes back to the requirement for the weather station. So, while both projects could be done, while the weather station could be done independent of the approach improvements, the two projects, in our team's opinion, go hand in hand in terms of a combined effort to maximize the availability of the airport in inclement weather, again, with the primary purpose of improving access for the air ambulance program. In our discussions with CanWest, they did signal that this would be an improvement for their operation.
And this would be the last resolution, so we did jump, they're out of order, so I apologize for that.
We can follow you.
So this is specific to the recommendation that's in front of council for decision today is to direct administration to continue the investigation as outlined in the recommendation from the committee, and to bring forward any associated budgets and options related to grant funding that could be used to help facilitate this advancement to the airport.
So that leads me to my question on, so the recommendation 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all to direct administration. So my question is, what resources will be utilized? Is our grant with H&M Aero finalized with the receipt of that report? And how close are we to making an application to the province, which when we were meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs said, make sure you get your application in. And, so two questions. One, what resources do we have available for administration to do all of this investigating? Do we have any grant funding left? And the third question is, how close are we to putting in an application for the runway extension?
With specific to the resourcing of these different recommendations and next steps for the project, administration would certainly have to prioritize them. You did mention that the application for STIP funding for the airport would be a priority, and there is an action item for administration from the committee, instructing administration to continue some investigations with our resources, our operation resources, to just finalize some additional information prior to that application. But that has been identified as a next step. So we certainly would be looking to make application. I did feel, and I think Ben can maybe add to this, but I don't believe there was an emergence just from a needs from the airport. These were all viewed as short, medium term type project deliverables. So the project will be completed. The grant is fully utilized, and H&M Aero has provided their final report to your other question as well.
Is there, and maybe to Arliss, to Mike, do we have an allocated amount in our budget for this work at this time?
Specific to the capital project of an
Not the
runway?
capital project, but the direct administration. Like, do you feel it can be done within the day-to-day, or are we looking at over and above?
Well, airports fall within the scope of some of our administrative staff, so
Okay,
it would have to be prioritized within that workload.
okay. I just want to make sure we have the horsepower and the finances to do this. Lane?
Well, I'll move the final motions down there, and then we can go back to motions 2, 3, and 4.
So Lane moves that the MD of Tabor direct administration to investigate the associated budgets and grant funding options, the installation of a AWOS and LPV procedures to support improved instrument procedures as recommended by the airport committee. Any questions on that motion? All those in favor? That motion is carried. Go back to you, Bryce.
Okay, so I'll try to stay, and I might jump around a little bit, but I will try to stay in order. The second item now. So that is the Airports Committee making recommendation for the CBSA and the CanPass for the airport, and that's an entry airport of entry request. And I will ask Ben to add to this item and maybe just outline the direction that the municipality be headed with this particular resolution.
Thank you, Bryce. And again, happy to speak to this here. As council can appreciate, we love our lingo and our short form acronyms in aviation. As Bryce has introduced, the Canada Border Services Agency, the CBSA, is responsible for designating select airports in Canada as airports of entry. So airports that can facilitate arrivals by international aircraft, which, in the context of Southern Alberta, that's primarily the United States. For comparable community and regional airports not supporting scheduled airline services by WestJet and Air Canada, there's two primary designations that they can secure. That's Airport of Entry 15 or Airport of Entry CanPass. CanPass is a membership-based program, so aircraft arriving at a CanPass designated airport from the United States, everyone on board needs to be a CanPass member, pre-authorized by the CBSA to use the CanPass program there. The overarching theme with seeking out airport of entry designation is to basically expand the airport's economic role, given its presence in southern Alberta and near the U.S. border, as a first point of stop for aircraft originating in the States and heading elsewhere. So being able to capture the arriving individuals there, potentially them spending time in town, engaging in tourism, engaging with local businesses, also purchasing fuel at the airport and engaging with the airport in that sense and generating revenue. And also to improve the level of service for aircraft that are based at Taber that may have the requirement to travel to and from the United States for business purposes or for personal reasons as well. The CBSA has a level of service policy framework that they evaluate requests for airport of entry requests on. It is a protracted process in our team's experience in recent years. Their resources are finite in terms of their ability to bring additional airports of entry into the network there. So there would be no changes to the actual physical infrastructure of the airport, short of maybe allocating space in the terminal building for CBSA officers if they choose to come to the airport. Most international arrivals at CanPass sites don't actually have officers on site, but they may come up from COOTS if required in the future, on a case-by-case basis. So limited capital recommendation, limited operating cost recommendation as well, but with that overarching theme of broadening the airport's economic role there, trying to capture a new market segment and improve the level of service for based operators.
I would also note too that this was because of the short and medium term projects initiatives that come out of this project. This would take some time. So this is again the municipality taking the next steps to try to enhance the airport and look at options as far as enhancing it for the future. So.
With that, I can give you the motion that the Municipal District of Taber direct administration to investigate the application process for the CBSA and CanPass airport of entry request as recommended by the Airports Committee.
Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
Okay. The final two resolutions really are associated, one's associated with Vauxhall, one's associated with Taber Airport, and they're both intended, they're both directed at what do we do, with regards to leasing versus owning or versus the sale of our lots in the airports. Again, they are very specifically geared to direct administration to investigate and bring back a business case, bring back a recommendation, associated budgets, associated costs, associated with that specific request. So again, not to go too deep into it, is that the recommendation from the committee was to recommend to the MD of Taber to investigate sales of airport lots in Vauxhall. And this is very specific to the Vauxhall Airport and its unique nature. And then I will actually continue with the next one, which is the investigate the viability of lengthening the leases of the Taber Airport to a 30-year term and developing that mechanism for extending the term for another lease term with members that are in good standing or leaseholders that are in good standing. So we certainly can take questions on that. And I will mention that is both those items would be planned to be brought back to council, specific business cases that could be deliberated on by council independently.
Okay, council, are you ready at this time to make the next two motions? Ernie?
I'm going to recommend that the municipal district of Taber direct administration to investigate the viability of lengthening. Oh, I'm reading the wrong one, but that's okay. It doesn't
Number
matter.
3.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. You can go to 4. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're ready for that.
Viability of lengthening the Taber Airport lease agreement to a minimum 30-year term and developing a mechanism for extended term renewal to leaseholders in good standing with respect to their lease payments as recommended by the Airports Committee.
Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I can read the next one too. That the municipal district of Taber direct administration to investigate the selling the decision at a future council meeting as recommended by the Airports Committee.
Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor?
And I will just mention too, just the other items, just if you're wondering why they're not all like a one-to-one relationship, it's just that majority of the short and medium term that were referred to, the fencing and a number of different items, have direction for administration to continue to investigate as part of the longer term master plan for the airport, for the Taber Airport.
Thank you. So at this time, I would like to thank Ben Crooks of H&M Aero for his work with our airport committee, which has representation from MD of Taber, Town of Vauxhall, and industry experts on that committee. They've done some good work, and the committee will still have a lot in front of them, as well as our staff now with these large recommendations to direct administration. But thank you, Ben, for assisting with the open house and for helping us understand the potential of the airport as it relates to medical flights and economic commerce that can improve the MD of Taber.
On behalf of our team, we appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Council.
Any concluding remarks, Arliss or Bryce?
None.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to donations to community events and organizations. There are,
So there's,
we got 4 plus letters. Go ahead.
yes. This contemplates four applications for donations as well as a couple of letters of support. And I can have staff walk us through it one by one, or we could make the assumption that what's in the RFD is understood at this point.
So just so you're aware, we can go through them one by one. The Spring Classic Rodeo is asking for 5,000. Enchant and District Cemetery, 5,000. Canadian Classic Senior Rodeo, 3,000. Taber Cowboy Historical Committee, 5,000. And then there is requests for letters of support for the Enchant Cemetery fencing program. And the, 2 letters of support there, and then one more for, oh, sorry, I'm moving the mouse on Arliss's page.
Grassy Lake.
Grassy Lake, sorry. Hard to make your screen move with my mouse. So council, what is your preference? Do you need to go through each of the applications or just have administration speak to them, or are you prepared based on your work getting ready for the meeting to bring things forward? I'm open to any of them. Go ahead, Lee.
Have each of these organizations received funding in the past? I'm assuming that this isn't the first time request from each of them.
The table that's provided does break down we do try to break down the last 3 to 4 years of applicants. So there's a column, I'll just bring it up here.
Mhm.
Donations given in past years.
Yeah, so it does provide reference there for a number of, especially if there's only 2 or 3 years, we just capture those for council consideration.
So with this list today, council, there is no new applicants. Go ahead, Martin. Yep, for sure.
I just like to see like they applied, but seeing they got history applying, I don't mind if they would. Is it on here somewhere where we can see what they used it for? I know what they're applying to use it, what function they're using it for, but
Are you asking if they have to do
More
a follow-up
detailed.
report?
yeah, just a more detailed report how it helped them, or it just
So the application forms are all there and they have to do a budget and then
Oh,
it
it is
does
all there then.
itemize everything. That's the attachment. And if you're looking at the attachment, it starts with the first motion and goes all the way to the bottom of each organization that applied. So it's not, you don't see them attached individually. It's just a PDF of everything. No, go ahead.
So that's just for this application, right? Like it'd be, because we're new to council, it'd be interesting to see what they used it for previous years. You know what I'm getting at? It's just, if it's the same thing every year, then it's kind of, okay, well, they need it and it's done. But if we're doing improvements, we kind of, just from my personal opinion, to know how it's helping them.
So maybe that's more of a policy question as far as how the application is, that you'd like to see a change, that they do a final report. Right at this point, we haven't done that. We have a maximum amount and we have based it on what their needs are for this individual. And I don't mind, I kind of look at these through the lens of even though they're repeat, an individual application. But I get that it's a new process, so please ask any questions you have.
There's probably a way I can go back and just look on my own, correct? To see what they applied for before and how it, on my own, right?
Yeah, these types of applications are on all
fine.
prior council meetings.
That'll work.
And so if you were to look up grant applications, then our filter will bring up what agendas, and it would be an agenda attachments.
Okay, no, that'll work.
Oftentimes, also, not always though, but oftentimes events, and event-centered ones are similar from year to year, but not always.
But generally,
And that's available on the MD website then?
you can go back, right now, I think till 2017 has all of the minutes, agendas, and the agenda attachments for any item.
Can I have a year off to review them all?
Well, no, this is your gig. But all the applications are here and they're always here in the entirety. But if we don't, as a council, think they're broad enough or have enough detail, we could always request to review the policy and make a change. And the one big change that we had in the last 12 months is this is an online application. So it actually includes a bit more detail and consistency, because we'd see some who did a one-pager and then some who did a great deal of breadth. So this application form reflects our policy and they can fill it online, which I think is useful. Martin.
All right, you answered all my questions. I'm fine with making a motion to do them all at once. I don't know if anybody else is.
Administration, Do you want them separate or do you want them all at once?
It's nice to get,
Okay.
I mean, you can
I get it.
hit them off like successfully, but it's nice to get specific approvals for each organization.
That sounds fine. Is that okay with you, Martin? Yep. Do you want to start with the first one? And it's $5,000 they're asking for.
Sure. The MDT approve 5,000 donation to the Tabor Spring Classic Pro Rodeo event expenses in response to the application to the Municipal District of Tabor, donations to committee, organizations, programs, events, and activities policy.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
If I could
Oh,
just
sorry.
maybe add a little more context.
Oh,
behind
certainly.
Procedurally is just sometimes when you incorporate multiple approvals into one resolution, there may be some on council that might agree with 3 of them, but not all 4 of them, right? So it just gives every councillor an opportunity to decide on the merits of each application. That's all. Bit more context as well.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so the next item is the Enchant District Historical Society. They're looking for $5,000 and they're looking to approve providing a letter of support, attachment G, for the Enchant Cemetery, and attachment E to approve enter into an intermediate agreement as the qualified donee to manage grant funding from the Community Foundation of Southwest Alberta. So I think that one can go as one motion, but there's 3 parts. Councillor Reynolds, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, I'll give you the motion. I give him $5,000.
What he moved is that the MD of Tabor approve $5,000 donation to the Enchant District Historical Society for the Enchant Cemetery fencing project in response to their application to the MD of Tabor Donations Community Organizations Program and Event Policy, and approve a letter of support under the letter of support policy to the Enchant District Historical Society for this cemetery fencing project in application to the Community Foundation of Southwestern Alberta Grant Program, and approve and enter into an intermediary agreement as the qualified donee with the Enchant District Historical Society to manage grant funding from the Community Foundation of Southwestern Alberta Grant Program. So just so that you're aware, MD becomes that managing partner to help them out. Okay, with the read-in motion, any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, the next one is a $3,000 request. Is someone prepared to make this motion?
Sure.
Okay,
That the Municipal District of Tabor approve it's 3,000 on this one, right?
yes.
Approve a $3,000 donation to the Canadian Classics Rodeo Association for the Southwest Senior Rodeo event expenses in response to their application to the Municipal District of Tabor donations to the community organizations, program, events, and activities policy.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, the next one is Tabor Cowboy Heritage Society for Artist Mentorship Workshop and Event Expense, and they have a second part of their motion that is for a letter of support, I believe. Oh no, that's separate. Let's just deal with this one. So,
I can read that one.
okay,
That the municipal district of Tabor approve $5,000 donation to the Tabor Cowboy Heritage Society for artist mentorship workshop and event expenses in response to their application to the Municipal District of Tabor donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy.
any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That is carried. That event is happening March 28th. You're all invited. Okay, and then a motion for a letter of support for the Grassy Lake Prairie View Cemetery.
I can make that motion. That the MD of Tabor approve a letter of support under the letter of support policy to the Grassy Lake Recreational Association for their Grassy Lake Prairie View Cemetery project construction of a concrete retaining wall to stabilize the ground in application to the Community Foundation of Southwestern Alberta Grant Program, and approve entry into an intermediary agreement as the qualified donee with the Grassy Lake Recreational Association to manage grant funding from the Community Foundation of Southwestern Alberta Grant Program.
Thank you. Any questions on the read in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to offer to purchase a lot in Hamlet of Enchant.
Yeah, so this is another lot that some individuals are looking to purchase in the recent subdivision in the Hamlet of Enchant. The details are contained in the RFD and proposed recommendation. Something that I will mention just as an aside, not well, somewhat connected to this, but administration has been working on a lot sales policy, so that if council's in agreement with that policy, when it's presented to them, that not every single lot sale needs to come to council moving forward. I know it's not necessarily the matter at hand with this RFP, just more of a heads up that that's coming down the pipe, and policy will be established, hopefully, I mean, subject to council approval, that would streamline this process for potential buyers as well as for administration.
John.
So with the passing of that lot sales policy, I would assume that we would see any lot sales that come as a result of that new policy would be seen in your report to council, CAO report. Is that right? Is that where we would see it in the future?
I would contemplate some element of reporting. I haven't looked at the draft policy yet. But.
Okay, go ahead.
I can move that Municipal District of Tabor accept the offer to purchase lot 26, block 12, plan 2310278, 474 Pensacola Road in the Hamlet of Enchant. Let the lot be sold to Carney and Lena Giesbrick for $61,714.65 plus GST of $3,085.73 for a total of $64,800.38, subject to approval of development permit application by the Subdivision and Development Authority, entering a lot sales agreement, entering into utility account, closure within 60 days, and payment in full of the purchase price.
Thank you. Any questions on the read in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we're moving on to the ORSC Assessment Review Board bylaw number 2030.
So under the summary of key points with respect to this RFD, I guess the key tenets of the bylaw are referenced and outlined. I will reference or mention that once this proposed bylaw is passed, it will repeal the previous or the current bylaw as well. So just a matter of process, but it's here to align with the services that are provided with respect to the administration of the Assessment Review Board, Regional Assessment Review Board through ORSC, which is the Oldman River Regional Services Commission. They provide that service on our behalf.
Yes.
This was the bylaw that was on the committee of the whole last meeting.
Correct.
I would encourage council to move forward with approving all 3 readings during this meeting so we can get it off the agenda. I'll move first reading.
Okay, Lane moves first, the MD of Tabor give first reading of bylaw number 2030 ORSC Regional Assessment Review Board bylaw. Any questions on the read in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. So to Lane's point, just to review, we can do second reading, then we would have to have an motion for unanimous consent to do third reading. So there would be 4 motions associated if you so desire. I agree with Deputy Reeves, so if someone is willing to make the second reading,
I can give a second reading to the bylaw 2030 Orsk Regional Assessment Review Board bylaw.
thank you. Any questions on the read in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Then a motion to proceed to third reading. It must be unanimous, if you so desire.
I can make that motion.
Okay, Ernie moves to proceed with third reading of bylaw number 2030.
It should probably reference in the same meeting.
Okay, in this meeting. Yeah, all right, those in favor? That is approved unanimously, so we can move on to third reading. John has got it.
I can give you a third reading of bylaw number 2030, the Orsk Regional Assessment Review Board bylaw.
Thank you. John has given us third reading. Any questions on this motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you, everyone, for moving those along. So a couple of options. The next item on the agenda is the land management policy. We do have two items in closed session that we could deal with. We do have a presentation that says they're 10 to 15 minutes at 1 o'clock, but then we can keep everything together. So we could choose to move into closed session. I'm looking for head nods. I see some. Okay, that sounds good. So Arliss, are you able to flex that way? Is that okay for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so the items for closed session are pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA Act, section 14 of Div 2 of Part 1 of ATIA, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations regarding the land swap. And the second item is in regarding to labor for the MD of Tabor. Oh, sorry. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm just making sure everything's ready. It is.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So motion to move into closed.
Motion to go into closed.
Those in favor?
Ready.
I
And the-
move to come out of closed.
Thank you. All those in favor? We'll recess till 1. 101, so when Lisa's ready, we're good to go. Okay, I'd like to resume the MD of Tabor, February 24, 2026 regular meeting of council. We have a scheduled delegation from the Southern Alberta Energy for Waste Association, who also doubles as Mayor Tom Grant from the town of Vulcan. So we'll introduce those who are here, and then the other two will join us shortly. So I'll start, and then we'll go down this flank. And so Tamara Mianega, Division 4, which is Tabor to the Old Man River. John?
John Trucado, Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Lane Johnson, I'm west of Tabor in Division 1.
Murray Reynolds, Division 6, I'm in the Inchan area.
Division 3, out around Grassy Lake.
And our other counselors will join us shortly. Ernie Peters from the Hayes area and Martin Condor from the Vauxhall area. So we'll turn it over to Arliss to introduce, and then we'll go straight to you.
Yeah, Arliss representing the administrative team here at the MD of Tabor. And as Tamara mentioned, you're here representing Southern Alberta Energy to Waste Association, providing us with an update on some of your currency and projects. So.
Great. Well, thank you very much for having us here today, and really appreciate it. It was nice to come to your facility here and give a presentation. For Southern Alberta Waste from Energy from Waste Associations has been around for years, approximately 15 years. We're getting really close to having a facility built. We're proposing to, like, our main mandate is to reduce the waste from landfilling. So next slide, please. So, we kind of looked at, over the years, we've morphed from looking at one regional facility of 300,000 tons to smaller units. And so there's proposed to build 3 in the province of Alberta. Kim Craig and myself are really pushing one for this southern block here, Highway 3 corridor, somewhere between Tabor and Lethbridge, we believe. So it'll depend on what happens on that. So the sub-regional advantages is we remove the large tonnage and also increase the ability to reduce the tippage and also reduce the transportation. We did a year ago sign a memorandum of agreement or understanding with Global Green, which is an international corporation, and they have come up with a approximate $10 per ton US, which works out to today $13.50. Tomorrow it could be $15. Not knowing what's going on in the States, it could be a little bit higher. But anyway, they use a US dollar because it's an easier factor for them because they're international. The advantage again of the sub-regional is reduce on the trucking or the tippage would stay the same, but the trucking would be substantially less for a lot of municipalities. Again, I'm not sure what your municipality is paying for tippage, but in mine, if we could reduce it down to that $10 US with a hosting fee of the municipality, we anticipate it would be in the $25 to $30 a ton, which for us, would be a savings of approximately $50 a ton on the tippage. I'm not sure where you guys are sending your waste exactly, but I'm sure that you're probably in that same range. I know that Coaldale gave us some information that theirs is $125 a ton is what they're paying for their tippage. So again, the advantage of a sub-regional is trucking is substantially less. The attraction of an EFW supply chain, so there's, again, we don't believe there's enough tonnage for any of our smaller municipalities to exist. So we anticipate that we're going to have to partner. And so as we partner, there's an opportunity for trucking, there's an opportunity for increased business attraction, community capability building from increased investment. Next slide, please. The harsh reality is Alberta, creates a substantial amount of waste. And so you guys can take a look at that at a later date. But right at the moment, they guesstimate that it's approximately 6 kilograms or pounds per capita. So in your footprint, approximately the same as what we are, about 3,500 tons of EFW would be generated from that. Next slide, please. So what's in it for you? The value of membership secures your seat at the table because our EFW, our MOU with Global Green states that you have to be a member of SEWA to participate in this program. Currently, there's a strong interest for surrounding footprint to work together in clustering waste, develop a facility of a 40,000 to 80,000 ton facility. And we've done some number crunching again, and we took a look at the people that are in this southern piece here, the city of Lethbridge, the MD of Taber, potentially Taber, the town of Coaldale, Vulcan Waste, and then reached out to like Barons, Colehurst, Nobleford, Raymond, Bow Island, area. We could come up with enough tonnage to have a facility in our footprint in this southern region. Part of some of the people from my side of the table question why I'm not pushing for one to be over our direction, and it's because of the tonnage. You guys are closer to the tonnage to have something go on in this Highway 3 corridor. So we believe that that's the direction we should be going. Like I said, I get pushback from my councils, but next page, please. Oh, and that's pretty well covered the majority of what I had to say. The advantage I still believe is in partnering together and coming up with the tonnage. This Global Green, they anticipate that their facility needs at least 40,000 tons, and then they ask for approximately 10,000 tons of stuff that potentially wouldn't qualify. So they're probably looking at between the 50 and 100,000 tons. There is a proposal being worked on right now for another facility over in Newell County, and it's farther along than we are. Global Green needs a 20-year contract, which is kind of scary on one behalf, but yet administrations quite often like it because it gives them a fixed cost for the next 20 years. The other one that is another concern too is the so that's on the waste side. They need a characteristic study done, and then they need a place to build the facility. They like to lease 3 to 5 acres approximately. They really don't need a ton of infrastructure other than decent roads to get into it, because all the product would be hauled into that site, taken and gone through their process, and then they send out fuel oil, electricity, and potential electricity, but fuel oil and the recycled materials that come off that they call it tar or fluff, and it's used in the agricultural industry, and that's about it. Sometimes they're really pushing this hydrogen. I don't know exactly how they produce the hydrogen off it, but that's another one. But anyway.
Okay, thank you, Tom. You did do that quick. So, council, MD of Taber has been in and out of membership on SEWA, and right now we don't currently hold a membership. But if you have any questions of Tom, he has been a champion of SEWA for some time, and he understands the challenges of municipal government as the mayor of Vulcan. But if you have any questions or comments, this would be the time. Lee?
I see on the form that you'd submitted requesting the delegation time, the annual membership dues are $7,800. What would that be based on? Is it?
They based it on, originally we were doing 80 cents per capita. I think it's $1.08, but I'm not 100% sure. I should have looked into that before I came, apologize. But I believe it's just over $1 per capita. So that's why yours went from the $5,957.60 up to that $7,000 figure.
Is the town of Taber a member?
Not at present. Now, also too, back in history of SEWA, we had kind of a tight philosophy. You had to pay a year's in advance and a year that you're in to get in. We changed that philosophy. We said, hey, if you're interested in joining, especially since we signed this MOU. So as an example, if we believe we want Tabor in on this footprint, we would have to go to them and say, you'll have to pay this year's tuition into SEWA so you could qualify for because according to the MOU, you have to be a SEWA member to get the Global Greens, $10 US per capita.
So Newell, like you're aware of this process up in your, like, is this a good, like it's all new to me? So like the tipping, what are we paying now? Is this a good thing or should we be chasing this?
Tipping wise, we tip our solid waste at City of Lethbridge. Right now we do. That might be changing soon. Plus the trucking costs for it, so substantially more than what this contemplates.
Okay.
Substantially more.
What percentage of our waste do you think would qualify for this type of?
Well,
like, is that what that graph is showing?
That is a good question. They did supply us with a list of stuff that would go into this. It's a pyrolysis system. Originally, we looked at mass burn, but this is a pyrolysis system. So it's got a picky diet. And so they come up with a list of stuff. 90% of EFWs, municipal waste, will qualify. So that's why they need that extra 10% or 10,000 tons, because some of the stuff wouldn't go through. So like concrete, but they do separate it out. And so there are some stuff like the metals and the tins and plastics and that can come out that don't qualify for their process, would come out and then be recycled. And that becomes part of their chain of dollars and cents. And we don't get any of that dollars and cents.
But we don't have to do additional sorting at our sites. Like it doesn't.
No. Well, no. Some of them do. Like I'm not sure exactly because I know that you guys have transfer sites. Some of them, do pull that out. So you try not to get the concrete because when it goes to Lethbridge or to, like ours goes to Pinch Creek. So when that waste goes, you're paying for the trucking. So a lot of municipalities try to separate that out, do preset separating, but no, general waste goes into the process. They do the sorting. They have a tipping floor that they separate the baggage and bags and open them up and go through that.
What is being done on the site selection process for this facility?
Again, for us, we haven't done anything. Matter of fact, we had a meeting planned for last Tuesday to meet with a bunch of municipalities, and we had 23 originally planned to show up, and then unfortunately with the weather, we had to cancel. But again, we haven't got into that. So we would have a host community, hopefully, would have a site, and they're, like I said, it's 3 to 5 acres. They don't need a ton of off-site. They said they want power, but again, when you talk to the CAO, his philosophy is a little different than the guy that represents them out of Chestermere. So, but about 3 to 5 acres. Now, the reason why they like it at a landfill is because landfill's already got most of the paperwork done for the permitting. And so it shortens that period of time. So they like a landfill, but that doesn't mean that they have to have it because it has, again, theoretically very little environmental footprint that is long lasting.
Do they need water?
No, they don't. Matter of fact, they sometimes produce water. They store it on site because if the EFW is too dry, they add water to the process. And it does produce some stuff. So again, on this waste characteristic study, when we did it, when SEWA originally, when we were going to build a facility, we did a 4-season. So we knew exactly what was generated in the springs, the summer, the fall, and the winter, because the characteristics of waste completely change. On the original one was a mass burn, and wasn't as picky of a diet, but yet on the other hand, so it does produce its own moisture. So they said that, they really don't need to hook onto water. So theoretically, you could pick a chunk of land. The major thing is to try and get into the site, having a decent road, because most of it will be on, like you guys, I believe, use boots, triaxle trailers on the back end. So you want to be fairly close to a decent road, so you're not getting stuck in and getting stuck out.
Will there be some tax benefit to whichever municipality has the site?
Well, originally when we looked at it, there was none, but yet I disagree. And they in their one with the Newell one, there is a tax process on it. The major thing is the hosting fee was, the host community got an X dollars for hosting it, to compensate for the taxation on it. But it's like every business. I mean, they're going to estimate that they're looking at between $70 and $80 million investment in this project. They're going to try and needle you down to as little as they can pay in taxes, I'm sure.
Waste volume, is the city of Lethbridge involved in the discussions at all, or?
Yes and no. We met with Kim Craig and I met with the city of Lethbridge, and originally when we were looking at a full larger facility at Brooks, that's where the original siting was planned for, was the Brooks area, the Newell site. And they looked at the trucking over, because we were told that day that their landfill cost them $80 per ton, even though they charged some of their other customers $125. They said that they couldn't do their landfill for less than $80. So if we came in substantially less, the city of Lethbridge said depending on where it was at and their trucking, they might be interested in diverting some of their waste. Now, the one thing I didn't mention too is that, the SEWA does have a MCC sitting on the shelf that potentially the Southern Group could take over, municipal corporation. I am a strong believer in being a member and not being a customer, but other municipalities have different philosophies on being a member or being a customer.
So you spoke of a hosting fee. So originally you said it's $10 US, correct, tipping fee. But then the hosting fee could be whatever the host community chooses to put on there?
Correct. And so that's partly why I think that the advantage of being able to sit down as a group and say that, we realize that, as an example, I'll pick on another municipality that we waste, some of our waste goes to. They also have a road tax for that chunk of road that our waste goes down on a per tonnage base. We pay the MD of Pincher Creek X amount of dollars per tonnage for going down their roads. But that was where there was talk about this hosting fee. And so again, depend on how you set up this corporation or how you set up your philosophy of how you're going to do it, whether you would set up. And again, the hosting fee, the advantage of the hosting fee is that there's a cost factor to every municipality that has some of these assets or liabilities in their community, and that would cover some of that. But again, I believe that would be a down the road. We had hoped that we would get together and see who might be interested in, pushing this project forward in the south here. Again, I'm pushing for the Highway 3 corridor somewhere, just because of the tonnage and potential tonnage. For us, no matter what we're going to do, we've been approached by Newell to send our waste that direction. We've been approached by Willow Creek to send our waste that direction, Pincher Creek. And unfortunately for us, it's like everybody, it all comes down to dollars and cents.
Okay, well, you've given council something to think about, and so at a future date, we might have a further discussion, but we sure appreciate the efforts you have done, Tom, on SEWA and the rest of your committee as well.
Well, we really appreciate it too, and we appreciate being able to come and visit you folks. You know, we had hoped to have money to do more of this, but we have no funds. So I'm doing this on my own nickel and my own dimes to promote this in the community. And benefits to us as a municipality is to reduce our waste costs from, hopefully from, you know, the 75 down to the $25 is what I kind of hoping for.
Right. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you very much again.
Yeah, and your swag's there. Don't forget that.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, council, if we can have a motion to receive the SEWA presentation. David?
Yeah, I can make that motion.
Thank you. So David moves to receive the SEWA presentation. Thanks, Tom.
Great, thank you.
Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we're going back to where we left off before at the policies. We're going to start at the land management policies public engagement summary. Before I turn it over to administration, I do want to thank all of those people over the last couple of years, and especially those who gave their submissions lately. It's very beneficial for council to have an opportunity to review different opinions and different ideas. And at our public engagement from February 10th, there was lots of good information shared. So I will turn it over to Arliss.
Thank you. Item or agenda item 11.2 here references the summary of recent stakeholder engagement, public consultations taking place. Recommendation is fairly clear in terms of just recognizing it as part of the process specific to the project. Beyond that, the attachments are there. The most recent What We Heard report, as well as written submissions. As you will have noticed, there is some redundancy. These are included because they're relevant with respect to the other land-related topics on today's agenda. But here, this is specific for their, I guess, review and reference as part of the overall project.
So council, I think everyone will have had an opportunity to read them. I don't see that we should be going through each one. They're distinctly different, each one of the submissions, as well the engagement session. So the motion before us would be to accept the engagement information package, and then we can get on to the discussion of going through the policies. But if you want to go through each one, I'm open to that as well. They are open and available on our agenda attachments for the public. Lane?
Lots of great input. We've heard lots and appreciate the time and effort that everybody has taken to provide the feedback that has been key to where we're at today. I would move that council accept the public information package containing a What We Heard report from the February 10th stakeholder engagement session and written submissions up to February 17th for consideration in developing land management strategy and relevant policies and leases.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. And again, we appreciate people taking the time and sharing their expertise. We are moving on to the sale of MDT lands policy.
So again, the draft is the sale of MDT lands policy, specifically agricultural lands. is in draft format stage before council. The recommendation here references ultimately what council's directed administration to put before them. Isn't necessarily a true administrative recommendation.
So I will just draw your attention to the attachments related to this policy. So there is attachment A, which is the draft, then the attachment B, the land sale procedural directive, which is more of a staff directive, then the sample GIS map. These D and E are items you've seen before. Now, this is quite unique to this council. It is attachment F, and it shows up in the next two agenda items as attachment I and attachment F, just based on where they land with all the attachments on the administration recommendation. It's information. It provides why they feel it should go one direction, and we can start going. So it just should be noted as we get there. That will make up part of the motion on the memo. But we could start going through the draft sale of MDT lands policy. Yes, Martin.
I'm assuming I gotta step up for this, you know, I got a cultivated lease that could be affected by selling land.
Well,
Well, it's kind of vague because it is grazing and cultivation, so.
Yeah, both, so.
yeah, I struggle a little bit with what the right thing to do is. Well, I struggle a lot with it, let's be clear, because a land sale policy, it's that on the sale of,
Any land which I own or
Yeah.
rent some of, or grass could get sold up.
yeah, but also it's a general, so I'll leave it up to you guys. I don't want to put you in a position.
I'll be stepping out.
Arliss, do you have a thought?
Yeah, but it's not a thought and giving any recommendation as to what any individual counselor does.
Okay.
It's just some general, perhaps verbal diarrhea with respect to
No, well,
pecuniary interest. I do think it is incumbent upon counselors to do their best to understand that aspect of the Municipal Government Act. It does reference pecuniary interest could be present if a counselor is aware or ought to be aware of potential pecuniary interest. And it seems to be that lands, I guess, has that impact in our municipality. Even beyond that, and I'm bringing it up just as a point of reference, nothing more, because I can't emphasize more that it is up to an individual counselor to declare such. But I do think ought to doesn't really consider or respect time. And if there are counselors considering future membership in the near future in grazing associations, that could constitute a pecuniary interest. I'm not saying it does, but it could. And I do think if some counselors are contemplating, although not specific to the grazing policy or the cultivation policy, contemplating participating through auction process of the scope of the project, that could also very well constitute pecuniary interest. So it's just more so words of consideration or caution with respect to lands in general. I mean, it's tough. It's a tough one. But again, can't emphasize it more. It's up to each individual counselor to make that determination. I'm not inside anybody's mind, and that's thankfully I'm not actually. I struggle with my own. So I'll just share that just because pecuniary interest kind of shot us off to begin with. So that's all I have to say.
all right. I just heard a lot of things there. If you're thinking about buying a piece of land, if you're thinking about joining an association, if you're thinking about a lease, you could potentially have conflict. But my goodness, who knows what the future brings? So whomever decides, they can do that.
I'm leaving.
Okay.
I'll step out as well.
Okay, thank you.
Probably do it, step out for the next one too.
Okay, thank you, Murray. Thank you, Martin. All right. So we will start to, so, I mean, we asked for a sale of MDT land policy based on the fact that the current policies for cultivated and grazing have a provision that they could be sold. There's a side of me that feels like, do we do this one first or do we do it last? But it doesn't really matter, I guess, but there could be changes. So let's start going, want to go through it line by line. I think we better. So the definitions are there. The purpose and the scope. And I'll pause wherever anyone wants to pause or where administration would like to interject. So the MD is the owner of extensive inventory of lands. The purpose of this policy is to guide the lands in an efficient, transparent, responsible manner. Policy applies to ag, grazing, and cultivation lands. Do you want me to keep reading or you guys are good? I just don't want you to be tired of my voice. If people have changes that they want to make right out of the gate, I'm open to that too. Or if you have concerns, yes, David.
I don't know, I think the one thing that I definitely want to address on the sales policy is if there is some way to address the conservation of some grass, if people that own these leases want to, and it obviously has a conflict with 5.0C, which is land transactions must aim at maximizing the financial benefits to the MD. And the grazing associations have brought this up. You know, do we have, is there a way to balance that we're not as a council pushing to save all the grass? That hasn't been the direction, but is there, based on everything that we've committed to in the past, isn't there a way that we could try to preserve some grass if there's a way of, so anyway, that's a concern. I'm not sure. I think there's a couple ways of dealing with it. I don't know if anybody has any ideas on that.
John.
So if there's an avenue for conservation through a conservation easement, that should be done by the landowner. And so once that land's sold, there's nothing stopping anyone from deeded land to entering in those agreements. Without a clear direction from the landowners, I don't think we should be entering into anything that would diminish the economic benefit of the lands. And so if they choose to use that as part of their way of purchasing it, then that's fine.
Yes, but there could be a policy that says if the landowner, I agree, it should be initiated by the leasee. It doesn't have to be us doing anything in the upfront. It said if they want to apply to purchase it with the caveat that it remains as grass, then the appraisal process could be, very restrictive to this has to be appraised as grass because there's going to be a caveat. Whereas some of these lands are going to be very close to canals and other things, and they may be appraised at a different kind of a level. And if we're not willing to entertain the idea that some lands, and maybe we even, like the Grazing Association just mentioned this morning, that there could be a sharing of that, like if a environmental group, conservation group is willing to pay some percentage of that value, it would be a way to add value to the MD, but it also preserves this asset as native grass. So I don't know, it would be nice to be able to have a meeting with the Nature Conservancy and us just kind of explore this option. How could it be done if a leaseholder comes forward, would like to trigger the sale, but would like to trigger it with the help of the Nature Conservancy and the MD, and somehow we get it appraised at the proper value because it's going to stay as grass. Anyway, I feel strongly that we should be preserving a bunch of this grass. I think we had enough of that kind of feedback from these community outreaches and different, obviously there's so many different opinions. But if in this process, we're doing the big irrigation project, we'll be selling some land. If there's not some, room in here for leaseholders to be able to save it as grass, then I think we've really turned our back on the intent of how we got all of this land. And so it would be nice to have something in there. And so saying that we have to maximize the financial benefit on every single piece of land, I agree, could tie our hands if we don't say something to the effect of, that it's for the greater good of and the long-term good of our area. There may be a time 50 years from now where we realize that native grass is more important than we think it is right now.
So I could handle a change on that because I think the MD, what discussion we haven't had is what percentage do we think is valuable? I just spent some time in a couple other municipalities and they're using up their grass for gravel pits, paving area, and they're developing it for subdivision. So they've made some decisions on whether their grass will be part of their land base. So we too could make that decision, and we haven't yet, as far as a percentage, but we have said that any decision to sell has to come before council. So I do feel there's so many triggering policies that could come from this. And so maybe that language on 5, where is that? My concern with it is land transactions must aim to maximize the financial benefit to the MD. I guess my thought on that is may gives you a much looser chance because but if I'm going to sell it to someone, then I want to make sure I'm getting the best value because they're going to turn around and do it. But if we don't want to sell it, then we don't even have to look at Nature Conservatory. We could choose to keep it in grass.
Oh, for sure.
Forever. So do you think, does May give you enough opportunity to not feel like everything's to the highest bidder?
Well, and I think we've kind of started to build that into our, like if we're willing to give leaseholders the opportunity to have an appraised value to independent appraisers and they buy it at that, we're potentially not maximizing. So I don't think we should pretend that we're going to try to maximize. I think it's going to get us into trouble if we don't reduce that language, that we're trying to do what's best for the MD of Taber, not just financially. It isn't just a financial decision. There may be land that if we build a big rec center on one of our pieces of land that could have been sold for that actually could be a huge drain on us financially, but it might improve lifestyle in the MD of Taber a whole bunch. So I'm just saying that language, I agree with the leaseholders that isn't our goal. That may be the goal of some people and it maybe should be the goal of administration because they're the money people. But we're the council that represents the people and we're looking for the greater good of the whole MD. And that isn't, I assure you, is not always financial.
So I guess what we need to do here as we're moving through these policies is make any recommendations for changes that we want to get to. We need to get close to being finished, whether that's today or in 2 weeks or in 4 weeks. But our objective is to keep us moving forward. So if we have a proposed language and if it's may, that is much looser than must.
Yeah, or long-term public interest like they talked about, or just economic advantage. Instead of, that word maximize is I think the one that we're all nervous about. Is that going to come around and say that we're legally obligated to do certain things, which as a council we're not going to do.
So what about land transactions? Must
aim to
aim to benefit the municipality. Like, then you're keeping out the word financial,
Right.
like,
Because there's other reasons to keep, there's reasons to keep grass and other things that we do in the MD that are not financial. So, because we
Okay.
might choose to sell one of these pieces of land to a group that is gonna build, you know, some kind of a community center or a church or something, and it isn't at the highest, but anyway, a hospital, I don't know what we would do, but the point is that sometimes we do things that aren't to the highest bidder because we know it's better for the MD. It could be for a big, you know, utility that we still didn't sell the price at the highest, to the highest bidder, but we knew the long-term benefit would be good for our count, for our
so
MD.
can it be as simple as land, and we can't do every one of these, so if people have motions ready to make changes, I really hope that's coming. I have a couple in the other policies, but land negotiations will benefit the MDT.
Yep, perfect.
Okay, so that's gonna be motion 1, if someone's willing to make it. So land negotiations will benefit MDT, and maybe it can be omnibus as we move these, and that is on 5C. I see there's a typo, ABCD should be there instead of, and I know it's not a big deal. John?
Just wondering if these proposed policies have been ran by legal counsel to make sure that they're, I guess, compliant with us.
The way they are now, draft stage, yeah, they were drafted. I mean, there may be the odd spelling error or something, or formatting error. But
So then significant changes would have to be then vetted again?
it's up to.
It'll be up to us.
I would make that recommendation, but that's up to council.
Can you read that again, Tamara? And that's for 5C, right?
Yes, so land negotiations will benefit the MDT, will benefit Municipal District of Tabor. It's very vague, I get
Yeah.
it, but it does change that very stringent.
Could be as simple as land transactions must aim to maximize benefit to the MDT.
Yeah, that's fine, then it's maybe less, so remove financial from 5C. Are you good with that, David?
Yeah, we need to look at the greater good in lots of ways, not just financial.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what okay, so then let's keep going. Responsibility and implementation. Pause me if you think there's something. And I realize everyone's been through these lots, so then I don't want to read it out for you. Administration is responsible for. Anything there? See none, I'll keep going. See sale of MDT land, general procedure, general steps. So again, we have, these procedures have to be all finalized. And this kind of breaks it down as expanded on in initial inquiry commencement. There's a protectionism for the leaseholder. Declaration of surplus land. We, as an MD, we haven't got to that point, so it wouldn't be like we have a rush on the sale because we have to decide. We may keep everything, and we've heard that in comments at the public engagement and in writing that there's a return on those items, but there's likely some we're wanting to dispose of. Okay, methods of sale. Does anyone have any issues with these?
I'm still just trying to figure out where we could insert something to do with, you know, leaseholders that are willing to to maintain native grass? Like how, some way that they, if they come with their trigger to purchase, that we have an option for preserving grass, since that's, we have a bylaw that says we're interested in that. That's what we promised the province. We got to at least allow that for a rancher that wants to maintain it as grass, that it could be appraised truly as grass. So is there one line that can be added in here that leaseholders that are willing to preserve grass get to apply for the sale as grass? Is that possible?
But you can make a motion, but then are you saying that then it would have a caveat, a no break caveat?
Yeah,
And then
it'd have
how-
to be a
and
caveat
how
that either.
long-
I
How
would-
long would that caveat be?
Well, that's, I mean, nature conservancies aren't permanent, but they are quite long, and I'm not sure what, nothing's permanent in this world, but I'm not sure what was the caveat. I mean, I've read it, but the caveat that we proposed to the province was fairly permanent, the one that was attached to the documentation. So it certainly would affect the lifetime of the people that are owning that land. So
The intent there would be so that they can just buy it at less than appraised value?
no, at grass appraised value.
Yeah, so less.
Not as a developed appraised value.
Less than appraised market value.
Well, but if it's got a caveat on it, that is the market appraised value. That's what it would sell as, if you put a caveat on it. And if the MD is willing to do that, and we take, I don't know, say we split the money on the Nature Conservancy with the landowner in some way that they get benefit for keeping it as grass, we get some of the compensation for not having sold it to the highest bidder, but we actually preserved grass, which.
But we don't have to sell it to anyone then. Like why wouldn't we just deem that grass block is important and not sell it?
Could a leaseholder apply for that?
Well, then it would go to tender as grass.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, could a leaseholder say, I would like this to stay as grass and I stay as the leaseholder at whatever the fees that we charge into the future? It's somehow letting ranchers that own native grass keep it as native grass.
John?
So the only way I'm in favor of that is if the MD becomes the conservancy. Because then, if that landowner decides to purchase it with that caveat on there, then they would be responsible for maintaining it in grass. But if the MD decided it someday in the future, they decided that it's got a better use than that, we could still do that. I don't like locking it up with a third party when we own the grass. The MD of Tabor owns it. So if let's say the grazing associations decide they want to buy some of this grass with a caveat on there for grazing only. The MD puts a grazing only bylaw on whatever said quarter sections these are. And at some point, if it comes to the point where there's a better use, we still have that opportunity. I don't like these third-party conservancies. They lock it up for way too long.
But I think that's the point of preserving ecosystems, is to lock them up. And so if they're willing to buy the land, we get the economic benefit of selling the grassland, and potentially we could have a meeting with Nature Conservancy to see, if they're willing to pay 15% of the value of that land. It could also be applied to a whole bunch of the lease that we have in the community pastures, which we intend never to break. 20, obviously 10-year renewables, but that could be an income stream, as was suggested. And we've talked about this in the past, that there could be money that if there's groups that are very interested in saving native prairie, they're willing to pay for the native prairie, a portion of it. And so anyway, I've known lots of ranchers that have done it. I've got family that have done it. Lots of the big ranches have done it. They've put on Nature Conservancies, and they want it to stay grass. They're trying to protect the lifestyle as well, grazing, cattle and stuff like that.
So I don't disagree with what you're saying, because it is another method to sustain that ecosystem. But does it need to make up part of the lands policy, or do we create a different policy, the land sale policy, or do we have a different policy that is specific to Nature Conservatory? Because I think, one, we're speculating on all the facets, right? Because maybe it would be better off for us to keep it and have a deal with Nature Conservatory and then have that leaseholder, have access. But again, this to me is disposal of lands that the MD can see no strong benefit to the whole of the MD, and that if there is disposable lands, and I'm going to use that word disposable, whether it's cultivated or grass, that it works better for the leaseholder. This is what this policy pertains to. So I don't know that tomorrow we haven't, even though I read the directive, I don't think we're ready to sell any because we've not taken the time to go through a map to say, just because people have come to us asking to buy land doesn't necessarily warrant us saying we're good to go.
No.
But we did need this policy in place so that those who are paying attention understand that we do have something. But I don't think this policy rules out. I do like the change because I don't like the word that maximize financial sounds aggressive. I totally agree with that. But I do think there's value in that's another option. But I don't know that it's the sale option, and maybe it becomes part of it. The beauty of a policy is it can change.
Yeah, I just think there's going to be leaseholders that want to buy because most of the language we have in our leases gives us, and I hope we can change some of these 30 days to change, all these outs that we get. But the leaseholder sitting there going, is this really a thing that I get? So they would rather buy it so they know it's going to be in their family long term. And if they're willing to do it as native prairie, then I think that we should, appraise it as native prairie. And that might be as simple as that, is just that we will direct the appraisals of, if those that are willing to put a caveat or something on it, that it is going to be appraised as native prairie so that it's not appraised as potential potato land. I think that could be a dramatic difference, but it would make it impossible for a native prairie rancher to hang on to that land. So
yeah, I don't see this policy as being a detriment to that. And again, every option to buy has to come from the leaseholder at this point.
yeah, and maybe changing that one line gives us enough flexibility that we can do that when it comes. I just want to make sure that leaseholders know that they could come with a proposal that we would be flexible enough to look at what are they proposing, that they're going to buy it as native prairie and it's going to stay as native prairie, and there's some way of guaranteeing that, either a caveat or Nature Conservancy. Then they can have it appraised as native prairie, and then because I think we should have a desire to preserve some of this land as native prairie. I personally would rather preserve a lot more of it than we already are, but that isn't the feeling of I'm never going to get that many votes. But if we can try to get enough that we can preserve some of this native prairie, I think it's a big deal. So anyway, I would just like to make a motion that there is some of flexibility in the application to purchase to allow current leasers to apply to buy native prairie grass, appraised as native prairie grass.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor now. And let me think where it should go into this policy. Probably not valuation.
Should number 5, principles?
Sure, that could work. So 5 DEF. Well, let's put it between CD, so probably E, because we'll leave D as the last number. And so then, and David, maybe what we'll do is we'll put both those motions up and see if they can just go as one.
Okay.
Because that would be 5C and then 5E. Flexible. So provide flexibility to the leaseholder to purchase the grass to purchase as native prairie grass with a, what's the right word? Caveat to.
Caveat, yeah.
With a caveat, a no break caveat, is that the word?
Yep. I mean,
I know, but they're trying to read our minds too, so I'm
Right.
trying to flush it out.
Yep.
Lace will
Yeah.
try
Oh,
to
no,
put something
well-
together, but I'm curious, just in an effort to clarify my understanding of Councillor Tory, what you're suggesting. It's rooted in, I'm thinking, that sounds to me like environmental priority.
it's environmental, but it's also lifestyle and ranching. This is a way of life. It's what, in Native Prairie has been doing it for a long, long time. There's a grazing part of our economy. It's not just about saving, but there's a whole ecosystem that lives in that world. And there's pretty strong feelings in the world that that's something that we should preserve. Maybe not as a huge priority, but I think we saw enough in our public engagement that this is a thing. But it also helps to feed. I mean, you got to have cows and calves to feed into feedlots, and we have intensive agriculture here as well. And so it's all part of it. All works together. We just can't run off the rails in one direction. So I think there's some value to that, but you're never going to, on dry, non-irrigated prairie grass, ever compete in land values against somebody that could potentially put it into potatoes. So if they're willing to do the caveat because of the long-term benefit to the economy and to nature, that we allow that option. I mean, that's what we said we would do on all of this land.
I'm just trying to understand the driving priority.
Yeah, so.
But it's a whole thing of.
So you want to, I would just want to clarify, as they're working on you want to give the current leaseholder the same options to buy that they have, but the caveat to keep it in grass.
Yes. And then it would just be appraised as grass. It would still be appraised just like any other piece of land, but the appraiser would know this is going to be native prairie forever. There's no speculation built into it.
Okay. I don't know how hard it is to remove a caveat, and I'm not talking Nature Conservancy because I don't think we have the expertise or knowledge. Well, I don't, so I better not say you don't. You probably do, but if that's what we want to build in, I have no issue with that.
Okay.
So let's have a look at this. You can leave the other one up too, because we might do them both together. Do you say the grassland requirement is held up?
I'm just trying to make sure that we're tying the word grassland to the appraisal, right? And not they purchase grassland at an appraised value. They're purchasing land at a grassland appraised value, because there is a caveat that requires it to be, remain as grassland.
Okay, so.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, that a clause be approved to provide leaseholders with flexibility to apply to purchase grassland at a grassland appraised value, and the caveat be created to ensure this requirement is upheld once if sold. Okay, does that meet?
Yeah.
Okay, council, do you want to keep going? And, oh, sorry, Ernie, go ahead.
I'm looking at the first one, and I'd like to change it a little bit.
Okay.
Land transactions must aim to maximize the overall benefit.
Yeah.
To the.
Yeah, I can, I think that's fine.
Because that kind of covers more.
And at the end, I'd like to add as a whole.
Fair. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay,
Overall benefit to the NDP, not on the NDP. I don't know if that matters, but that's just kind of what I'm thinking.
yep. That's a stronger statement.
Is there a difference, sorry for my ignorance, is there a difference between grassland and pasture land?
Yeah, it can be. I mean, obviously native grassland is very different than tame grassland. And so we pasture all kinds of different things. We can actually pasture irrigated land. This is talking about, you know, dry grassland. Like if there's a pivot on this land, we're never going to sell it as if it was grassland because it's already got irrigation set up. So yes, you can have irrigated pasture. You can have all kinds of pasture. But this is talking about native or near native grassland, whatever state it is in that the leaseholder brings it to us in.
Yep.
Just dry pasture.
Dry grassland, yeah.
Lane,
So I think we should probably clarify that so that it would be to purchase dry native grassland at dry native grassland appraised value, so that there's no question as to what the intention is.
I just need to make sure that that the appraisal is tied to that grassland,
Yeah.
not that it somehow could be that this is, yeah.
and I don't want us to get caught up in the native, because when I attended that holistic management conference, Al, the guru of, you know, nature and natural grass, he said we have to stop saying the word native because it just doesn't exist because there's so many blends, but grassland does, and he's
Yeah,
a
so
strong
let's just take
proponent.
native out. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Grassland.
he
Yeah.
said it's not used scientifically anymore. It's grassland.
Yep, great. Great. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Lane,
So we've stated here that a clause be added. I think we need to come up with the actual wording for the clause. Leaseholders will be provided with flexibility to apply to purchase grassland at grassland appraised value. So just strike out everything prior to leaseholders, and we'll start the clause right with leaseholders.
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
And that would end up being 5D. And so A, B, C, D.
Yeah, strike out
and-
that as well.
And then we have E and F already there. Okay, do you feel like you're ready to move on to responsibilities and implementation? Oh, sorry, John, just holler at me.
I would propose a change after leaseholders to be may instead of will.
Okay, where am I looking?
No. No. They'll be provided the option, the flexibility. If
They
If
will
we
be,
say
so
may,
if they
then-
ask for it, we'll be forced into it. What if we don't want to sell it?
Well, yeah, no, that's true, but they will be provided a flexible up to apply. They're only gonna be able to apply. It still has to be approved by council. All we're saying is there will be a mechanism in our land policy that will allow them the opportunity to apply. It doesn't force us to do the sell at all. That still has to fit all the other criteria that anybody else will. It's just that we're going to have a mechanism that will provide them the opportunity to apply to a purchase.
So how does may hurt that?
Yeah. And the only reason is because we know already there are guys who are asking to buy that they have a vision because it's stuck in the middle of their irrigated quarter. So I think May at least gives those guys who don't want to keep it as grass, and we still may choose not to buy it.
Oh, yeah.
Or sell it, I mean.
I think our whole policy is designed to allow people to apply to buy land and then break it and do everything else with it. I'm just trying to make sure that there's an option for those that want to apply to buy the grassland as grassland. And so it's just, I don't want them to say, well, we don't feel like giving you that option. No, we're gonna give you the option, but you're only gonna be able to apply to purchase. It still has to, go through council and everything else. It's not going to be automatic. But anyway, however you think that needs to be said.
I'll go back to my previous question. How does will changing to may change that?
I don't know. It just always feels like there's some softening of language to make sure there's an out.
Well,
And so I'm just trying to make sure that we are gonna give people the flexibility to apply. It doesn't guarantee that they get to buy it.
so I felt like the 5.0C was a softening of language, because I think that gave us maximize the overall benefit. Like I would have taken out must aim to, I would have taken, out the word maximize. So I just don't see that may or will changes it. You just have to keep the option open. Because it could be two leaseholders. This guy wants to do nature conservatory, so in the context that you're saying, that price might look different than this guy who comes, who wants to have option to do whatever, or not landlock it.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah,
that's why I could live
That's why
with
this is only
may.
one of the options. Yeah, I'm not trying to make it the way land is sold. This is just for those that want to come in with a proposal that says,
So
I want to
can-
buy it as grass and keep it as grass.
Can you live with leaseholders may?
I can live with it.
Okay. Okay, I don't want to rush anybody. Should we keep going? That gets us through 5. Okay, 6, responsibility and implementation. Have a quick review of that. And then carry on to B. These are quite just legal things. And pause wherever you want pause. Initial inquiry and commencement.
I guess one thing that came in from the feedback is that maybe or maybe you've even mentioned it, but could we turn over a lot of the administrative load to a third party firm that would do this for us? Anyway, just wondering
If you look at the administrative directive, there's some aspect of that
Okay.
in there.
Yeah, I mean, it does talk about using consultants and stuff, but
Well,
anyway, just that you would have that flexibility that if it was just too much,
Well, I
that we
think
could
it
hire
is.
somebody to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and then you remove that, whatever John said, the who and the how, the what and the why to the who and the how, right?
Yeah.
We're just performing function.
Yeah.
But no matter what, I would not want council taken out of the equation of what we're not gonna sell. Because
Yes.
I suspect we'll still have a conversation that says, we need to retain 70%, 90%. I don't know what the number is, but that we're not willing to sell it all.
Yeah, I agree.
Why not? Sorry,
Thank you.
why wouldn't you with a protective clause like that?
Well, perhaps we will, Arliss, but my thought is that we need to leave that up to council to make that determination.
No, fair enough.
Okay. Methods of sale. Yes. Lane, sorry. Where are we at, Lane? Where do you want to go back to?
No, just one thing I don't see in this is. the
Tell me
lim-
which number you're on.
I'm not on a number.
Oh, okay,
It-
sorry.
It's not in here at all, unless I'm missing it, is that there isn't a restriction on who can submit, who can be approved for purchase. And in the other policies we've talked about, limiting the purchase to those who are residents of the MD or the communities within or adjacent municipalities.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if we need to make sure that that same restriction is in this policy as well.
believe it contemplates the majority of sales being triggered by a leaseholder, which if they're a leaseholder, then they meet those requirements. Doesn't hurt to be redundant either, though, to your point, Councillor Johnson.
But if they fail to come up with the money, then it could go to a public tender. And so we probably want it to say that if it, that once it goes beyond the leaseholder, that we're keeping it in the community.
Let's pull that.
The same parameters of the other draft policies, correct?
Okay, let me just find that.
The same residency parameters.
So we're gonna put that in principles?
Yeah, just, let's find it first.
Yeah, under the, so if the land purchase is not, sorry, if the.
Tell us which number you're on.
Oh, sorry, 12C identifies if the land purchase from the tenant is not successful, then council considers it appropriate, the requirement that the tender be restricted to residents, the very last line of C.
So, but why would we have to consider whether it's appropriate each time? Why don't we just have it? The requirement is that the tender be restricted. That makes it seem like we didn't make a decision at all.
Yep, we can change that. We had discussed about whether or not you're gonna open it up to guys who live in Vulcan County, but they farm in MD of Tabor, but I'm okay with that.
Well, it says adjacent municipalities, I guess. Yeah,
I'm okay with that change, but there was a reason we left that open because we know of individuals who farm in Warner, who farm in Vulcan, who have or want to access leases.
But they are eligible because they're adjacent municipalities.
Right. Yeah, but he was just saying he wanted to just maybe change it to only residents, but
No,
you're
and
okay now?
and adjacent.
You're okay with that?
It's just that, yeah, absolutely. It's just
Okay.
where council considers it appropriate, means that
Okay.
like we're gonna
Well,
decide
we
every
can take
time.
that line out.
So
Yeah,
I have a rebuttal to that. So what happens if somebody comes up with a nuclear power plant and they want to buy some land? So then we can't sell it to them?
Well, I think
Because they're not from the municipality. So that's where deems appropriate, I think, considers it appropriate, is gives us the flexibility again, because it's important to allow for flexibility into the future. We don't know what's coming. And so it's still council's prerogative to do this. And I think it allows us flexibility to act as landowners.
Yeah, no, and I very much hope that in the future we do have a nuclear power plant and we do have a data center. And so somehow, but just that on each of these land sales to leaseholders, that we're not suddenly just opening it up willy-nilly. So yes, I agree with you. I agree.
I do think council's the safeguard, right? Yeah. So council's the safeguard.
Yes.
Well, the next council could come along and make the changes that we're going through making from just 6 months ago, so.
Yeah,
as
no, you're
soon
right.
as as soon as you eliminate the elected body from it, then we're in a disaster. And it might change it, I get it. No one, if someone asked me if we had got to the right place before, I thought we were darn close. And based on the number of changes, we're not too far.
Right.
We're just making those tightenings, which we knew there was.
Constraining future elected bodies may have an impact on different definitions of democracy that we'll talk about on the way to Edmonton.
Okay, thank you. We're carrying on. All right, so let's go back where we were. Yes, Lane.
I'm okay with the rest of it, but we may want to continue going through it all.
Yeah, that's what I
But
propose.
one other thing that is missing from here that I want to introduce, I think that we need to have something that addresses the potential for people to purchase it and speculate that they're going to be able to flip it in a short period of time. My suggestion is that we have a requirement built into this that land must be held by the purchaser for a 10-year period. If they want to sell it during that period, the MD reserves the right to buy it back at the sale price plus Bank of Canada overnight lending rates applied between the sale period and the buyback. then that way it takes speculation out of it for a 10-year period altogether.
So to me, that can punish the leaseholders who want to buy it. I mean, I get what it is. You're preserving the land and the environment, but there's a reason some leaseholders want to buy it and flip it. So, you know, there's some who definitely want the land. They might not say those words, but that would be my, like, is that what every leaseholder wants?
But one of the concerns that we have heard is that if we're entering into an arrangement whereby leaseholders have the exclusive right to trigger a sale, and that sale is going to be based on appraised price and not on an open public tender, which would likely be higher, they are going to benefit from that clause.
Right.
It's not right for them to benefit on the purchase and then benefit from flipping it 6 months after they have bought it.
Right.
And if it's going to be sold, there needs to be some kind of a restriction that prevents them from being able to do that at the expense of the public.
And I guess we saw that in Vulcan County, right? People bought it 20 years ago and then sold it. John?
My question is that even legal to put that on?
We're the vendor. We can put it in there as a condition of the sale. If you don't want it, we're going to buy it back.
Okay, do you have the wording written out for that, Lynn, or can you parse that out one more time?
Now, do we need to vote on the last motion?
So I
first?
think
We'll
what
just
I'm
get them all
gonna
up
do,
there.
let's do, and then I still think we'll do them individually.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah,
I just was in my mind thinking about what Arla said about the granting. Let's not.
So is the purpose behind that, Counselor Johnson, to avoid MD of Tabor residents subsidizing essentially land flipping?
Say again?
Is the purpose of that to just protect MD of Tabor residents as ratepayers or taxpayers so that they don't subsidize like land deals essentially?
No.
Post-transaction land deals?
Well, one of the criticisms that has been heard many times through this whole process is that people, that those who are going to have the exclusive right to trigger the purchase based on appraised value are going to benefit financially almost immediately. And if they're able to flip it, that will provide significant and almost immediate benefit that they have gained at the loss to all of the other ratepayers.
Well, I think part of the issue though is that if a leaseholder buys the land and I mean, and they own it for a year, 2 years, whatever, there may be a different player that can come in that could buy that land for a higher value because they have something to put on there, a greenhouse, or they have water rights that they could move on there. But it isn't necessarily built into the value of that land on its own. And so that's the land has different values for different people. And so it is hard to, I think 10 years would be way too long. I think that would be a problem. But I could see we could get some public backlash if land that we sells 3 weeks later for twice the value. Yeah, we're going to be, but the appraisal values, if they don't have a caveat on them, the appraisals should be looking at, okay, what is it close to? Is it in the center of a whole bunch of cultivated land? It's going to become, you know, that's what the appraiser should be looking at. I assume they will.
John?
I've heard from multiple people who have done appraisals, and they always say it's always between 15 and 20% behind the market, because the market is always ahead of the appraisals, because the average it's moving up so fast that it's 15 to 20%. So you could buy it today and sell it tomorrow for 15 to 20% appreciation.
Yeah,
and so I don't know how you protect against that, because if you buy some land and then sell it to me 6 months later, how do we even know that it's been triggered? Or is it a caveat on the land? Like, how does that happen? And then, so I'm not sure how the mechanics work.
And there's different ways to do it, right? Someone can rent it. They like, I don't know that it keeps us in control, right? If we're not willing to sell, then don't sell, because that's a risk that we're having. But if we're ready to move some of this land, I'm more reluctant to put clauses on it, because what I keep hearing is I want to be the master of my destiny. I don't want the MD having their hand in it.
And I think as long as we make that clear to the appraisers, this is unencumbered land, they would have to, put as good a spin on that.
Yep, go ahead, Lee.
Being the masters of their own destiny is important, but if it's that important, then I tend to agree, if we're going to be selling the land, instead of basing it on appraised value, it should be put up for open tender. If we're not prepared to exercise a buyback right after a certain period of time, then it should immediately go to open tender.
Okay, so David will.
And if 10 years is excessive, then let's do 5. But a right of first refusal can be registered against any property. And as the owner of the land, we can register right of first refusal that would position the MD to buy it back for whatever price we state in the right of first refusal.
And because there could be other factors, someone could pass away.
We
Forced
may
to-
choose to let it go through.
Mhm.
But if somebody's buying it and gonna flip it and make an exorbitant profit when they should have paid more for it right up front through an open tender process, that's wrong. If they want to buy it, to farm it, and have it as part of their active farming unit for a certain period of time, then they're eligible to do so through the appraised valuation process.
Yeah, I mean,
Most of the people that are asking for this, they do say, this is in our family and we want to keep it in the family. So I'd be okay if there's a legal way of doing a 5-year thing. I think that does, anyway, I'd be willing to look at that. Yep.
Lace, did you get, there was just, it's quite legal, and so we probably do have to get a legal opinion, but would 5 years is a reasonable amount of time, right? If it truly is part of your farming operation, but if you were really just optimizing the ability to buy it. And 5 years won't change, I don't think, much on the speculative value, because people are watching land go quick.
I just know
Even a
that
5-year
the
investment.
Eastern Irrigation District,
Mm-hmm.
they bought all that land on stream. It was sold to leaseholders. One person bought it after 10 years and flipped it to a finance company within a year, and there was a tremendous markup made on it. It was almost obscene.
Whatever, if it's 5 years plus a day or 10 years plus a day, but I see what your intent is, and maybe 5 years makes it, at least we've made a concerted effort on the privilege of a leaseholder not going to tender. So then number D13C, land sales may be subject to any additional consideration that administration deems appropriate. So Lane, it would probably fit in there, right? Conditions of sale, somewhere in there. Lace, do you need some of Lane's words? He had a.
This speaks more to the principle and not wording, because I don't know exactly what.
Okay, well,
your
let's
wording
try.
is.
So first right of refusal considerations with the MD being the one that has the right to purchase it back. Don't spend time doctoring this one up. Yeah,
But
that's
the intent.
correct. Within a 5-year period, the MD needs the right to be able to purchase it back at the original purchase price plus the Bank of Canada overnight lending, prime lending rate.
Yeah, so I think that's an important clause, just so that we're not trying to bite on at the original purchase price. Yeah. The overnight lending rate of the Bank of Canada. Yeah. Okay. We'll come to each of these, so you have a minute to reflect on them, but let's keep going through. So the valuation method, you're okay. Lane, you said you were okay with everything else. Anybody else have any other items that they want to make a change on?
Okay, so let's throw a wrench into this.
Okay.
What if land prices go down? Like considerations at the original purchase price plus the prime rate charged by the Bank of Canada. So if in the meantime, land prices go down, what happens then?
Well, we wouldn't consider buying. Yeah.
Okay,
So yeah, we just
fair
don't
enough.
buy.
It wouldn't be for sale,
Yeah.
because the guy's gonna lose money.
But the first right of refusal. Is that okay, Ernie?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just sitting here thinking.
Oh, no, that's,
Land values have gone down.
it could, 1980s, but. Okay, anything else on this? Because then I'm gonna run through each of these proposed amendments.
Where do you want this clause? Or where do you want this clause to be added?
That clause would be added at conditions of, so I thought it should be either C or D, just depend on what the right order is. Probably C and then move that other one to D.
Just in 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
13,
Or
sorry.
13.
So
Okay.
D, sale of MDT lands, terms and conditions, 13.0 conditions.
Okay.
All right. Okay, council. So I just want to make sure. So these would be amendments to the draft policy. And we'll do them one at a time. So Arliss, do I have to say proposed amendment to the draft policy or amendment to the draft policy? I just don't want to make a mistake on how we do this.
Just a sec here.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you time.
to see what section.
So we'll go through them one at a time. And the originator or whomever can decide to make the motion, and then we'll go through the regular motion process.
Okay, I motion that the draft. Sorry, that the draft sale of MDT lands policy clause 5.0C be revised to land transactions must aim to maximize the overall benefit of, to the MD of Tabor as a whole.
Okay, any questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, those in favor? That motion is carried.
Okay, I also motion that the following clause be added to 5.0 to the draft sale of MDT lands policy. Leaseholders may be provided with the flexibility to apply to purchase dry grassland at a dry grassland appraised value, and that a caveat be created to ensure this requirement is upheld once and if sold.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Just get you to move that up.
So I move that section 13 of the draft sale of MDT lands include a prohibition that leaseholders who purchase land from selling it within a 5-year period. Just a minute here. Help me out here.
Policy include a prohibition that leaseholders. Okay, from a prohibition from selling it within a 5-year period. So lands, leaseholders who purchase land have a prohibition of selling it within a 5-year period.
Include a restriction of, from selling land within a 5-year period. And that the MD register a first right of refusal at the
Doesn't even have to be consideration.
register a first right of refusal to purchase the land back at the original purchase price plus the prime rate charged by the Bank of Canada.
Yeah. So you can get rid of.
Sorry, Lace. And on the second line after policy, you should insert to include a restriction from selling land within a 5-year period. And that the MD Tabor register first right of refusal at the original purchase price plus the bank or the prime rate charged by the Bank of Canada. Okay. Okay, still. That the MD of Tabor, sorry, that the MD of Tabor register first right of refusal to repurchase at the original price plus prime rate charged by the Bank of Canada. To repurchase at the original price, yes.
Okay. Okay, so Lane, if you're ready.
So I'll make that motion then that the clause be added within section 13 of the draft sale of MD Tabor lands policy to include a restriction from selling land within a 5-year period and that the MD Tabor register first right of refusal to repurchase at the original purchase price plus the prime rate charged by the Bank of Canada.
Okay, any comments or questions? So my comment on this is I can vote in favor of this because this takes away the privilege of just the leaseholder having the right to purchase and flip the land and gain a profit. This provides the intent that this council always had was to provide the leaseholder the opportunity to purchase and maintain that land as part of their farming operation. So any other questions or comments on this addition? Okay, those in favor? Those opposed, that motion is carried. Okay. What's that? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I have another question. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know that you're ready for it. I'm going to move approving the policy with the amendments.
Okay, my question was, can we move it without it be legally vetted?
Sure you can. Just make the motion, defeat it, and then it's on the record and we'll carry on. My point, if I could ask an additional question for clarity, is the second adjustment that was made on the dry grassland.
Yeah.
From an implementation perspective, the caveat would be that it remained dry grassland, correct?
Right. And I think
Uniquely dry grassland.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's just, we may as an MD may want to look at whether we get some money for that by using Nature Conservancy or whether we just use a legal caveat, right? Like, I think we've got to learn how the best way to do it.
And then to better explain my response to
Thank
Reeve,
you.
it's if council doesn't see the need for additional legal vetting or whatever you want to call it, then defeat the resolution. That's still direction for us. We don't have to worry about it. And then put forward Councillor Johnson's resolution for approving the policy as amended.
Yeah, so I have some, so there's a motion on the floor to approve the
sorry. And I don't want to hunch how council will land, I'm saying. If that resolution is carried, we'll get that vetting. If it's not, we'll carry on.
Yeah, so right now there's a motion on the floor to approve the policy with the amendments. My motion, and so that is what's on the floor. So we'll start discussion on that. So my comment was, we have taken precautions and taken it to lawyers for vetting. Why would we change and risk? All those other policies were approved, like went through the legal process. Now we're going to change that. And what if it opens us up to something? And so I like, so for me, I'm not comfortable not having it legally reviewed. And and not because I want to move it along, like more than you people could possibly imagine. I want to move it along. But I also feel we have a responsibility to the municipality and to each of our residents to make sure we're not offside. We've changed 3 things. I know they may not seem big to some people, but they are definitely 3 changes.
Yeah, I mean, can't we approve it and then have them go and get it checked? Is that a problem to do that?
Arliss? Yeah, so the answer would be yes, right? Like, if we want to have it, if it's approved, it's approved.
Yeah, but I'm fine with, I want legal to check. I want to make sure we know how we're going to technically do this 5-year period and those things. Like, it needs to be checked, yeah. But I don't know what order that's done in.
Yeah, and I know what you're trying to accomplish, Lane, but I'm just not comfortable with, I mean, I thought we had a plan before, so now I'm feeling like, no, let's keep the same practice. But, so the motion's on the floor right now to approve it with the amendments.
Just to be clear, approve what?
The sale of MDT land policy
Okay.
with the amendments, the approved amendments.
Can we amend that motion to say that we approve it pending legal?
Yeah, we can amend it, but Lane, do you want to speak to it? Or you want to leave it as is?
Well, I would like to leave it as is for a couple of reasons. If legal comes back and says everything is good, then we don't have to make any further revisions or have further discussion on this.
Okay.
If legal comes back and says you need to revise it, then yes, we've got to come back and revisit it. But at least it gets it off the agenda. We've dealt with it. Something's in place and we can move on to some other topic.
But we're 2 weeks away. Like, this is a tight council turnaround. So March 10th doesn't feel like so far away for me. To, like, the idea of coming back and forth. I'm going to vote against it because I feel legal should have a review of it. John?
I'm not willing to give the lawyers the opportunity to adjust it and then not have another set of eyes on it before it's approved. So I think it needs to come back once the lawyers have vetted it and made the terms, because they might come back with something we didn't intend.
Right.
And we need to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Arliss, then Lane.
However it lands. Sorry, however it lands, that's up to council moving forward, but would council consider, as purely from a preparation and implementation perspective, like a effective date of September 1st, 2026, just to actually give us a second to breathe and actually set up an implementation process? Because we haven't even touched that yet on the admin side. And I apologize, I should have mentioned that earlier. It was in, I think, the recommended motion on the RFD, but again, I don't want to slow it down. I don't want it to impact content or anything in the resolution, just a consideration. So
I think that's a good idea, and as long as we change on the cultivated leases, that would only give them 3 months. Like if those that want to try to buy, I think we just got to look at that in the context of cultivated leases, because theirs expires, you know, shortly after that. And unless we change that process of it suddenly goes to tender, they'll only have 3 months to figure out how to buy it.
It can be a different date, but
No, but
I'm just not ready for today.
Yeah,
For it
no,
being
no.
effective today,
I
or
agree.
even next month, or the next month.
I have no issue with the implementation date, and nothing's, you know, it becomes effective, but well, you don't have to approve anything. So I still don't mind to have an implementation date. Lane?
I guess the motion's already been made. It's not mine to withdraw. The concern I have with bringing this back or referring it to legal and then it potentially coming back in March, if we can have it come back on April 14th, I'm okay with that. But I would like to avoid having it come back during the March meetings.
Well, I can totally live with that. I'm not quite following your line of thinking, but if we give legal more time, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
My line of thinking, I'm not going to be here for the March meetings. We're already down to 5 members of the council discussing it.
So it's personal. Yeah, I like the date isn't my biggest problem. That
Yeah, no,
I
that's
just
fine.
my goal would be to have it legally reviewed and then brought forward.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Ernie.
this is just for the sale of lands, or is this for all three?
No, we're
qualities?
just doing the sale lands. We got a few more hours ahead of us yet.
I'm just clarifying.
Okay. So it is your motion to withdraw.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. So I would make a motion that the draft sale of MDT lands policy with the amendments be reviewed by legal for consideration at the April 14th meeting. And then we'll look at that last agenda item for implementation. It's there, it's here, but we can do it then.
Can I zoom in from my tractor that morning? No, I'm.
Well, I know, well, I've seen what happens to councils in spring. It's a disaster.
No, I don't get to drive tractor anymore.
And you're gone on the 24th? Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Gives staff time to get that package done and put together well. Okay. Oh man, a month and a bit, Lane. I'm like almost tearing up. No, not you, me, that I have to endure this. We weren't sweatpants that day.
Should I go get mine?
We're gonna take a break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a couple minutes, but we'll give them enough time. Okay, the motion reads that the amended the amendments of the draft sale of MDT lands policy be reviewed by legal and presented to council for consideration at the April 14th, 2026 council meeting. Any questions on that motion? Those in favor? It's carried. Okay, let's recess for 5 minutes and then we will be starting on cultivated Moving on to grazing policy and leases. Oh, sorry, Arliss just walking in. So you can see the memos attached. And then I'm just gonna run through the attachments, the draft grazing lease, the the draft template for the tender grazing lease, transitional grazing lease, the community pasture, proposed payments to grass grazing leaseholder budget implications, the public engagement, which we saw before, written and presented, the map, and the position of administration, which is quite clearly noted on the top of the memo page, is perhaps different than what is being proposed. So, unless people have a different plan, and if you have motions that you want to make right out of the gate, otherwise we will continue with the same process. These are important enough documents that we will start to go through them line by line. We're on grazing lease policy. Arliss, is there anything you want to add before we start going through it, or any of your team?
I don't think so. We're here to.
Okay, David.
I'm just wondering if we should deal up front with the adding the policy that holds the grazing and lease associations responsible for their bylaws and the act.
Yep. I think
You know, something that
that's
just,
good.
so that we get that in there.
Let's see where that should go. Probably under section the grazing leases. Okay, so under community pasture grazing lease, not there. So the following terms will be included in the community pasture. I would think it would go underneath there. I think it would be valuable if we number these after whatever Roman numerals, but so we're at community pastures grazing lease applicable term 1, authorized tenants, lease terms, rental rates and adjustment, no assignment. So probably number 5, eh, David? On that, I'm on page 4 now.
Question on the
It's
public
not on the
lands
screen
act.
now.
Okay.
Just pull it up here.
Just 1 second. I just want to see, and then I'll go to you, John.
Sorry, where are we?
We're just discussing whether we're going to implement the clause that community pastures must provide and adhere to their bylaws or risk termination of their lease with the MDT. And that would go under.
To what end, though? To what end? Just I'm curious. To what end?
Well, the point is that if we have complaints of people that come in and say that these grazing associations are not truly public, because that's why we're giving them renewable long-term leases, is that because it's public. And in the act, back when this was all started, there actually is the law allows for grazing land to be given to grazing associations below market value, but only because they're grazing associations that are supposed to help small producers share the costs of fence, water, bulls, all these things that grazing associations actually do. This is what they do. But if they're not following their bylaws, and we have young farmers in the area that are trying to get in and they can't get in, then we can't shut down the association, but we can control our lease. And so then it gives us some leverage for them to follow their bylaws. I thought you brought that up in a meeting with me that we should do this.
I think it's more in the context of those areas that actually don't have access. I guess eligibility requirements are still exclusive based on very small defined geographic areas.
Right, but even within those areas, there's been problems. And so we're trying to make sure that the bylaws are being followed, but that they also are legal according to the act. And that's what we gotta.
Yeah, well, council will do what they do. I mean, my perspective is community benefit within the boundary of the MD of Taber, not within sub boundaries of the MD of Taber.
Well, and we'll review that with the act. If the act says that that's the way it should be, then, but that's the point, is that we can check the legality of the boundary rules and everything else. And if it's within the law, then it's within the law. If it's not, then it could be opened up.
John?
This is referred to as the Public Lands Act, which would be a provincial act for publicly owned lands. This isn't publicly owned. This is privately deeded by the MD of Tabor. So I don't know if the Public Lands Act even has any effect on our lands.
Well, the point is that I agree with you. The point is that we're letting them keep these privately owned lands from the MD on condition that they do follow their bylaws and the act as an association. That, yes, and that's why we're using it as leverage, because it is basically, it's a privilege that they're getting, but they've got to follow their bylaws. If they're blocking people that can legally apply to these, then we just want to make sure that the public that are allowed to be in community pastures are being, honored in their applications.
John.
So a lot of provincial community pastures are available to anyone in the province. These ones are exclusive. Most of these are exclusive with their own defined boundaries. So they can change their boundaries at any time and take them down to a township if they choose. So that's where my problem lies in the community pastures, is they aren't for community. And the numbers keep continually going down while the participants in these grazing associations, their cattle numbers continue to go up. And so the benefit to the community is getting less. Is going to be, it's been more consolidated. And we're not helping anything by just using their bylaws, because they can change their bylaws.
Unless their bylaws aren't following the act, right? Go ahead.
Lean.
Well, this is where I think we've got a pretty significant hammer that we can use. If they're going to have a lease, there needs to be certain conditions that those associations operate under. And I think that we're in a position to state what those conditions are going to be. Otherwise, they don't have a lease.
Yeah.
And this is an opportunity for us to get involved and level the playing field so that people have an opportunity to benefit from to the extent that they should.
And we received a submission from Mr. Tyler Secura stating that he moved and he was out of a lease, but then couldn't get into a local lease. So he's been without being in community pasture. So, and we have other lived experience on that. So would you be proposing that we ask that the contingency of the community pasture lease is that it is anyone who lives within the boundaries of the MD of Tabor and meets the other criteria of land and cattle?
Well, that is one of the points that Arliss has raised in his submission to council, that
I
we
see
need
that.
to open this up and have it dealt with as part of this whole community pasture lease process.
It's based, and it's rooted more in equity of opportunity.
Right, yeah.
Because it is constrained by numbers. Like I am a city at probably 90% of the way there, but I get it's constrained to the equity of opportunity. Not everybody can get in, but everybody can qualify.
Right. I mean, I think that there needs to be a review of the bylaws. Anyway, I'm a cow guy. I have a lot of experience with cattle, and there are reasons why they have their bylaws and their areas. If somebody, so I don't know the legality of all the bylaws that have been written. Like the previous council already, before the election, voted to give this renewal thing. I just want to make sure that they're following the rules that are set up and that they're following the act. I don't think we were trying to, dismantle the grazing associations. And anyway, so I think before we go crazy, we want to review their bylaws and make sure that they follow the act. And that if the act allows for boundaries there's just geographical reasons why people, have cattle in certain areas. And if you're hauling them all over the place, there's disease pressures, there's all these things that you do by having a herd that's in one area. And so I don't think it's totally beyond the reach of reality that there's some good reasons for the bylaws that they have. But what I've heard from people that are in those areas, they say, I fit all the requirements of the bylaw, and they're still not letting me in. That's what we're trying to do, is just make sure that they're doing what they say they're doing, and honoring the laws, the rules that they already have in place.
And I'd like to make one comment about Tyler Secure's submission. He chose to move from Vauxhall to Hayes or Tabor, knowing that if he did so, he would lose his grazing rights. So I think that's should be part of his letter too.
He does state that, but his point is that he couldn't get into he thought he could get into the area that he moved to, but he didn't get access.
Right.
And so I think and geography mattered much more even 20 years ago. Now everyone is so fluid, like it's amazing what people.
I think we would have to have a meeting with the grazing associations to understand the reasons before we change a rule like that, because it could totally blow the whole thing apart. I just want to make sure that they're legally following what they say they're supposed to do, because that certainly has been the complaint I've had from all the people I've talked to, Jensen's and different people. I live in the area. I wanted to get cattle in. They wouldn't let me to be in, and I shouldn't use names, but thankfully there's 1,000 Jensens and nobody knows who I'd be talking about. But anyway, the point is that we want them, if it is a community pasture for a certain area and they have bylaws, they need to follow those bylaws. It cannot be an exclusive club.
So David, in keeping with the same format that we did before, we would look to add to community pastures grazing lease under number 5. Community pastures must comply with their bylaws, in particular to membership.
Sure.
Adjudication by a local government on this might be out of our jurisdiction, but that's okay. We'll do our best to implement.
Well, again, we'll get it vetted, but the idea, so I'm trying to follow some of your comments, listening to David, listening to Lane, because what we're really trying to do is have them stand up, right? These they want these grazing associations to be held in account, and truly why we're willing to give them this great deal.
Right.
Because we want, in their words, the small guy, the new guy, to get in.
You have to have a chance. That's the whole point of why these were set up, 100 years ago.
Lane, were you thinking you wanted to say that they have to allow anyone in who lives in the MD of Tabor?
I know that was raised in some of the submissions that we received. I'm just wondering if it'd be better.
Well, I just, kind of the way the rules work is however many people apply, then everybody else's allotment goes down. And so if you make it so that then everybody gets 2 cows. And so that's why these are for communities. This is for this community. This is for this community. It's to build up the area around Vauxhall or Enchant or Hayes, so that those areas have an opportunity for the little guys to get started, not for, a big guy, because some of these qualifications, they don't have a restriction on how big you are. You have to be a certain size. And so if we open it up to the whole place, then everybody could apply. I think there was reasons why these were regionalized. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, John.
So if you look at the map, the majority of the MDs doesn't qualify. If you look at the map of the boundaries that's supplied here, the majority of the municipality does not qualify to.
Not all of them are on the map, though. That's what I looked at, and there's a couple of them that aren't on there, right? Aren't there 5? At least the map I saw didn't have 5 on it.
Fincastle didn't provide.
Only one that's not supplied.
Okay, Fincastle didn't have one there. Yeah, I don't know anything about how the maps came out. We would have to have a meeting to figure that out with the grazing associations, but.
And I do appreciate that these bylaws were attached.
Right.
It was one of my first
Yeah.
times seeing them.
Yeah, no, and I like that.
Okay, so what do you want to do with
Well, my motion is to try to deal with the concern that I got from the people that I talked to, that in their case, the bylaws were not being properly implemented. So
Okay.
that's my motion. Yeah.
Does that work for you? What's in front of you? We aren't going to vote up. We'll do it the same way just to give people time to reflect.
Yep. Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Does anyone have something else they want to bring forward right away, or we'll keep going logically? Okay, Lane, go ahead.
Well, one of the things that we need to address is the AUM rate.
Yep.
We had originally said 2 times the provincial rate. I think we've heard loud and clear that we need to just set a floor and take it, or let that be the minimum. And if the AUM rate goes above that floor, then it's 2 times whatever it's going to be.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And I think that what was heard suggest was a minimum floor of what, $30 in AUM?
John? And then
Also,
David.
also in this policy, we were suggesting giving $300 a lease. So that works out to about $8.57 in AUM. So that leaves us a hole in our budget for $140,000. So how do we make up for that?
Okay, well, you can make a motion to get rid of that.
I would suggest we either remove the $300 or we add $8.57 to the $30 as the floor.
We certainly got some feedback from one of the grazing associations that they think even 26 is way too high. So I think 30 is going to be already a hard pill to swallow for some of these grazing associations. But
So, yeah. I'm prepared to make a motion that rental rates number A, that shall pay rent to the MDT in amount equal to $30 plus the GOA grazing lease rental rate for Zone 1 as established pursuant to Public Lands Leases and Obsolete Provisions Amendment Act. So I would say $30 plus the rate, which is still low compared to tendered. But then we have a base of 30 and then they know where it flows and we tie that to market.
whenever it goes above 30, it follows the
No,
2 times.
I would say 30 plus 30 and the rate,
So, and what's the rate right now?
9 something.
Okay, are you meaning, so the amount would be $39 that they're paying, or is $30?
$30 would be the minimum plus, no, mine would be $30 plus the Alberta grazing lease rental rate.
So no multiplier.
The multiplier would be the plus, so that they would always know it's $30 and then the multiplier.
But I think what I'm hearing you say is that it would be $30 plus $9, so they would be paying $39 right out of the gate.
Yeah.
And I thought the intent was that it was going to be a minimum of $30 or 2 times the AUM rate.
So I just
So-
don't think it sets enough budget security and doesn't reflect the true rate of grass in our area. John?
So you said, who suggested the $30 though? That wasn't council.
Well, it came up, I wasn't at the meeting, but in Vauxhall, that came up. And it's higher than what we asked for in the previous council, was only at 26. And so we're saying, let's go to 30 so that we, for the first several years, it'll stay at 30. And then if inflation, like when barley prices and wheat prices go back up, beef prices are going to come down. But if it happens to keep going up and up and up, then we'll be protected if the provincial rate goes higher than $15, then the multiplier will bring us above $30 and then we'll carry on. So anyway, I think 30 is a good place to start. We were only at 25 or 26 or wherever it was, a few months ago.
We were at 26 with no oil and gas though. which is a $140,000 hole, which then creates a budgetary component problem for the next number of years until we wait for the rate to go up. So how do we make up that differential?
Well, that hole has never existed. We've never implemented our new plan yet. This new price of $300 is lower than what's been happening in the past. Like, we haven't implemented this policy yet at all.
But this policy as it stands currently. We have a draft policy in front of us. The previous policy was built into the budget. So that budget number is real. That's a real number. So we have to make that up when it comes to final budget in March. We have to be able to make that up somewhere. So how are we getting that extra money?
Well, we're going to be selling a bunch of land with this policy, and we've also increased from 26 to 30. So we've already increased it by $4 on all of the AUMs. And so I think it's pretty clear that there's an actual cost if we take away the price of the $300 a lease, and we want the staff to go out there and take care of all the things that are going on with these oil and gas leases. It's going to cost us more than $300. You just can't hire people to do it.
But we have that on our other leases already, right? The Grazing Association, they choose to hire someone and that's their business. But a private leaseholder, they're the ones who are doing it, and it's just part of their cost as well, right? Like the compensation, I so disagree with that. And
I don't think little leases have any of these big issues that you were talking about. When you, like, if you only have a quarter section or 3/4, oil companies, that it isn't like having, 50 wells in a giant big pasture that have all the complications. Anyway, I deal with this reality with the province all the time, and they don't come out and deal with anything that happens in the oil world. We have to deal with it all. And we do get leaks in pipelines. We do get cattle that drowned in holes. We do get fences that are, all the time. This is not a made up thing. I don't deal with it as far as with a community pasture. We deal with it on our own lands. And the province doesn't cover any of these costs. We cover them all. And so I would say that in these little teeny private leases, there aren't those big issues that happen, because it's not a giant open pasture that has all kinds of oil wells and pipelines going through it. The MD can manage the little ones because it's little teeny things that happen. I mean, I don't know what Brian and them do on the small ones, but I'm pretty sure that the little guys don't answer phone calls to go out and service wells. I don't think they have anything to do with it. It's when you have a big grazing association, they've been used to, anyway, they call the people, a short-term lease like that, they would be calling the MD. They don't even know who the current leaseholder is, but they know it's Vauxhall Grazing Association, and they call the Vauxhall Grazing Association. That's just what happens.
Yep, so my motion is added to the list that the tenant shall pay rent to the MD in an amount of $30 plus $30 AUM plus the government GOA grazing lease rental rates for zone 1. That is my motion that's on the floor. So now we can, anyone can put whatever they want up. Go ahead, Ernie.
I just want to add a caution to that, because I've been told, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I've been told that the AGLA rate is supposed to go up roughly 25% a year for the next 2 years. That's going to be pretty onerous on the Grazing Association, if that's true.
Well, I'll tell you my rationale behind it. One, I know everyone has the reasons that they said the tendered rate isn't reflective, but I never had one single call on the rate. So I knew right away the rent was too low. I knew right away. I had calls on many other factors, but not one person called me on the rental rate. And that was my red flag, that 2610 was too low. And then when I hear the Grazing OHLA proposing $30, no one proposes a rate that they think is market, right? And I know they have other reasons, but I tried to evaluate what was our loss, what was our gain, what was the greater good for the MD of Taber. And so that's how I came up with that. And they wanted a predictor. So I felt like $30 is a flat. and that there's a ranging rate. And I know David spoke to us about the money in cattle, but farming, to me, I know cattle isn't the same as row crop, but we have costs that we have to deal with.
No, I don't think there's a bunch of easy money in row crop either. I agree.
Yep.
No, I agree.
So that's how I came up with that, Ernie, and that was my rationale.
To be fair, there's no multiplier, so.
Yeah, well, plus the multiplier, right?
Well, it's 30 plus whatever the AGLA rate
Yeah,
is.
and so that is a rate that will rise and fall based on the market. Martin?
Yeah, I won't be voting for that. I'm happy with putting a floor in. And if we're gonna go where it can go wherever, we gotta put a ceiling in, but I would be happy with a $30 floor and a 2 times multiplier. That way, if it does go up, we can still cash in on it. But if we're not gonna do that, then there's gotta be a ceiling, because
So you're saying $30 and a 2 times? I was saying $30 and a 1
no,
time.
$30 for the floor,
Okay,
or 2 times multiplier the provincial rate.
Whichever is
Whichever is
greater.
higher.
Yeah, whichever is greater.
okay. So that's your motion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we can add that one to the list. Any other comments on the rate? We're just at rental rates and adjustment. And really, we're only on, so let's go back actually, guys. So the applicable terms you're okay with tender grazing, and what about community pasture grazing lease? Those terms are okay so far?
Well, it would just be nice if we come up with a grazing or a rental term policy that is consistent, in the 10 and the 20 years, whatever this floating rate that we choose, that it remains, consistent, and that in 10 years, this doesn't become another big negotiation, that it's just, we've set, because it is a moving rate and it's not a fixed rate, that then that way the grazing associations feel like there's some predictability and they can see it happening, so that in year 9, they're not worried about some other, giant change happening.
Well, they're pretty influential, so I imagine they would be at the table. But it would be good for us to, I don't know why it can't be in perpetuity, just like their 10 years are, why we wouldn't, are we going to adjust the floor, or where do you see the change?
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying is, I think that in the terms, that they're not included in part of the renewal, that the rental terms could change completely at that renewal. I think whatever policy we come up with, the default should be that it stays the same. Not the same rate, at that same floating rate. The same formula, I guess, is the word that I'm looking for.
So what happens in the event that formula no longer exists?
Well, we would definitely deal with it. Council would definitely deal with it, for sure. But I'm pretty sure that's still going to exist. Yeah.
So the wording that we would need, David, is what we're looking for.
Okay. That in section 3.2, that the lease agreement should remain consistent with the previous 10-year term, basically.
So that's the OHL suggestion.
Yeah.
And so you're fine with, after 10 years, leaving the $30 stay the same, or 2 times?
Well, plus the multiplier, yes. Yeah, just something that is, obviously if the multiplier doesn't even exist, we're going to relook at it. But just so they know, it's still based off of a formula that who knows where it'll be at that point.
And I would love to get myself on some rental land that I knew the land rate would stay the same after 4 years, but I can't.
Well, but
So-
it's a floating
But
rate. This is tied to beef prices. It's tied to the market.
Yeah, so then should we,
Like, and the,
so could we have a clause in there that says that if the rate doesn't exist, then it goes to council? Like I
oh,
just,
for sure.
I
Oh,
want
yeah.
to have
No,
something.
no, if it, because the province spends a whole bunch of money every year studying all these rates and the cost of fencing. This isn't just a flip of a coin. This is a huge process. And we're as an MD are not going to come up with this process. And so if we're willing to take a multiplier of that provincial number that is taking into account long-term management of fencing and water, and that's what it's based off of. And then applying it to the price of the beef cattle, then anyway, just to be
Okay.
consistent.
So does B doesn't meet the criteria? That's what Arliss is saying. It already exists.
Yeah, the policy already contemplates that scenario. The scenario of provincial formula change or it ceasing to exist or something like that.
Right.
It's already contemplated in the policy.
But
That gives council the ability to deal with it when they need to.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
So I'm reading the OHLA document and I'm trying to figure out, it says currently the renewal clause states the terms of the lease will be the same upon renewal, except with respect with this calculation of rent.
in other words, rent is gonna have to be totally renegotiated. And I don't think, based off of what we're going through right now, that I would trust that if it's gonna totally blow open, that there isn't gonna be something crazy happen. This is a community organization that has a whole bunch of people that join and pay fees. They need to have some predictability as they go along. And
But
so
10 years is a long time.
Tying the hands of future councils is that's a problem in my mind. Really is.
And again, you would have good counsel or good OHLA people who are going to bring that forward again. I mean, what do we think that these folks are like? I just don't know what. I have more faith in the municipality and the residents. And just because we say it doesn't mean the lease can't be changed anyways, though I'm
absolutely,
struggling with that.
I agree, it could totally get changed. But if it's in there, and it's tied to a provincial multiplier that's already tied to markets and current costs, those things are worked out. Do they do it every year? I'm not sure how often they redo these rates. It's every year that this is studied and done. So it just gives the grazing associations the comfort of knowing that their rate is going to be tied to a studied out and current applied cost and benefit ratio. That is, they look at the beef price, they look at the cost of the fencing, all of that, and they come up with this policy. And then we're multiplying it by 2. And we also have a floor. So if the beef market isn't good, then we're still not going to drop below $30. It's just a motion I'm putting out there. We can vote it in or out. It's all good.
Okay, thank you. John? Okay, all right. Should we continue on through it then?
I'm gonna attach that.
Go ahead.
This is the time to, we're agreeing on 10 years, but we also got a policy in there saying we're gonna sign a lease, but you can change it whenever you want, if the policy changes. That's either gotta be taken right out or reworded where you gotta give them stability, because then 4 years we get a whole new council on here and they change the policy, then it's null and void. Why would nobody would sign a contract
So
like that?
for the same reason that when people chastised me who are leaseholders and said, well, it was your own stupid fault that you kept the rate the same, I couldn't change the rate because we signed a contract. So for those 10 years, the contract exists. And so the only thing that I could see, and I have no issue with that, I think giving people a 1-year note, a 30-day notice on change of use or a 1-year notice on a change of term, at least that's valuable. But they'll get a contract for 10 years that they can renew. So I struggle when people, like literally someone spat on me and said, well, you're stupid. You kept it at 70 cents. And I'm like, I respected the contract that was signed. So, you know, once this contract's signed, they have 10 years.
Unless the policy changes.
That's the problem, is as long, we want to make sure that it will hold for 10 years.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
that's the thing. So I don't really think this needs to be in here if the policy changes. Put it in there, then the policy can change after 10 years then. If the policy changes on the 10th year, then it can be changed, but it's
Show me let's go to where that
2.5.
policy
The tenant
is.
acknowledged they reviewed the grazing lease policy. The landlord reserved the right to amend the policy. However, the amendment that results in a material advised impact on tenant's use of land right under this lease shall require a formal written agreement. Now it says signed by both parties. Before it didn't say that.
Okay, so you're in the lease now or just on the policy?
He's in the lease.
Okay, you're in the lease on
Yeah.
2.5.
5. We added that, I guess both parties have to sign now. That wasn't in there before. I just reread it.
Can I suggest the lease document is not what we're dealing with right now.
Yes.
We're dealing with the policy. Let's focus on the policy, and then we'll have to come around and have discussion about the lease.
That's why I just wonder how they're gonna affect each other. If we make a policy, then it can be,
The policy,
yeah.
the policy should drive the lease though. Right? Like there's no way we can create a lease that doesn't comply with policy.
And they ultimately should work together. Not speaking to any of the contact or political positions of any counselors, but having the idea of I know I'm repeating myself from the coffee with council night, but the idea of having policy is that it establishes council's desire, and it actually gives a framework for the public and who it impacts, because without it, it's essentially a breeding ground for corruption. Not saying that is the case currently, but ever since the land has been transferred back to the MD of Tabor, there's been no policy. It's just been crazy lease agreements with ad hoc decisions by council that really have set no consistency, purpose behind policy, establish consistency in approach. Your local government, you follow policy, you set policies. There's words I want to use, but I can't, but it creates the most obvious, simplistic approach to governing.
Maybe Arlo's gonna help me on this. So on this one, it says signed by both parties. So if it's not signed, nothing happens then, I would assume that on this policy? Because right here it says signed by both parties. So if both parties don't agree to change the policy, it just stays the same, nothing can happen?
Was that in the
I think
policy?
you're
or in
referencing the lease.
Proposed policy change. Proposed policy change.
Was that in the lease documents or in the policy?
If we're gonna make a policy, we wanted to follow the lease, right? If they're gonna, or we want them to mirror each other.
So, but we have to we have to finalize the policy and then they'll have to adjust the leases to reflect the policy. The lease doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but the lease doesn't dictate to the policy, it's the other way. The policy to the lease.
The policy sets the framework in which the leases are developed.
So from my understanding, once the policy is passed, then the lease will be created. And that lease will then be vetted with us again before they're signed. Is that correct?
Yes, but preferably I'd like to deal with them at the same time.
Okay.
To get it done.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so we're good with community pastures. We're moving on to transitional grazing. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Nope. I'm just on page 4 at the bottom, so I can go backwards if you need. Okay, keep going. So on number 4, this is the transitional grazing lease. lease terms run no more than 5 consecutive years. For the term, the tenant shall pay the MDT. So my motion that I made before, I would say that stands true in community pastures and in traditional grazing leases. That would be what I would move. And I realize it's different than Martin's, but I want that consistency for those rates. So I guess that's what. And Martin, for the transitional grazing, do you want it to be the same as what you've proposed for community pastures?
Like $30 and then the 2-time multiplier. Is that what we're asking?
That's what
about?
I'm saying, but Martin had a different proposal. He said $30 floor and then or 2 times
Yeah,
the
two-
multiplier.
yeah.
So you want,
Whichever was higher, right?
yeah.
Yeah, whichever one's higher.
Okay, so that's.
That's
we're done.
added. That's
No.
been added.
Okay,
Now, could we, I would like to make a motion, and I've tried this motion before, and we can talk about it. But just, I had quite an in-depth conversation with a leaseholder that called me, who, and I didn't realize, I'm new to the process. I didn't realize that this had happened. That people had bought leases when they were provincial leases. So this is before the MD got them and borrowed, big money. I've done it. I've borrowed money and bought provincial leases. I don't know if they could have known that there was a chance that that could come back to the MD. I don't know what was even on the table when they bought those, but then it came back to the MD, and now they're going to have to rebuy it. They still have a huge mortgage on these transitional grazing leases, and so 5 years. I don't know that it hurts the MD at all to extend this to a 10-year term for transitional leases, because the guys that want to buy them are going to do it before the 5 years is up. And so having transitional leases be a 10+10 term, if we're trying to preserve land, if we don't want to sell all the land, then it gives us a longer runway before we're dealing with all of the land sales. We're going to have a bunch that are going to go right away anyway, but it gives a chance for more land to stay as lease land for longer. So I think that I don't think it hurts the MD at all to have longer transitional leases. It makes it so that people can invest in the infrastructure. They'll actually rebuild the fences and do the water systems, but 5-year leases doesn't afford any of that stuff. And so I still think it's the right idea to do 10+10 with still the option, but I'm open to me, it doesn't hurt the MD at all, and so I'm not sure why we wouldn't do it.
I also got a phone call from a leaseholder saying the same thing. That it'd be nice to have 10-year +10 on a transitional lease, same as the grazing associations have.
I completely disagree. One, the purpose for the 5 years was to give leaseholders the chance that they could buy it. If it's 10+10, why would anyone buy it? The rate's too cheap. And that's, if that's what our intent is, that's okay, I guess. I won't vote in favor of that. And then also, it doesn't get us closer to earning the market. And I'm not sure why we're all so afraid of the market rate. That the people who have the leases are afraid of the market rate because they're not paying the market rate. And I get that, but we've tried to protect and insulate that by giving them a good rate for these 5 years and an opportunity to buy at appraised value. Most of us would like to buy land at an appraised value, not at a open market. So I won't vote in favor of it, but so David, your motion is under transitional grazing leases, lease terms will run 10 years plus a 10-year option to renew?
Yeah, I just think, I think if, as long as we want land to stay in, because a lot of the people that I've talked to wish we didn't sell any of the land. And the only way to protect against that is to let it stay with ranchers that want to keep it for a long time.
So I agree that people have called me and said, why would you sell it? But then they want it to go to tender because there's value in that. And why would you get rid of an asset? But I really don't wish this pain on any other council and anguish and feeling like we're pitting people against each other. I try not to look at anyone anymore because we are dealing with people, and my whole life is dealing with people. But this, I feel, is partly business. And so I feel we gave an option to leaseholders to have a chance. So I won't be voting in favor of that amendment, but anyone else can speak to it, or we can keep going or add another motion to it. Martin?
I think we're kind of missing the main point on why we want to go to 10. It's because from what I talked to people, they've taken loans out on this already, and they've got like substantial loans with the government of Alberta. And they got a financial obligation, and they're trying to figure out how to deal with it. And it's not their fault. It was the law when they did it. When they got the loan, it was the government of Alberta. Now it's the MD. So it got changed, and we're just trying to give them a runway to deal with the financial burden that was put on them, not on themselves. Because if it would have stayed the same way, they would be fine. But the rules got changed when it come to the MD at Tabor, and now the rules got changed. So we're just trying to give them a runway so they don't go bankrupt.
Well, and part of it, oh, sorry, go ahead, John. Sorry.
John,
So the rules that changed, that was 20 years ago. That's 20 years since they've had this. It's been 20 years since we've had this in our hands. And one group we never hear from complaining about the rates are the ones that are paying market rate. And so they choose to pay market rate. They never complain about the fences. They never complain about not getting the oil and gas revenue. There's no complaints from them. They bid, they pay their bills. We don't have any problems with the grass. There's no problems with the fencing. They look after everything. So I'm not sure where all this came from that we need to subsidize, but we need to subsidize into perpetuity. I don't understand it. If we're going to allow them to hold it, it has to be at market rate. There's no question. That's what lots of the people who don't have these lands want to see is a market rate. They don't want to sell any of it. The ones that don't want to sell want to ensure that we're receiving market value on rent. What we're doing here is locking it up for 20 years at a subsidized rate. That's just not right. And this isn't for community pastures. This is for private landowners and private operations, some of them which are very significant operations.
So there's a motion on the floor on that. Are you able to, and then I've suggested that the rental rates adjustment on transitional lease will include what I proposed. Then Martin has proposed $30 as the floor and then 2 times the rental rate. Does anyone else want to weigh in on that, or can we keep going? We'll keep going. First right of refusal to lease. Now we are still talking about transitional grazing leases. Okay, are you good there? Okay, I'll give you time. Oh, sorry, Arliss.
Just while there's a bit of a lull, I'll make some noise. Just as a point of clarity, and I know council's already aware of it, it's been this way since I believe September 2025 approval. But there's 3 specific to the grazing lease policy. There's 3 categories: tendered, community pasture, and transitional. It's just important to remember and always remember that those 3 categories are those 3 categories. So once with the new implementation, a tendered grazing lease is always a tendered grazing lease. Transitional grazing lease is always a transitional grazing lease until it's not, right? Until that initial term is over. And then community pasture grazing lease is community pasture grazing lease.
Thank you.
Tendered or transitionals don't become and can't become community pasture,
Right.
and vice versa.
Mhm.
Could I amend my own motion? Like, what if we just said 10 years, not 10 plus 10? Just to give these guys the runway that have, like, some of them have put in miles of pipeline and big uke tire troughs and all the stuff through their other land into these lease lands. There's no fencing in between the MD lease and the provincial lease because these were all bought as provincial leases. So if we do force them to, go to tender, they lose it. Somebody's gonna have to put in, and the one is 5 miles of fence and there's no water in that land at all. There's no water there because the water comes through the other rancher's land. So to give them 10 years to get ready to buy it, and then it goes to tender instead of 10 plus 10. Just to give them a little bit, because for a lot of them, it's their sons that are coming into the operation and they're just trying to figure out how are we getting it done when we already have $1 million loan on that land when we bought it from the province, not from the province, but from somebody else, the right to hold that lease. And at the time, even when we took over the land, we as the MD of Tabor promised that it would stay as grazing land. And so it's in all of their minds, they were safe. They didn't have to have a big fight back then because it sounded like it was going to stay status quo, but then it didn't. So if we could just say 10, give them initial term of 10 before it goes to tender instead of 5. It doesn't have to be 10 plus 10 if that just seems too, but anyway, 10 years goes pretty fast, and I don't think we're trying to sell it all at once anyway.
Okay. So we'll keep moving on. Any comments on the right of first refusal of lease? And we're talking still transitional grazing. Okay, I'll keep going, but if you want to pause me, please do. Sale or assignment eligibility. So right now it says that, and this was a change, during the initial 5-year term, tenant may, with consent of the MDT and subject to compliance with the requirements of this policy in terms of the lease, sell a transitional lease. And they may also do a family transfer. John?
I would like to remove the ability to sell. This is where a lot of the problems have been created, is the ability to sell these leases. So then there's this idea that they own it and they purchased it, that they purchased the land. I've heard this so many times. I've already bought it once. No, you purchased the lease document. The idea of selling this, that was a big mistake in the past, and we're going to perpetuate it into the future. I don't agree with it. If it's truly for the benefit, if we're going to subsidize these rates for 5 or 10 years, the only way that there's any value there is because of the subsidization over time. That's it. That's the only way the value is built in, plus the oil and gas revenue. So those two things comprise where that equity comes from. It comes from nowhere else. So that comes right off the top, comes right out of our pockets, right out of our money that the MD could operate on because we're not at tendered. If we're at tendered, you can have the right to sell because nobody will buy it because it's a tendered rate.
So your motion is to remove
4A? Yes, remove 4A.
Okay. Which is really different from what we allow for community pastures, right? Because then that's what makes transitional very wealthy. Okay, so then the family, immediate family, I think that's important because we want to keep it in the family. No subletting. So if John's motion passes or fails, this would definitely dictate what happens in E and F and G. And then the transfer fee, we didn't put the amount. Can you remind me what the transfer fee is right now?
Oh, my staff just left me.
No, that's okay.
I will shortly.
Yeah.
Brian, the current transfer fee for grazing lease assignments?
For sale,
Tax recovery is $150 per UM, and MD grazing leases are $100.
yeah, so for me, this number is really important because if we do allow the buy and sell, then I want 100,000 going to the MD of Tabor or 50,000. But if we're not gonna have a buy and sell, I don't actually mind no transfer fee to family. But that's where it has to be, if you allow someone else to sell the right to your land, there has to be something in it for you.
Administration does actually recommend, I think it was provided.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, I have to check.
Some element of updating it so that it's not 20 years old.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with a bigger fee if we're, because I mean, we just voted back in the right for them to sell, so I definitely won't be supporting John's motion. Buying and selling leases is a very, very common thing to do, and so I think it gives the market a chance to move some of this land around.
Do you have a number in mind? Like, is my number way off base? Like,
oh no, I don't think so. Like $50,000. I mean, it'll get worked into the price of the
right,
land.
that's
right?
how I feel
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
So why shouldn't the MD have a benefit? So I was between 50 and 100,000 is what.
Like we're talking per quarter or something like
yes,
that?
per quarter.
Something like that. I haven't looked at the math really to think that through, but.
Okay. And that, again, it's that reiteration of completed transfer accepts the terms and date of expiry. So that we don't have people saying, well, I already bought it once.
Right.
I don't want to buy it again. Well, that's just, you bought the right to lease it till the end of the date.
And then potentially to try to buy it yourself, but that isn't guaranteed either, right? And
Right.
so, yeah, it's definitely a risk.
Yeah. Yes, Martin.
I don't, if we go that high, I thought some of it was the goal to try to sell some of this. So if we go that high, 50,000, which I'm fine with then. But I'm thinking then if it's going that high, if they buy it, it should come off the cost because they bought it with the intent of that. And the MD's already got $50,000 and then they proceed to buy the land. It's kind of like double dipping almost. If we're gonna transfer it to them and they figure to sell to buy it right away, then we're gonna go to full appraised value and they already paid $50,000 to $100,000. That seems, if we're trying to sell some of this land, like, I don't know, it just seems like that's not gonna work.
So my rationale behind that is because based on what some of the conversations we've had at our table and at the engagements, if the leaseholder sells his right to lease to one of the bigger players and their intention is to buy it, there's lots of money at play on the table. And I always am struggling. It just becomes part of the cost of doing that business. So I don't see it as double dipping. It is the privilege to buy the lease, to put in a proposal to buy the lease.
And that's about $312.50 an acre. So it's not a crazy amount.
Not compared,
Yeah, to what the land values are.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, I just haven't thought about the math before, but yes, there is definitely a financial benefit for some of these big players to come in and buy this land, buy these leases. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'm good with no transfer fee for family. I'm totally good with that. That does not bother me because my intent was to keep families, if they wanted it, to keep them in it, but not for sale. I'm not in favor of that.
Yeah, I definitely think we should be at least at $100 an acre. There's got to be some fee. That's.
So my motion will be that I'll request to sell a transitional grazing lease, so not a sign, because I think a sign to families. Sell transitional grazing lease will be subject to the payment of a transfer fee in the amount of 50,000, which fee must be made to the MDT no later than the execution of the necessary transfer documents.
You're saying per quarter in there? Not just.
I'll
a
do
flat.
that per quarter.
I know, Lane, any thoughts on that? Is it too high? What do you think? Just trying to think what that's, what does that mean?
There needs to be a transfer fee. We haven't
Yeah.
had the discussion about what that amount's going to be.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
what
the
we're
first-
doing right now.
Yeah,
I
so
know.
it's just like, is this?
But what has it been in the past? And I don't know that we need to
So
depart
they
much
just
from what it's
reported
been.
to us
$150.
150 in AUM or $100 a quarter.
Yeah, so it's just very, very small.
Yeah, it's 20 years old.
Yeah, it's 20 years.
That's what Arliss's note said. It should be modernized. He doesn't have a suggested number. I just was trying to figure out what the math would be on it. And so to me, it also has to be there has to be a benefit to the MD for allowing that privilege to sell. Martin.
So if we do end up going to 10 years on this, I'm fine with $100 per acre, then that's $16,000 per quarter. And then we're going to open market in 10 years so you want to buy and sell it, MD still gets a fair chunk of change, and it might get sold. Or it might, if you're going to $100,000, you're limiting a lot of players that are going to be able to try to buy it.
Well, I'm saying 50,000. So your motion is that it be $100
An
per acre
transfer fee.
transfer fee. Do you want that for families as well then?
No, that's just if you're selling it.
Okay.
Family to,
Okay.
I'm fine with no transfer to family for free.
Okay. So there's two motions on that one. Okay, let's keep going because it's 4 o'clock already. All grazing lease applicable terms. The following terms shall be included in every grazing lease unless otherwise stated. So tenant purchase option.
Where are we at? Let's see here.
So we're moving at the bottom of 6, moving on to 7.
It's how it's on our screen now.
Oh, can you guys move that down, please? We need to be at all grazing lease applicable terms, so the bottom of 7. Oh, bottom of 6, sorry. Yeah, you're right, right there. That's where we are. Okay, once you're good, give me a nod. Lane's ready.
I guess just a point of clarification, if we decide that we don't want to sell it, it just continues on as it was. Like they didn't forfeit their lease by trying this. Like, because if we turn them down on the sale, it just stays as a lease.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, surface leases.
I'd like to make a motion to remove this.
So John's motion is to remove surface leases.
The rationale for that is, in the private world, no one gives surface rights to anyone. And I don't understand why we're doing it here.
I just stated in the private world, nobody would require their renter to take care of the oil issues.
We don't require that of our tendered ones. Why would we require it here?
But they do it. That's the problem.
The tendered ones have oil and gas on it as well. And the ratepayer is not, or the leaser is not responsible for looking after that.
Well, they've never, yeah, none of the private tendered leases have ever called me and said, I keep getting phone calls to go up. They don't have to deal with it. They're just small blocks. But on the big leases, even on my, I get calls all the time from the oil companies.
But you're also compensated for that. So as soon as you take away the compensation, they're just not going to deal with it. And so then it becomes a responsibility of the oil company on whose it should be. And so that's how it works in the real world. The oil company is ultimately responsible. And most of these grazing leases have tech fences around the pump jacks and no perimeter fence. And there's very little impact of these leases. And yet we're giving away, and I mean giving away, $300 a lease. And we're giving it away.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor on that one. Lease termination by MDT. Oh, I'm sorry, Lane, go ahead.
So on this one, 3A sub 3, or sorry, 3A sub 2, I don't think it's acceptable for us to be in a position to give 30 days written notice that the lease is being canceled. If they've got a lease, we're obligated to the terms of the lease just as the leaseholder is obligated to it. If we want to remove part of the land, then we need to negotiate whatever it's going to be for removing it.
So like a year, and then compensation for the, if we're gonna totally take it away from them before the end of the term, or what do you mean?
Well, a leaseholder has rights. Once they have entered into a lease agreement, they've got rights. And if we end up pulling those rights away for whatever reason we feel necessary, they've got the potential to seek legal recourse to protect their rights. And I don't see how we could expect anybody to enter into a lease where we've got the right to give them 30 days written notice.
Yeah, what do you do with those cows? What do you do with the crop that's in the ground? Yeah.
We can't do that. Nobody should be able to do that.
Well, I think though, I would rather, like, because I don't want to tie up the MD. In order to allow the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for alternate use on a 1-year written notice. Because again, this is now forever. On the community pastures, it's forever. And things change. We see that. So at least if you give someone 1-year notice, or OHLA had a proposal for the notice. Let me find their proposal.
Yeah, and the off season that it,
Yeah.
for the cultivated
they're-
leases. Yeah.
Yeah, but I see that it even lines up easier for grazing.
And grazing and cultivated. They had 1-year notice and then off season only. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know why we wouldn't,
I can make that motion to change it to that.
So notice should be given by November 1st with the lease ending on March 30. Oh, no, I don't, that's not it. So Ernie, I don't want to put words in your mouth. In order to the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for alternate use, must give 30 days written notice and may only occur in the, I don't want to say off season, I'd rather do a date, November 1st to March 30th. I'm just trying to get the cattle guy to give me some.
Well, whatever they wrote, I'm fine with that.
Now, we're kind of talking like small percentages of the land, like for windmills
A
and stuff like
nuclear
that.
plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those, and maybe we need to specify a percentage of the land, because for us to even be able to do this, if somebody signs a 10-year lease and we decide we're going to use your whole lease as alternate use, then that's crazy. But if we're talking about to do some MD specific things that are related to oil and gas or utilities or something, and then we reduce the acres of their lease so they don't have to pay for the acres that we took away, those kind of things, and then we just give them enough notice, then I think that's, that this can work. But if it's just like, we can just, it's not even really a lease document. If we can just give them 30 days notice and take the whole lease away and lease it to somebody else for an alternative use. But I could see how we would want that flexibility for small pieces if
So,
there's things that need to be
Just so
done.
you know, we have had people knock on the door and they had places that they wanted to go and we said, don't call us until the lease stuff is done.
Right.
Because we tried and hands went up in the air, hair was on fire, you're ruining our lives. And so, and it would have been an opportunity that took up an acre or 2 acres on a corner. And we even made them move it. Like where they initially proposed was in the middle and we said, that's dumb, go to the corner over here. And they were willing to do that. But it caused such an uproar that we said, no, we're not even gonna do it. So again, I'm worried about tying our hands for opportunities.
So what happens if a data center shows up tomorrow or the day after the lease is signed and they want to use 320 acres? We have to say, sorry.
Well, no, we buy the 320 acres, right? Not necessarily our own land, but there's lots of land.
No,
We can
if they-
still figure out a place to put a data center. Yeah.
So if they came to us and said, this is where we want to put it, they've decided where they want to put it. It's between you and this other municipality. You guys have land, it's in your name. We'd like to use it. So we don't have that opportunity, even though we're the landowners?
Well, but if you wanted like, let's say it was a solar farm, because that's what's the only thing that would take 320 acres would be a giant solar farm. I don't think we should have the right to just go and take 320 acres and put in a solar farm when we're trying to, grassland, agriculture priorities and those things. But yes, small acreage, I'm okay if we have something in there for a small percentage of acreage.
So Ernie, I want to, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So in order to allow the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for alternate use, 30 days written notice, and the termination must only occur November 1st to March 30th. Just because I don't want to upset how the production is.
Yeah, no, and I think that fits with what people are hoping, yep.
So that 30 days notice has to occur within those days?
No, you would give 30 days notice, but you couldn't enact it until November 1st.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Go ahead. I don't mind a correction either. I'm happy to
No,
take it.
so we're still saying it's okay for us to have the right to just arbitrarily terminate a lease that we've entered into with no compensation to the leaseholder?
That's not used. Yeah, there's a spot here on compensation for fencing, and I'm sure someone's gonna
Well,
propose more than
that's for the
fencing.
improvements. That has nothing to do with the actual.
But it says if the
right to
grazing
use the
lease
land.
is terminated by the MD prior to the expiry of the lease, other than for default, or a tenant surrenders the lease, the MD may. So like, to me, it meets the same criteria.
But
Yeah,
that,
but we're only paying them for the fence.
Yeah,
not for
that's
the-
only
I
for
know,
the-
but I
the
think
whole
it's
thing.
coming, right?
Yeah.
OHLA has a proposal, which I'm sure someone's gonna put on the floor, so it's different than just fencing. I
Well,
suspect. I don't know.
I don't,
but even what they put on the floor is for improvements. It's not for the lease itself. And what we're talking about is the right to arbitrarily pull a lease out from underneath the feet of whoever has entered into that lease with us.
Mhm. Well,
And they've got legal rights to that lease for the duration of the lease, unless we negotiate some buyout of it.
well, if I'm the landowner, I always have an out clause on everything I have. Because why, I don't want to be tied. I need an out clause somewhere. Life changes and we can change it to that. Like you can make that notation with compensation, but if it's 3 acres for a nuclear site, what a shame that we wouldn't
So-
have an opportunity.
So then, can we put in a percentage of the acreage that we think is something reasonable? Because I just don't think you can take that whole lease away without being totally going against the intent of why the province gave us the land back and everything that we promised. And then what we're trying to do in the future is maintain agriculture in this area. And so a solar farm, I wouldn't want a future council to have the ability to decide to pull ag and put in a giant solar farm just because they have that. If we signed a lease, that should be honored, unless it's for, like you say, for small acreage type things. I could see wanting to have the right for the MD to go in and do something that's small. And then that is compensated by removing the lease payment for those acres and those things. But they don't have to suddenly find out what are they going to do with these 300 or 400 cattle that we're going to be on this. It's not, you can't plan for that kind of stuff.
There was a, just above it in the service lease rental, there is a 10% that's been identified in the previous one. Could be used as a starting point, or something that could be used as a.
That's a good idea. So if you read 2B on page 7, that's what Bryce is referring to. Would that work?
I mean, I can see why we would want that flexibility on land that we own. I can see that. But it certainly has to be meaning that they no longer have to pay the lease on those acreage, all that kind of stuff. You know, obviously the loss of use of that land would have to be addressed. Anyway, I'm with Lane, all out being able to just pull a giant lease like this, because this says, this isn't just specific to transitional, or
it's all three.
All three. And that, I mean, it just seems impossible to apply that kind of a term to a community association that we've given renewable leases to. I just don't see how that can work.
Well,
But 10%, I don't know, it seems a little bit high. I'm trying to think of 160 acres, 16 acres. I mean, maybe it's reasonable.
Use the example earlier, if we were going to build a rec center, which if all of a sudden we had a quarter of land, and that would make sense. Again, I don't think the lease association or a leaseholder is unreasonable. John?
That's assuming that all the parcels are 160 acres. So if you have a 10-acre parcel, you might not be able to use it. So I think that there comes into question here being able to act as a landowner. And I think we do need an out clause. And it's not that we're going to use it for nefarious reasons. There's 7 people that sit around this table, and hopefully we're doing it for the right reasons, even the ones in the future. And we have to have confidence in the people that are sitting here. And this idea that we can stop everyone from doing anything is a little bit overreach.
So could we say 10% for all, quarters or bigger, and then the small parcels would be, because we don't have a whole bunch of small parcels, but I'm sure we do have some. We're doing a lease in Grassy Lake that's tiny. And so, yeah, those ones I could see that if some big opportunity came, that they would know that this is a small lease, and if we need it as the MD, as long as we made that clear when people are signing these small leases, I think that's fair. Yeah, that they know that this isn't a giant grazing association that's gonna have, I don't know, what do you think, Lane?
Well, would it be appropriate under 3A sub 2, after on 30 days written notice, subject to compensating the leaseholder for the loss of the leased area?
Well, I have no issue with that, and I would go one further, that it may not interrupt the current season, right? Like I would give them that respect, even that, because there's nothing that happens that fast, right? So I don't want to ruin anyone's crop. I don't want to ruin anyone's grazing.
Yeah.
So I would even go so far as to add that.
Yes, I'm okay with that. But I do like the 10% on the big pieces, but little pieces that, yeah, if there's a small piece we have next to town that we know we could easily, if an opportunity came.
And I think what this also does, it starts to move us away from the leaseholders. that's a fine line of wanting people to run it as their own land and rent it, right? As a renter, I always want people to run it as their own, but they also need to know it still belongs to the landowner,
Yeah.
which is everyone. Okay. Lace, how are you doing with that? That was a lot of, and it's Ernie's motion, but he'll have to look at it and see.
For an alternative use, 30 days written notice, subject to compensating the leaseholder, sorry, Lane, I didn't catch that lawsuit.
So-
And then Tamara's addition was.
And not interrupt the current farm season or agricultural season.
I will make that work somehow when I show you.
Okay.
But somehow on big grazing, we, there still has to be a percentage somehow in there for the big pieces. 10% on pieces over 160 acres and smaller, it can be the whole thing.
Okay, Ernie, you don't have to own that right now, right? Once you see it, like no one's names are tied to them right now. We'll do it the same way we did the others.
We'll review it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Okay, now we're going on to compensation. I expect there'll be a discussion on this.
This is like for pumps and pivots, this is what we're talking about? Fences, all that? Compensation. I think this is gonna be very rare that we're terminating a lease prior to, but if we did, and if we were actually taking the acres where they had their corral system and their water system, I think we would, I just can't imagine us doing that. But if we did, if that happened to be the corner where we wanted the data center and that's where they have their corrals and the water system, that we would want to be able to compensate. I think a reasonable council would do that even if this is written this way. But you know, for protection, I think we would want to be able to compensate for the fencing, you know, and other infrastructure that was added. I just don't think it's going to cost the MD anything because I don't think we would do that unless we absolutely had to have that corner or that area.
And any costs with that could be passed on to whoever wants that.
Right, if the data center is going there, we would just build it into the price of the land.
So David, your motion is then that number 4, everywhere that it says compensation for tenant fencing
Yeah, we just say for upgrades or for infrastructure, something.
and infrastructure.
Yeah, I'd just say an infrastructure. Yeah.
So then throughout 4A, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's see if there's. Yeah, so just everywhere there's fencing, add
Yeah.
infrastructure. Okay.
Like I say, I don't think this will hardly ever happen. So I think it would be fair if it did happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's a termination, so I can live with that. Yes, Martin?
On the next one, on the tender one, I don't know how we do it exactly, but if you're putting it out for tender, I think it should be known when it goes out for tender, what improvements were made, so when it goes up to tender, that them improvements were made, you're gonna be responsible for paying that. I'd like to see, like, if you build a fence, and build a dugout, build everything, and then it goes for tender, we want the people maintaining the land while they got it. So if that improvement comes in, they're not gonna get the full value because it's gonna depreciate over time, but it should, when it goes to tender, say, there's improvements made on this quarter, it's going for tender. This much was put into it, it's still got a value of this. We, as an MD, put on that value still of that improvements made. So if whoever tenders has got an idea that, because we don't, otherwise nobody's gonna fix a fence out there if they're just tendering.
That's, yeah, how could we do this? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with it. I
Well-
mean, but
Well, but I'm just thinking from an administrative point of view, on these small ones that we tender, if the fence is totally dilapidated and there's something that needs to be done, do we want to pay for that? Or if we put it on the tenant, we say, but they would just need to know that when it's being tendered. So like when we tender it this time, we're like, okay, this fence has got to be replaced. Then we would say, part of this tendering is that you will replace the fence, because then the tendering price will adjust for the price of the fence. Like, I just don't, how do you, or it has to be approved by the MD that they're, because we may say, well, the fence is good enough, but the cows keep breaking out, and he comes to us and says, our cows keep breaking out, we need to replace the whole fence. But that's, $10,000 a mile.
the lease documents, if we go back to even the old lease documents, said that you're responsible for fencing, water, and improvements. So the only thing that I'm interested in paying is if we terminated the lease.
And that is the case right now, is if it expires, it would only be if the surrender terminated early, then we would be looking at compensation for the tenant's fence.
Again, we're looking at people who care about what land they're running and taking care of. Like, there's just not people in the MD who don't live up to that. And if they don't live up to it, they actually forego their lease. So then we would tender it again. John, sorry.
I'll go back to the tendered grazing leases again. People continue to tender these grazing leases and we never have any issue with fencing. They're able to keep their cattle in there, keep them watered. We don't have to spend any money on fencing. And they're paying full market rate. Here we're subsidizing and you're wanting us to look after what they put in when it's their responsibility to do so. I don't understand the rationale between
We're
them.
actually talking about the tendered ones right now. We're wondering about, just to make sure that we motivate the tendered people. I'm not talking about the subsidized ones that you call subsidized. I'm talking about the guys that are coming in and want to pay full market rate. They're bidding on it. But if the fence is really bad, how are they going to pay for, like, it's 40, like it would be more, the cost of the fencing would be more than 5 years worth of rent on that quarter. So nobody's going to do it. And so how do we get it done? That's all I'm asking.
It's worked into the tendered rate. So if you see the fence is no good, you better bid appropriately.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, that but they would have to know that, like, if we come, we're tendering the lease, the term is up, and there's going to be another 5-year tender, and we can see that the fence is going to have to be replaced. We would want to have the requirement in that tendering, for our liability's sake, that the cows aren't out on the road, that you're going to have to replace this fence. I mean, there's got to be some mechanism that we can get this fence fixed, like, properly.
Sorry, Tamara.
Go ahead.
Every tender we do put out said you're responsible for the fence, and it's as simple as that. So, like they say, if the fence is falling over, they'll bid much less because they have to fix the fence.
Right, as long as that's clear.
They likely
Yeah.
won't build a brand new fence around the whole entire
Well,
property.
no, and that's
5
the
or 10
problem.
years
And-
even, so.
But long-term leasers do that. They do replace the fence. And when I took over the ranch, my cows could go anywhere they wanted. When the fence gets to a certain phase, all you do is chase cows. And so until you put in a new tight fence with proper anchors and everything else, all you do is chase cows. And for the MD of Tabor to take the liability on those little teeny leases of cows being on the road, I don't think you can. At a certain point, the fence has to be replaced. And it's just, do we have a mechanism in the tendered lease part that we could get those improvements done if we feel like there's a liability there. That's all. Because nobody's going to voluntarily pay more than the value of the whole lease to replace the fence. It's never going to happen.
So if I go to the lease, and if you look at improvements, alterations and fixtures, the tenant will not, without prior written consent of the landlord, construct, install, excavate, drill. I'm not gonna read it all to you. You
Yeah.
guys have already read it, but, so you can't alter the land unless you have approval. You have, and then it talks about the fences. So it is here and people are still bidding. And I realize some of them haven't been big parcels, but it's already written in. So I feel pretty secure about that. Okay. Martin, were you wanting to make a motion on that? Bill?
I just know how to go about it, because I'm not saying the MD is gonna pay, I'm just saying the people that are running the grass will pay each other. MD's not gonna pay anything, it's just like leftover value of that's gonna put onto the next tenant. If the same guy gets it, he's not gonna pay anything because he already owns it. It's just gonna put on him, because then it's gonna be a top-notch fence instead of just a repaired fence, which I understand you're responsible for the fence. So I don't know how to really word it and we'd have to put in there too, you can't just re-fence it because you want to. It has to be,
Yeah, well,
need a repair.
I just feel it's already built into the lease that when you go to bid on it, you know you're responsible for the fence and any improvements, and it's your liability if you have cattle in there. Okay, property taxes, okay. Surrendered leases. Lease tender process. And then MD grazing land subject to these policies. And then there's a description of them.
I'll just echo too is what Arliss had mentioned earlier, that appendix will reflect the leases in their current state. So they would be a 1-to-1, so tendered, transitional and community grazing leases will be listed appropriately in there.
Okay. All right. So we have some motions that are potentially going to be proposed. I would suggest following the same practice that we did before. The person behind the idea make the motion if they so desire, then we'll debate it and vote. And we'll go just from top down. Okay, David, I think this first one is you, if it meets what you want.
Okay, I can motion that the draft grazing lease policy include a clause requiring community pasture leaseholders to comply with their respective bylaws and confirming that such bylaws are lawful and consistent with the applicable legislation.
Okay. Any comments or questions on this motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, this one I'm going to move that section 3A of the draft lease policy be amended to read, for the term the tenant shall pay rent to the MD of Taber in the amount of $30 plus the GOA grazing lease rental rates for Zone 1 South as established pursuant to the Public Lands Modernization, Grazing Lease and Obsolete Provisions Amendment Act. And so that would factor in community pastures and the transitional leases. Any comments or questions?
Go ahead. You're up. I was just gonna say, I won't support this one just because I feel like we've been trying to build an environment where we're openly discussing and trying to come to a good answer with the lease associations. So them coming to the table with a higher rate of $30 and then pushing for an even higher rate, I think is just gonna send the message that if you do come to the table, we're still gonna try to get more. And so I just want the attitude to be that we were all working toward what would work well. And so I think that I would be going with the second motion. I just don't want this attitude that when people come and then we feel like that we should take some more. I realize you're trying to get to a market rate, but I think that $30, the multiplier plus the cost of maintaining AUM fencing and all that stuff gets us to a market rate. And so.
Okay, Martin?
I'm good with that.
Okay, and my rationale behind this is I've looked at the rates that private people are paying for grass plus the tendered rate, and we are still significantly below what private people are paying for grass. So any other comments or questions on this motion?
I'll call for a recorded vote.
Okay, so just make sure your hands are up so that they can record the vote. So the motion is in front of you that the tenant shall pay rent to the MD in the amount of $30 plus the GOA grazing lease rental rate for Zone 1. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is defeated. Okay, the next motion.
That's section 3A of the draft. Grace leasing policy be amended to read, for the term, the tenant shall pay the rent to the MDT in the amount of $30 or 2 times the government of Alberta grazing lease rental rates for Zone 1 cell, as established pursuant to the Public Lands Modernization, Grazing Lease or Obsolete Provisions Amendment Act, whichever amount is greater.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? I'll ask for a recorded vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. The next motion. David, are you gonna, you propose this one?
I just got a question on it. So
Okay.
what we're saying is that they cannot sell the rights to their lease.
No, the one above that.
We're doing
sorry.
a single line.
Yeah, that's the one I was
Oh.
confused about too. That's why I didn't speak up. Yes, I can propose that transitional grazing lease initial term be for 10 years.
So I'll be voting in opposition to this motion. 5 years, the leaseholders have had the leases for 20 years, and there's been due notice that there was going to be changes. Within that 5 years, the rate is very reasonable and an opportunity to buy at appraised value, which is a reduced rate than market. So I will vote against this because it ties the hands of the MD far too long.
I will also be voting in opposition to this. We also have to remember who's holding a lot of these transitional grazing leases. Some of them, the largest corporations within the municipality. This is significant value, and it's a subsidized rate. Let's be honest. It's subsidized. It's subsidized for the last 20 years, and we're going to continue to subsidize it. So, we need to get to a tendered rate on these transitional grazing leases. And also ask that the vote be recorded.
Lane.
So just to clarify, as the policy stands in draft form right now, the initial lease term is for a 5-year period. What we're talking about is changing it from 5 years to 10 years for the initial term.
And then it would go to
Correct.
tender.
Just trying to give the people, the ranchers that bought this land as provincial lease, thinking that it was going to be a 99-year lease, because that's what provincial lease is. It's your lifetime. As long as you keep your terms of the lease, you always get to renew. You don't get to decide the rate. The province does that. But you do get the right to always have it. And so they borrowed money, they bought these leases. The MD asked for it back from the province, promising that it would stay as grazing land and that it would be for the leaseholders and for grazing. And now we've changed all that. So I'm just proposing that we give them 10 years to get ready to have to rebuy the land. And I know it's just the amount of the lease, but they borrowed significant amount of money to get these leases, like some as much as, $450 an acre to buy the right to lease this land. And it was worth that at a 100-year lease, obviously. But when then the MD got it back, these people are sitting there going, I've got a huge loan on this land that now is going to go to tender in 5 years. And so I'm just saying we give them an initial term of 10 years because it was clearly the intent when we brought this land to the MD that we weren't cashing it in.
Yeah, we're talking about a certain percentage of people, and then the others are large landholders in the MD. So unfortunately, there are some consequences, but that is another reason I won't be supporting 10 years. Especially when we have people who are already offering to buy out of the gate. They've been ready for 5 months, ready to buy.
Oh, and I think they will. I think this will only be for the small guys. I think the big guys are going to buy it. I'm not thinking that it's going to, because they don't trust, because these things get changed all the time. The big guys are going to buy because they don't trust that we'll even keep to the 10-year term. I'm just trying to give the little guys a chance to hang on to the lease land that they bought in good faith, and signed agreements with the province that they were going to have these as renewable leases for their lifetime.
I'd like to take quite a bit of offense to you saying that they wouldn't trust us. For the last 20 years, we've lived up to the contracts that have been signed. So why wouldn't we live up to them now? So somehow we're not trustworthy, or the future councils aren't trustworthy. That's what you're insinuating here. And the idea that you have a 99-year lease with the province is dead wrong. The longest you can get is 20 years. And so does it roll over? Yes. But it's also crown land. This is not crown land. This is deeded land. There's a big difference.
Yep. But when they bought those leases, they thought they were dealing with the province. That's what it was. And so they invested as if it was crown land lease from the province. And we got it back claiming that we would keep it as grass. I think the big players are still going to buy it. It also protects grass for longer, which was the intent of what we were trying to do back then. And so I feel totally comfortable asking. I'm not saying that it has to be the way it is. I'm just bringing it as a motion, and I believe it's a fair policy because I think the big players are going to buy.
Any other comments? Yes, Lane.
I can understand both sides in the concerns that have been raised. I feel personally that if there are those that have stretched themselves and incurred some significant costs to buy the leases that they thought was going to carry on for a number of years, and the rules of the game have changed, granting an additional 5 years for them to make the transition is not going to be detrimental to the municipality.
Okay, any other comments on this motion? I'll ask for a recorded vote. The motion reads, the transitional grazing leash initial term will be for 10 years. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, the next motion,
I move that the following clause be removed from the draft grazing lease policy. During the initial 5-year term, tenants may, with consent of the MD of Tabor, and subject to compliance with the requirements of the policy and the terms of the lease, sell a transitional grazing lease.
okay, any comments or questions on this? Yes.
Does the statement during the initial 5-year term, is it still valid for that? I guess we're just removing it, so it doesn't matter.
Right. Okay, any other comments on this motion? Go ahead.
And just remind council that we've already had a discussion and vote on this exact motion. I'll be voting to support that it remain in.
We also had a vote on the previous motion.
Okay, the motion reads that the following clause be removed from the draft grazing lease policy. During the initial 5-year term, tenants may, with consent of MDT and subject to compliance with the requirements of the policy and the terms of the lease, sell a transitional grazing lease. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion fails. Okay, I move that a transfer fee of $50,000 per quarter section be incorporated into the draft grazing lease policy, and that this fee be waived when the transfer is made to a family member. Any questions or comments on this motion? Martin?
I just think the amount's too high, so I'll be voting against it. I just think it eliminates part of the population, so I think it's just a little too high in my opinion. MD's still gonna get money, and the point of transferring it in the end is to kind of sell it if somebody's buying it, so MD's gonna get their money one way or the other, so I just think this is just limiting the people that it can maybe get transferred to and get a chance to buy it.
So the reason I put this motion on the floor is because the privilege to buy and sell a lease, and we've already now had a motion that says it lasts for 10 years, and then the option to buy. This is a point of privilege for leaseholders that is unknown to me on any other kind of business level. So I still stand by $50,000 transfer. It's probably too low, actually. David.
I just haven't had any time to really think it through. I guess I should have thought about the math, because I'm definitely for, you know, it being fair for the MD. So I just don't know if any thoughts on like a transfer fee of $50,000 per quarter. I'm trying to imagine how this would affect. Because if that's a fair price, then I would like the MD to have it. But if it is going to cause, like, is that going to affect I'm trying to imagine the price of a quarter that's going to sell. Like if, like, grassland might be worth $2,000 or $3,000 an acre. Maybe 3,000. Like I said, I'm just trying to, we haven't had any real big. Because if it would be good for the MD to get 50,000, like say that's only $300 an acre approximately, and if we're at 3,000, that's a 10% fee. Is a 10% fee a fair fee?
We'll know fairly quick if there's requests come in and people are prepared to pay it. If it's too high, the market's going to tell us.
Yeah, I mean, it'll get built into the price one way or another, like, because we would have, the fee would be charged to the seller, the buyer. I mean, obviously it gets worked in either way, but that might be a
It
technical.
has to come to the MD to transfer the right to
So it'd be,
lease.
so it'd be the seller. And so that would have to be built into the price of what they're
Yeah,
selling.
and I don't anticipate actually any land sales of the tender in these 10 years, because I don't know why you would unless someone's trying to acquire it, because the price is gonna be favorable. And I'm not trying to be facetious about it. I think this amount is a reasonable amount if someone's choosing to do that. But I think leaseholders will hold on to their lease now because they have 10 years.
Well, I've plenty of that have told me that they will buy no matter what. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I only know of one who's told me depends on the price. So, okay, so the motion reads a transfer fee of 50,000 per quarter section will be incorporated into the draft grazing lease policy, and this fee be waived when the transfer is made to a family member. I'll ask for a recorded vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion passes. Okay, the next motion. You want to skip over it?
Well, we just approved the other one, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're, that one isn't gonna be moved, so you can delete that. Okay, the next motion. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
make the motion that the surface lease sections of the draft grazing lease policy be removed in its entirety.
Okay. Any comments or questions on this motion? So the motion reads, the surface lease section of the draft grazing lease policy be removed in its entirety. John?
I'd like to call for a recorded vote.
Okay. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion fails. Okay. The next motion, let's make sure it reads the way you wanted.
So is this mine or Ernie's?
No, it doesn't matter. It's whoever. That's why I said, even though I was trying to just make sure someone was assigned, whoever feels they have the most content in it, this is the time the motion's being moved.
I feel like this one is yours, Lane.
Okay, I move that clause 3A2 be amended to enable the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for an alternative use. The landlord may provide the leaseholder with 30 days written notice subject to A, compensating the leaseholder for the loss of use, B, ensuring that the interruption does not occur during the active season, and C, limiting the area affected to no more than 10% of a 160-acre parcel.
Okay, any questions or comments on this read-in motion? John?
So I'm opposed to the 10% thing, and like when we talked about a data center. So there was one subject to go in Greenview. It was going to cover 8,000 acres. So the idea that these can fit on a small parcel is a little misleading. So if we had the opportunity for that, I don't know that the 10% fits where we need to be.
Yeah, I'm willing to talk about it for sure. But what do we do if we if let's imagine that big of a deal that comes to the MD. What would the compensating in my mind, the compensation would be the market rate. That's why I think the leases being bought and sold is an important piece, is if we're going to take away their lease and the current market that leases are being bought and sold at is $500 an acre, then we pay out the lease to those people and they get their $500 an acre, which is peanuts. That's like, and then we can put up our data center, but it can't just be for loss of use that we could pull 6,000 acres from a leaseholder. Like, it would have to be something that's negotiated or figured out. I mean, I think that's what we're trying to get at. I mean, that's what I would do if I had a long-term lease on my own land. That I had signed a long-term lease, but I wouldn't pay them for the price of the land, just the price of the lease, because I'm taking it back from them.
So the the price of the lease is what we're charging for the annual lease rate. Because we're not receiving market rate. So the idea that we have to pay them market rate for something they're not paying market rate for is a little bit one-sided.
It isn't a debate about market rate, it's about lease rights. This is talking about if we have leases out there, because this, you know, if the provincial rate keeps going up, and anyway, the point is that if we're gonna, because I would want the MD to be able to take advantage of big opportunities that come, but not as a, like, I just don't agree with the fact that we can just yank a long-term lease and do something else with it without having some kind of fair compensation for the loss of this, because that would be massive. All those cattle would have to, all the public lease would all have to turn, you know, take their cattle somewhere else. It would be a massive disruption. And so if we paid them the price of the lease, they would at least have the opportunity to go try to buy other leases to replace that land. And so it's just being fair is what I'm trying to, that it would, 10%, I don't think we have to do crazy things with, but if you're going to pull a full big lease without coming to the end of the term, I just don't know how you do that.
I'm wondering then if we can, if we strike out clause C and revise clause A to state compensating the leaseholder for the loss of use or cancellation of the lease, maybe for the loss of use on the subject area or cancellation of the lease.
But how do we negotiate what that cancellation of the lease is?
Well, even, yeah.
So there would have to be a value attributed to the lease, and we would have to be prepared to compensate them
Yeah.
for cancellation of it.
And on Greenview, it's a private owner, right? So you still benefit from the taxation. So does this happen to us? Maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, that's why I don't mind the small section. I think if they're going to cover a whole, you know, for the commitment we've made to grass at this point, I don't know that we can even entertain it. Or if the leasehold, but you never know, you might ask the leaseholder, hey, would you take this? And they're like,
Well, that's what I'm saying. We would do a negotiation. We wouldn't just yank it.
Yeah.
Because that's the point.
yeah, we're the MD, even though this is very hard what we're doing today, reasonable humans at this table and in our administration and our residents. You know, there's been some demanding ones, but I feel most people that we deal with are very reasonable and have provided suggestions. Go ahead, Lee.
So to determine how we determine the area that they're being, or the compensation is going to be provided, compensating the leaseholder for the loss of use on the subject area or cancellation of the lease based on the unamortized value of the remaining lease. So if they've paid X number of dollars a year for 10 years and there's 8 years left, and we want to pull that piece from them, we have to compensate them for that.
Yeah. And it still gives us some control.
Yeah. Anyway, I think, I mean, I don't know if it's an elephant in the room, but it's the anyway, I'm trying to avoid contention in all of this, but there is a lack of trust by leaseholders because of the big irrigation project that went in and that we're pushing to that. I mean, I realize that we waited to the end of the term, but everybody thought they had a renewable lease there. And so there is this uncertainty of whether they will hold on to their land or not. And so having something that where we say, no, if we're coming to take the land and it's for the good of the whole MD, we're going to properly compensate you for the loss of these chunks of land. And so anyway, from some of our perspective, it seemed fairly aggressive what happened on the last project.
Okay, Arliss has just texted me. He has his hand up. Maybe we can move him onto the screen too.
Oh, Arliss.
Yeah.
Just a general question. I'm worried now after Reeve Mayenega mentioned that administration is reasonable by this question, but why would the MD of Tabor as the landowner be taking on more and more risk just to rent it out, providing a service that isn't even a non-core service, which is in this case provision of grazing lands? Nowhere in the MGA does it say this is a core purpose of municipal government. I'm just wondering why we're adding more and more risk onto the municipality by considering compensation in a whole bunch of different scenarios. And I recognize that I'll temper this question in the context of joining partway through the conversation, but why do we keep adding more and more risk onto the municipality for a non-core service that we've apparently decided to deliver?
Because we've been asked to, and whether I agree with it or not, there's been lots of pressure. Lane.
And it's not a matter of pressure, it's a matter of principle. Anybody that enters into a lease, there's two parties to the lease, and neither party can yank the lease out from underneath the other without consideration given for that right to cancel the lease. And we cannot place ourselves arbitrarily in the position of just canceling a lease without knowing that there's going to be consequences for that decision.
And there'd be fair consequences. Nothing crazy. This isn't like punitive. This is just covering them for the cost of the investment and the commitment that they made to that land. Because people do make investment decisions on long-term leases. They build fences, they put out memberships, they charge fees, they bring in herds. These are long-term decisions that they make. And so if we just do a fair compensation, then we can still, take advantage of the opportunity.
I guess maybe I'm confused that the terms of the lease agreement are known before they sign it, but that's perhaps my confusion.
Okay. Deputy Reeve, does this meet what your intention is? I'll read it in if it does. To enable the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for an alternative use, the landlord may provide the leaseholder with 30 days written notice, subject to compensating the leaseholder for loss of use on the subject area or cancellation of the lease based on the unamortized value of the remaining lease, ensuring that this interruption does not occur during the active season. Okay. Any further comments or questions? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, next one. I think this is you, David. David.
Oh, is this me? Yeah. Okay, I motion that the draft grazing lease policy be amended to incorporate the terms upgrades and infrastructure alongside every reference to fencing within the compensation for tenant fencing section. And I think we should have it as somehow the depreciated value, like the fair, if it's already 50 years old. I think that's built into the verbiage that you already have for the fencing, right? I guess maybe that's already built into the rest of it. Yeah.
Or maybe we utilize the language Deputy Reeve used in his last motion, the unamortized.
Yeah, something I think they said residual value. So, yeah, condition of the fencing.
Yeah, so it's already there.
Yeah, it looks like it's there. Never mind.
Okay.
Yep, good.
All right. So the motion is to add, sorry, I just can't see that now. The draft grazing lease policy be amended to incorporate the terms upgrades and infrastructure alongside every reference to fencing within compensation for the tenant fencing section. All right, those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay. So I make a motion that we refer the grazing lease policy and the amendments for legal review to be brought back to the April 14th council meeting. Sorry.
I just, before you do, I think that you had a resolution that you
Oh,
wanted
I'm missing
out
one
of
more.
closed session that wasn't done. And I'm not sure if you're wanting to do it, but you had a resolution that was supposed to come out of closed, but we haven't done that resolution
Yeah,
yet.
no, I know that.
Okay,
We've
okay.
got to have a discussion once I get through this first. So the motion on the floor is that this be referred to legal and brought back to the April 14th council meeting. I can't believe I'm making that date. Just makes me have nails in my teeth.
Make sure you brush it.
Oh, my Lord.
Okay with moving it as is.
I hear what you're laying down, but no. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
April 14th, so that's a month and a half away.
Yep.
When does cattle get turned out into lease?
So we have a option coming up for discussion right away on the lease expiry, acknowledge and conclusion of the lease expiry acknowledgement. So we'll deal with that. But I'm sure they get turned out sometime soon. I'm not, that's not lost on me.
Usually not until May.
But
Like,
it's not
yeah, May or
lost on me.
June. The grass has to get growing. Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is that it go for legal review. And Martin, what you don't know is this is mirroring the sales policy motion. This isn't something that I just pulled out of my hat. It can just be a cut and paste of the other one when you're ready. Okay, so the motion reads, the amendment of the draft grazing lease policies be reviewed by legal and presented to council for consideration at the April 14, 2026 council meeting. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, I did just message Murray. Before we go on, we're gonna have a conversation about what we're doing for the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, so we can make a plan. It's 5 o'clock. Arliss, are you online still? What is your staff commitments? Are you prepared to keep going or not? And we'll just wait for. Yeah.
I guess I could be on until 6 o'clock-ish. And then I could be back there by 6:30 maybe. I'm not sure what the rest
What
of
about
staff
the balance of your staff?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to rely on them that are there.
Okay. So, okay, so do we have a motion that we need? I think, Mike, is there anything that we need to deal with you on these upcoming? Okay, so Mike is gonna carry on. I have head nod confirmation from Brian, Bryce, and Lace. So council, now it's in your court. Now we know we have staff. We have on the agenda still, we have to do the cultivation policy, the lease expiry acknowledgement, We're not, the land policy review, I don't think we can do anything with that until we get those legals back. Is that right?
It was just intended to communicate some of the past policies that we need
Right.
to look at, so it was just intended to start the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be starting anything. And then bylaw enforcement officer policy, and then Tabor Housing and AIDA. So I'm expecting that's probably 2 more hours at minimum. Council, are your cows starving? Do you have another meeting at 7? Like I'm looking to people, this is a lot to expect, but then we need to decide what our next, how we're gonna proceed. We have no procedural bylaw that limits our length of meeting. Lane,
Whatever we don't deal with today is gonna come back and bite us during the next meeting. I suggest we move on.
I'm good till 8:15. I have a meeting at 8:15, so I still have 3 hours.
okay. Yes. Martin,
I'm thinking most of this next stuff I can't be in on anyhow, so.
so would you rather to just make sure that you're part of council, so that you're part of the meeting and not just waiting? Should we deal with these other matters that are not complex or controversial, and then everyone can be here, and then, you know, I know you didn't get that option, Murray, but I know. Okay,
I can join online too whenever the other ones come up.
well,
If you want to keep going in order, doesn't matter to me. Just phone me. I can
maybe
join
it's
online.
good to take a mental break from that, and so then we would move down to the bylaw enforcement officer policy. Can you guys flex with that? Okay, let's do that then. Lane,
This one's been dealt with during our committee of the whole. I move that we approve the cancellation of the bylaw enforcement officer policy.
okay, thank you. So just so that the people watching don't think we're just ramming through, we have discussed it. It was a recommendation by council or by administration based on their policy and bylaw review. And so therefore, there's a motion on the floor to approve cancellation. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, next item is 11.8 Tabor Housing. Our current committee member is no longer able to stay on that committee, so we have to follow the same process as we do at the organizational meeting. And the person would be appointed until the next organizational meeting. So it is to assume the position of Tabor and District Housing Foundation. So at this time, just to speed things up, I will call for nominations to sit on Tabor and District Housing.
I nominate Councillor Mianaga.
Okay. Second call for nominations.
I move nomination cease.
All right. I will take that position and then we'll see what happens in October. Hey, you guys, that train just. Thank you. Next item is the consent agenda, the AIDA letter. And so really what we're looking for is to write a letter to our Minister of Environment to affirm our position aligning with AIDA.
That's correct. I'll make that motion, similar to the letter that was provided from AIDA.
And we do have a standing letter in place already, so we can just freshen it up. So John moves that motion to reinforce our position on invasive species, a letter being sent to the Minister of Environment. Okay, any questions on that? Those in favor? That motion is carried. We have one motion coming out of closed session. We'll just give Lace a minute to catch up.
I'm sorry, Tamara, I was all over the map. I didn't mean to hijack here. Yeah.
No, you're fine. We're good. I'm just want to make sure we get everything done the way. So council, have a look at this, and if someone is comfortable to make the motion, then please do so. This is the item coming out of closed section number 14.1.
I can make this motion.
Okay, Ernie moves that council direct administration to submit an application to the GOA requesting a land exchange whereby the following MD of Tabor land parcels, Northwest 12, Southwest, Northeast, and Southeast, all of the same land location, 22, 12, 14 west of the 4th, would be exchanged for the following Government of Alberta parcels. There should be 4 quarters there as
It's
well.
down
Oh,
there.
there it is. So the northeast, southeast, northeast, southeast of 26, 12 west, 12, 14 west of the 4. Any questions or comments? This is in relation to the Scope Dam project, and it would create an alignment of quarters. All right, those in favor of the read in motion? Those opposed, that motion is carried. So let's take, I think we're through everything except for the, oh, no, we're going to actually do the land management strategy policy. Sorry, Lace, that was me who's thinking I wasn't going to do lands, but I want to do that while Martin's here.
This one? So I can only talk to 11.5, right? 11.5? The other ones I have to leave for 11.6.
Yeah, and that's all, that's the one we're going to deal with right now. Okay, this, I will turn this over to staff, but this was brought forward at the Committee of the Whole on lease expire acknowledgement, and so I don't know if Bryce, you want to speak to it, or Arliss wants to speak to it online. And there's possibly 2 motions or that could come out of this.
I can speak to it.
Okay.
The first one, actually, when comparing what was presented at Committee of the Whole, to be transparent, what's being proposed here is the same with respect to the acknowledgement of lease expiry. It actually just includes the exclusions within the proposed resolution. And then the second one is quite simply just to carry on with implementation, to recognize the extensive public engagement taken towards completion of the project, and then to, at this point in time, formally close that and actually do what council's been doing today and moving towards finishing the actual policy project.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Thank you. So there's 2 proposed motions. Lee.
I move motion 1, that any tenant whose tax recovery grazing lease expires before the new grazing lease policy is adopted will be treated, when entering into a new grazing lease with the MD, as though their lease has not yet expired. The intent of the resolution is to ensure that tenants with recently expired leases receive the same rights under the proposed grazing lease policy as tenants whose leases remain in effect, which will also be subject to the new grazing lease policy. For clarity, and is this required as part
Yes.
of the? Okay, for clarity, this resolution does not extend the term of any expired lease or grant any right of renewal. The following lands would be exempt from the lease expiry acknowledgement as they relate to separate decisions of council and will already have either expired or terminated before or are set to expire on February 28, 2026. Number 1, Scope Reservoir Project lands. Number 2, Dead Horse Reservoir lands. Number 3, lands scheduled to be sold once MD of Tabor land sale policy is approved by council and as per its effective date. And then it lists the northwest, southwest of 26, northeast of 27, southwest of 27, southeast of 27, 7, 14, and the northeast of 9, 12, 18, west of the 4th.
So the only question for clarification, does it just include tax recovery grazing leases, or should it state grazing leases?
I think the rationale for that was that they have another year. They don't expire until February
Okay.
28th, 2027, so we
Thank
should
you.
have all this figured out by then.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on the read in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. All right, the next motion.
I can read that. That the lands management policies, cultivation policy, grazing policy, and agricultural land sales policy, public consultation and engagement be formally concluded. For the purposes of this resolution, public engagement and consultation sessions include such and similar activities of public engagement and consultation, informative sharing sessions, council meeting delegations specific to the aforementioned land management or related draft policies, committee meeting delegations specific to the aforementioned land management or related draft policies, call for people to speak portion of council meetings or committee meetings, if even procedurally applicable, with regard to the aforementioned land management or related draft policies, and written submissions received after February 17th, 2026, addressed to municipalities specific to the aforementioned land management or related draft policies. The intent of the resolution is to formally recognize the plethora of public engagement and cultivation opportunities, consultation opportunities, and feedback received for the purposes of developing the aforementioned land management and related draft policies, and further to focus council efforts on finalizing the related draft policies and associated lease agreements.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the read in motion? Those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm gonna take that in favor back. We'll give Martin an opportunity. My apologies, Martin.
I just won't be voting in favor of it. If somebody wants to talk, I got no problem talking to them. If they want to come to the speak portion of council meetings, I don't want to tie nobody's hand. Let them talk.
Okay, I am gonna start tightening up the public engagement session for the sake of everyone's time. We want to be respectful of people who take the time, but I think we need to improve a policy on that because it's getting long, and not just on this, on others as well. Okay, any other comments? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Martin. Those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? That motion is carried. All right, so do you want a motion to say that the land policy review will be moved to a next agenda? Lise, would that be better? Just so that you can just move it?
Sure.
Okay, so I would look for a motion to table or move land policy review to the March.
There actually is no suggested recommendation. Sorry to interject.
Yeah, I don't know that there's anything to do with it until after we get the other ones back.
No, it's actually just provision. It's provision of information.
Okay.
Heads up, these are coming down the pipe.
Yeah, that was my observation. It was just information. I don't know that we need to table it. I think
Okay, we'll just leave
receive
it and we'll see if it comes back. Okay, I propose 5-minute break, stretch your legs, and then we'll come back to cultivated land. Okay, let's resume. Okay, we'll review our February 24th meeting of council. We're moving on to the next item on the agenda, cultivation policy and leases.
I gotta cultivate a lease with the MD, so I'll be excusing myself for keen their interests.
Thank you, Martin. Okay. So, Marie, welcome back. I'm going to follow the same practice that I have done for the other land sales and with grazing. So to just recognize that all of the attachments, so the lease is here, first off, the memo, the draft cultivated land policy, the draft lease, the land lease types, then the sessions that we already are aware of, and then administration provided a written document on their recommendations. The practice that we did at the last two policies, we started at the top, we went through each area, but if a counselor has an item that they'd like to bring forward right out of the gate, please do so. We compiled motions so that people had time to reflect. And then at the end, if someone moved those motion, then we did it at the end. So we will get started. The policy statement is in front of you, the purpose, and the roles and responsibilities. Those are quite straightforward. And then the policy guidelines and procedures. And lease term. So let's just get started. And if people have things they want to add, just interrupt me. So we're good with the lease term. Surrender of cultivation lease by leaseholder. And that run for 5 consecutive crop years, that was a change. So that's probably why people aren't. And then the tender, the retendered lease.
So there's no.
Go ahead.
There's no, the leaseholders, is there we just had some people at the meeting, a sweet older lady that spoke about a kind of she just wanted some fair way to be able to try to buy the land. Is there a first right of refusal at a appraised value on cultivated lease as well? It'll be all the same. I believe the policy of the land sales policy was
Would
all
apply for
agricultural
this.
lands.
So I guess anyway, we'll get to it. I guess the biggest issue is how short of a time period we have with their lease expiring in a year, but. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just have you read to the bottom of, so just don't want you to miss anything or to me to rush you. So I think D is what you're referring to on 2D, David. So you might want to read that and see if you. And Lane, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, given the motion that was approved for the grass, just with regards to the lease term, I think we'd extended it out for a 10-year term. This is going to be 5.
The cultivated leases have always been 5, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've always been 5.
But there are individuals in the same situation where they have purchased.
No, it's different.
Mm-mm,
Yeah,
it's way different.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's different.
Haven't been able to buy and sell cultivated leases for 10 years.
Yeah, was any of this tax recovery or it never was? Oh, it did come back from the province.
No, not from the province.
All
of the lands that we
let's
have
let
is
the
tax
admin
recovery.
answer, please.
Most of the cultivated lands were acquired through traditional tax forfeiture when people didn't pay their taxes, didn't come from the province.
Oh. You've had these for a while.
These are long-standing MD owned lands, yes, decades old in some.
So the one lady that came, I'm trying to understand what she was, I mean, she wants to be able to buy it, but
Doesn't want to, not to put words in her mouth, but she'd like this same option to have 5 years to buy it versus that when it's 1 year, when they end.
Yeah.
And so we'll get to that.
yeah, yep.
But that's on 2D. So read 2D, please. I just don't want to pretend that it's not right in front of you. You're okay with that?
So I guess the concern I think she would have
Mhm.
is that she will never win that tender because people, this is cultivated lease land. And so there's not really going to be any reason for us not to sell it. There's no like endangered species or anything. This is cultivated land. So it's going to get sold and it has so she won't be able to, because somebody will speculate way beyond the lease value just to get control. And so she would have to exercise her right. We'd have to allow her to exercise her right to buy before the lease expires or she's not going to. So effectively, she would only have 1 year to get ready because she's never going to, like, there's going to be some huge lease bids because they're not planning on paying the lease. They're just going to buy it. Whoever takes the, right? Is that what she's afraid of, do you think?
Well, she wants to have the opportunity to buy it, so she's asking, as soon as the land policy comes into place, can she buy it, right?
Right.
Because right now, it will go to tender after these leases expire.
Yeah, so as long as we have, like, I mean, I guess if they know now that it's going to come into effect, let's say we set September as the date, they would still have all of this year to get ready to do it. It's just, how are the rates set for these leases now?
Traditionally been set just based on the, a percentage of the agricultural assessment value. So that's how we increased our rents. It went from 15 to 18 to 20 to 22% of the appraised value of that land, assessed value, not appraised, assessed value.
And so I think,
as set by the province.
I think what she was hoping is she get one more term of that to give her a chance to be ready to buy. And that, anyway. Instead of it going to tender immediately in 1 year. I think that's what they're asking. This, I mean, it's small acreage, it's cultivated, but I just feel bad for some of those little families that.
Arliss, I think, has his hand up.
Arliss, you there?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I posed the same question. Provision of farmland, whether it's grazing or cultivation, how is this a core MD of Taber service? And perhaps that's not relevant for the policymakers of today. I think it should be, and it's one of the key public policy questions that has either been purposely ignored or just not wanted to be answered.
Well, we have the land, so we have to deal with it.
Right. Like, is there a way, like, why have we done it this way all along? This has been MD. They're used to this system and suddenly we've changed the system. So we just got to acknowledge that we've changed things dramatically.
And I didn't even know we had cultivated leases when I ran for office. I had no idea there was cultivated leases. I was just about grazing. But here's these families that just want a little bit more time to be ready to buy it, to keep it in their family, because they've had this ongoing lease, had nothing to do with the province, just the MD. And so do we give them more than 1 year to get ready is the question, because we have done that for the grazing. And I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't. I don't know these people. You know, I don't even know anybody that has one except for well, I guess Marty does. Anyhow. No, yeah.
So I just need to clarify, according to Article 14 in the draft policy, there is going to be a right given to the tenant to purchase in the same manner as grass leases. They will be able to trigger the purchase process. Appraisals will be used to
They
set the
just need
value.
to do it before next February.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just sudden, that's all. Because if it goes to tender, they would have to match that tendered price, which is going to be something crazy.
Yeah, if they wait for it to expire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that they only have a year, that's all. I know that's gonna be, I think this, or do you think you would resolve it by letting her do it this year? I mean, I'm not sure, I haven't talked to them personally.
Go ahead. I can't answer for her. Oh, sorry. The cultivated leases for me definitely don't have that same, like, I have no issue with the way the policy is laid out. So. Well, I do have one that I'm gonna make a motion on, but I just wanted, should we just keep going through it?
Yep.
So that we don't misstep and people say we did something different. Okay, so on page 2, are you good up till end of page 2? Moving on to page 3, if the presented. So one-time rate of refusal offered to tenants of leases that expire in or before 2027. Surrender of leased interest process. Irrigation of MD cultivated lands. I'll just give you time. I'll just watch for people when they're ready.
Brian, do we have people that irrigate under these terms?
There's a small number of acres where they either sweep across our lands. There's not infrastructure placed on the lands. It's just small acres. Acres. Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah, with the exception of that small piece by Johnson Edition where we own the land, we own the water rights, and they're responsible for still putting the irrigation infrastructure on and paying the water rates, which we tendered. This is currently being tendered.
Okay, lease improvements. Surface leases. Go to checks. Lease termination by the MD of Tabor.
So it comes back to the same discussion that we have on the grasslands. And I think that what we should be doing is looking at similar wording to that which we just approve for the other.
Somehow in the off season, yeah, you wouldn't take it away in the middle of the season.
If you do, it's covered in B.
Okay.
Okay, subletting of cultivated lands. Whoops. Weeds, growing of crops and condition of land. Property taxes, assignments. So I'm okay with that. The transfer fee looks the same if it's only to family. As they can't buy and sell these leases.
Read me, Nega, would it be valuable to have a resolution for the transfer fees, setting them for cultivation?
Sure. Kate, go ahead, John.
What's the current transfer fees for transferring to family members?
Off the top of my head, I think it was $100 per quarter section as well. Similar or same as it was for grazing, just for family members.
Right.
Does would that cover the administrative fees? Probably not. Or administrative cost and time?
I don't know.
Probably not.
What's my time worth? Yeah.
Arliss, go
probably
ahead.
Why would there be reservation amongst council to like try and promote at the very least from an assignment perspective to recognize some element of current market recognition? Like right now, I think, I mean, again, I'm not a farmer, but right now, typically, if you're going to transfer your farming assets, you try to do it close to market value for those that will be inheriting it. But I don't know.
Not with family. No.
Oh, no, family.
No, there's tax laws that allow us to transfer it down to family with no tax implications at the current value. And it forces them to keep, I mean, it makes it much harder for your kids to sell it because your capital gains would be much higher. But it also saves the farm because if you had to pay capital gains when you roll it to your kids, you'd have to sell big portions of your farm.
So the business models aren't based on like market realities.
No, not at all in farming.
Okay, thank you.
Which is why I'm still.
I'd like to make one correction too. I remember in the last version of our our cultivation leases, it was $500 per quarter section too.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd be willing to put that in there as an amount at $500. The difference being here is that we'll be moving to a full tendered rate, so we'll be receiving full tendered value here. And so I think that's important. So the transfer between family members, I think, and maybe 500 is too low, maybe it should be 1,000, but I'm not sure. It's currently 500 or that was proposed for the new policy?
No, even in the current active leases that are privy to all of our cultivation lands now.
So I'd be okay with putting 500 in that slot.
Okay, so that's going to be John, proposed motion. And then we'll get there. Okay, tenant purchase option. Okay, you're good with that? And then the last page before the appendix, MDT cultivation land subject to this policy. And then there'll be a list. Yep. Okay. All right.
I move that a transfer fee of $500 be included in the section 13A of the draft cultivation lease policy.
Okay, any questions or comments on this motion? Yes.
$500 per quarter.
Oh, yes,
Yes,
thank
that's what I
you.
said.
Thank goodness for staff. The transfer fee of $500 per quarter section be included in section 13A of the draft cultivation lease policy. Okay, go ahead, John.
Should it be per parcel?
Most are quarter sections. I can't think of well, the one we've tendered, I guess, but
Well,
that would be fine. Yeah.
I don't think it would be the worst thing if you had to
No.
prorate it.
Quarter section or portion thereof.
Yeah.
Yeah, something.
But I think we can do the math and prorate it if it's less than a quarter section.
Or
Okay. All right, John, are you good with that?
Yeah,
Or a portion
Or a
thereof?
portion thereof.
Okay. The motions reads a transfer fee of $500 per quarter section or portion thereof be included in section 13A of the draft cultivation lease policy. Those in favor? Those opposed? Now, I feel like it's the end of the day and we're moving through this quickly, so I don't want to rush anyone and I'm giving you that sober second thought. If there's something else, you want to take a minute before I make the motion to refer it to legal, which seems crazy when this one's only one, but I'm going to be consistent. So if you pull that motion up, please.
Which, sorry?
The same, the refer to legal.
Yeah, it was just one on 17A, you wanted it to refer to the lease holder grant a lease to the third party for alternative use. Did you want? Sorry,
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure where we landed. Or did you want to look at that?
I think they decided it was covered in B because the MDT may compensate the tenant for crop loss at the discretion of council. That's why we didn't do that. Yes.
So has this draft policy already been referred to council?
You mean to legal?
Yes.
It has, yes. It's
Yeah.
been reviewed. Yeah.
'Cause-
So it
'cause
doesn't
If
need
it's
to.
been referred to legal once, we don't
Yeah,
need to
I'm
send
good
it
with
again.
that. I can totally be good with that. So Lane, if you're,
So we're rushing the one that has a year to get it done.
no,
No, I understand.
no,
It's
there's
just,
no,
it's
there's,
quite comical.
okay, so if you look at if you move to the memo on cultivation, there is the motions and they I can't see any reason why they can't be concurrent, that they have to be separate. Unless Arliss, if you're there, can speak or to that, or Brian or Bryce.
Just with respect to the cultivated lands policy and the cultivated leases?
Yes.
Or lease, sorry?
Yes, I'm looking at the memo. Yeah, those three motions, they can be concurrent. They can all be in one.
Possibly with the cultivation land policy being taken effect immediately, and then the approved draft cultivation leases taking being effective as of the current leases expiring.
Okay.
Just to separate those two
That'll
for
be
clarity.
fine. So let's do them all three separate, just so that we.
There's only two resolutions.
Okay. Okay. I'm just looking at that and the. Okay, if someone is ready,
I've got a question yet.
yes, Ernie.
How are the rental rates set?
It will be by tender.
Okay. There's no chance of having MD set that rate? There's just always going to be tender?
That's what this policy proposes.
Okay.
Previously, the MD did set it,
Mhm.
but in a year from now, it will go to tender, so they have 1 year to decide to buy.
Okay.
And that's what I was trying to bring up is, do we give them an MD set rate, give them a little bit of time? But this wasn't provincial land that we promised anything on.
Mhm.
It definitely is MD controlled land. And so, anyway, I don't know that they're, I'd be okay with it, but I'm not gonna fight about it.
And they do have the right of first refusal.
Yeah, even if it goes to tender, they still have a chance to match.
Yeah.
And just for clarity, all MD of Tabor owned land is MD controlled land.
Been controlled by the MD for a long, long time. Sorry.
Okay. Ernie, any more questions? I don't want, I am not rushing anyone. Okay. Okay. All right, Murray?
I can move that MD of Tabor approve the draft cultivation lands policy attachment A.
Okay, any questions or comments regarding that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. The next one,
That the municipal district of Tabor approve the draft cultivation lease attachment B to take place upon expiry of the current leases.
any questions on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. All right. Arliss isn't here, but this is what I usually say to him after a council meeting when I meet him in the hallway. Nobody died. And so we're pretty good. Very good discussion today, very good debate. Thank you to MD staff for all the work that you put into getting these documents ready for us. I know we've been pushing the envelope on that. And again, thank you to all those who took time to make submissions on these documents. We have a little bit more work till April 14th. My hair will be even grayer by then. And, but otherwise, there was some very good work done today. So thank you to everyone and thank you to council. All right, one more motion. Oh, sorry.
You missed number 13, which is council's request information. I want a placeholder for a possible resolution to Foothills Little Bow and with regard to the food bank community garden and provincial funding for it.
Okay, well, we need a little bit more than that.
So it used to be that the costs for putting the garden in were covered by another organization who's
Yeah.
now no longer doing that. So it's going to come on the backs of the food bank.
Right.
To be able to facilitate putting in that garden.
Yep.
So I think for how much that garden is utilized for all over the province, I think it's imperative upon us to bring a resolution forward to RMA
Okay.
with regard to that.
So I appreciate your thought. And you can, if you're making that as a motion, I'll probably vote against it because then maybe and let's be clear, I completely support the garden and all efforts that are made. But perhaps that's not a provincial objective, that's a local and a regional objective. And maybe this council did last year put $5,000 toward the food bank. That is the first time ever. And many councils do a per capita rate to the food bank. So but I'm listening to you, John.
So the reason I'm saying it needs to be provincial, this is used all over the province. It goes up to, I think maybe it's Lacombe, and it's distributed to multiple food banks throughout the province. So because of the benefit of many provincial food banks, I think it's important that we ask for provincial funding just for the operational costs of putting the garden in.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine either way. I tried to leave it with the previous organization that it was stuck in the budget, but when you lose control, you lose control. So, but we do go a lot to Coaldale, a lot to Lethbridge, a lot to Medicine Hat, and those are outside the MD, even in southern Alberta, like every week. Going north usually is only at the big times, like the corn and stuff, but every week trucks go to Medicine Hat, they go to Coaldale, and they go to Lethbridge, and to the soup kitchen and to other places besides food banks, so.
I just have seen other motions that look very regional, fail at Foothills Little Bow, and then they bomb on the floor of RMA because they're too regional in nature.
And I think it has the chance of being successful because of how it's distributed to I think it's either Lacombe or Leduc that it goes to, and it's distributed from there. It's the Guns and Hoses. That's when the big shipment goes north.
I know.
And that's what the person that operates the garden, I had a good visit with him yesterday, and that's why I'm bringing this forward. I wanted to get it as a placeholder so I don't forget.
Okay, so how about we make a motion? How about you strike a committee to propose a motion for Foothills Little Bow on the garden for provincial fund. I feel like there needs to be quite a bit of discussion, and I don't know that spending council time, so how should we just strike this motion? Like, just that we make a note in the minutes to consider the community garden at Foothills Little Bow, and then we can get together on our own time, David and you and I or whoever, and look at what that looks like.
Could it be expanded? This will be part of our committee, but to encourage this kind of stuff in other, like if they see it succeed, then maybe other areas could also do it. Because it's a great, and like if every major center did something like this, it would be a good thing.
Well, and many do, right? That's what I just want to be careful is that I know 10 centers that do it. We just happen to be a provider of the larger vegetable items, but lots do lettuce, carrots, like those places. So, do we need a motion or a note? I know. Yeah, he just doesn't want to forget.
I can have my own Easter eggs.
What do you think, Lace?
I'll make a motion to bring it forward to a future committee of the whole meeting for discussion.
Okay, that'll work. Okay, thank you. Couldn't even think that through. And all right. So John has made a motion to bring a prospective motion to Foothills Little Bow on the community garden to a future committee of the whole meeting. Yeah. Okay, any question on that? Those in favor? Anyone else have anything else they'd like to request for information? Yes.
Following on the footsteps of that one, where are we at on the discussion about setting a rate for fire responses and encouraging our urban partners to do the same thing? what's the next step in the process to move that along?
Bryce has-
Administration plans to bring that back to council. We're looking at potentially the 24th of March. And that is our current plan.
Is that satisfactory? Anyone else have a question or comment?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.